Alright, and hello to YouTube. Hello Noob Netrum and Kai World. How are y'all doing? Let me make sure I have my AoE2 on casting mode. I do. I do have it on casting mode. Alright, so how's everyone doing? Hello Sneck Fan. Spill the tea. No, I'm not spilling anything on my keyboard. I've already killed the keyboard by spilling stuff. No spilling. And especially I'm going to hope not to spill this coffee I have. I don't want to spill my coffee. I want to drink my coffee. Coffee is good. Alright, so FreakinAndy versus Yo are supposed to be playing shortly. But it looks like Yo is in Arabia versus Lewis. So maybe I'll just go check out what Yo's doing right now. Why not? Here we are. Alright, so Yo, you got a game to play soon. Oh, what is this wood line? Oh gosh, this is like a plateau over here, but then the player base is all flat. This version of Arabia. Definitely, I need to make my own version of Arabia, I think. Time for DauT to dethrone Hera. Time to DauT. Time for DauT to show why he's the GOAT. And hello, Duke Canada. Hello, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to, we're catching up Yo versus Lewis and seeing what Yo is doing before he has to start his tournament set. Good man, good. Glad to hear it. Hopefully the ads are done on Twitch now, so welcome everyone. We have Yo versus Lewis on Arabia as we're waiting for Yo versus Andy. Yo's camping with some archers. I'm sure the players are pretty far into this game and we're just catching up. A couple of ranges here for Lewis. He's gonna go, ooh, double ranges from both, no skirms. Skirms, yeah, Castle Age for Lewis. Bohemians versus Maya. So Kembos versus cheap crossbows. Interesting, maybe we could see a university and then early chemistry. Full walls with houses even, not even palisades, houses for Yo. Okay, a little risk there of stuff getting in, but doesn't. Picks off some reinforcements by the looks of it. And hello, Kalesso, how are you doing? Oh, and okay, found the one area that's not walled by palisades, but on the other side, Yo's breaking in. Both players breaking in. Yo runs into the TC. And Lewis will be able to hoover in the back a bit, but Yo's already got 2 TCs up. He's going to extend out to a third TC on a gold mine. And only 2 crossbows left. And Lewis, by the looks of it, if I click on another crossbow... it's too fast, I can't click. On one, yes, he did do chemistry, so he's 5+3 on the chemistry and pushing with mangonels. So crossbows with chemistry should be able to pick off mangonels fairly well. Plus some plumed archers already coming out from the castle. And they're going to be a problem. 5+2, still advantage with Bohemians, but an early castle Maya can slow wood. I don't know about that on Arabia. You see Yo is up by like 5,000 resources. So there's Lewis up to Imp. Yo will be stuck in castle though. Yo pushing, and maybe we could just go for an all-out castle age push. It'll be harder now against the bombard cannon in the Treb with no repair vills. Lewis will start coming back and score a bit. Hard for the Maya to deal with gunpowder. Hard to deal with the cannon. And okay, great fight with the plumes. Yo cleans everything. He's up to Imp now. And we'll have to deal with the Skirmisher, the best unit in the game, the Skirmisher. Now it's time for repairs on the castle. This Treb going for the TCs. Neither TC destroyed, and the castle stays up. So splitting the Trebs, and Yo denies the forward castle to knows everything. Yo says GG tourney. Yo was gonna win that game, but he says GG tourney. All right. Hello, the James Spark. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, so Yo quitting his game to go join a tournament. Hello, NVMTT. You think he has no chance versus Hera? Remember, this is the Hulk balance. This is the Hulk balance. I always feel like new balance changes are DauT's time to shine. And that he catches on to new balance faster than most people do. So let me see if we have a draft. I think we do. I think that we do. CM.net. Right. Before I mess around with the overlay, let me just show the drafts. Need more and better A-tier tournaments? Oh, we did recently have Sudden Disaster and Cartographers that we hosted. So maps will be Khmer for map 1, then Aqua Arena and Shoals for Andy, and Immersion and Water Nomad for Yo. I don't know how much of this tournament I'm going to end up casting, as I feel like water can get repetitive, especially with the Hulks. And thank you, Youthie777 for the follow. The Japanese and Vikings, the first picks. Like there's so many tournaments you can't keep up. Yeah, it was don't know how much of Thalassocracy I'm gonna cast going forward, but hadn't streamed in a couple days, so I figured I'd do the 2 sets today since we have good matchups. Hello, Blessing. Yo got strats. I don't know what it is about the Civ drafts, but I feel like particularly for water maps, which these days it feels like we have hybrid maps and not really water maps, but it feels like the drafts are so repetitive. The Civs become kind of just interchangeable despite some clearly being better than others. Yo as in noun? Yes, yo is a noun. It's a proper noun. Does it overlap with KOTD? No, KOTD is after Thalassocracy. I'm pretty interested in KOTD, just in seeing how the meta might change a bit. We've had, since the last time I've seriously watched Arabia, I guess we've had like Romans, Armenians, Georgians, and then the 5... Or the last time I seriously played Arabia myself. Yeah, so we've had, and then the 5 Three Kingdoms civs, so like 8 civs added to the game. So I'm kind of interested to see how that plays out, but I don't know. In some ways, I feel like Arabia was more interesting when we had fewer civs, because I feel like there's been so much power creep to civs that they become more one-dimensional. And outside of Aztecs and Maya, I think I kind of preferred the civ balance from the AOC days. Or at least from the HD days, kind of ending at Rajas. I like the balance change to the Khmer to give them, you know, their farmers, the farms that can be built anywhere. But I don't know. I feel like some of the DE civs especially are more like the Cumans, like yeah, you're going for the 2 TC, or the Burgundians wanting to stay in the feudal age for the eco bonus. A bit less flexible. Because they're so strong in some ways. I think part of the issue is some civs are way better than others right now. That's true too. I mean, we see that on the water maps, right? Like, Yo is Turks at the end of the draft. Where's he ever going to use Turks? I mean, imagine that here. Imagine, like, Aqua Arena, Vikings versus Turks. So Aqua Arena for Andy. At least he's something of a clown. Maybe getting some overlap with Stronghold Frenzy. Nice thumbnail on YouTube. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the display capture. Question is, do I have a proper setup for this? For displaying the drafts. Let me just check. I made an overlay, I just don't know if it's the right overlay. Alright, so the problem is I have a Thalassocracy draft group on my overlay, but it looks like this, which is very much not what I want to display. Oh wait, did I copy and paste the maps into the wrong... Oh wait, there we go. Hold on, sorry. I copy and pasted the map and the civ drafts into the wrong places. Maybe that'll help? I think this is still wrong. Okay, that's almost right. Oh, wait, I have two separate copy and pastes for the civs. Yeah, there we go. This is almost what it should be. Like admin ban stuff. Alright. Maybe there's a different civ draft from earlier rounds. Okay, get the map bands shown. Then the civs. The admin bands shown properly. Move the whole thing up a bit. There, that almost works. Can go up a bit more. How's that looking, chat? Now we have all the info here. Much clean, such fitting. Hello. Raupe is hangry. Ooh, you should grab a Snickers. Remember, you're not yourself when you're hungry. Does the rest of the world have that ad campaign like we have here in the US? I remember that. What stage is Stronghold Frenzy on? You did not miss the finals. The finals were going to be last weekend, but we had to reschedule them because both players in the finals were at a LAN event. So they're going to be this weekend. It's trying to figure out exactly the time so that we avoid conflicting with anything else. It'll probably be around 20 GMT on either Saturday or Sunday. See the ads and they annoy you? I share your annoyance. Thank you, Fragwin, for the follow. Oh yeah, also, we're climbing. We're climbing towards 15k followers. We're close to it. You, Fragwin, have the honor of being follower number 14,135. So thank you. And hello, Mirak Theog. Hello, hello, hello. You do have that Snickers ad? Alright, hopefully we don't, Also, if you are on YouTube, let me know if you do end up seeing ads, because I turned them off. But if despite turning them off, people see them anyway, then I'll probably just adjust some settings. Because if they're going to be force played, I might as well at least have them organized. But I'm hoping that they don't get force played. Never know, though. Alright, looks like they have launched, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Noob streamer, absolute noob streamer, forgot to swap his game over to the beta, because they're playing on a different patch. Hold on, this will just take a minute. Sorry about that. I came here to set everything up ahead of time. And I forgot to do this. Where are we? Thalassocracy 2 branch. Tournament branch, updating. Gotta close capture age for that to update. Oh, and I gotta use the Thalassocracy version of Capture Age. So 2 things that I need to remember. Alright, and 94%, 98%. And there we are. Yeah, get switched Thalassocracy. If only I could manage my UE2 versions of the Git. Oh no. Let me show you your capture age is telling me. It couldn't verify the security of my connection. I need to contact my internet service provider for help with capture age. Oh my gosh. It can't play its trailer for some Capture Age Pro feature. Hello, Dangle. How are you doing? All fun and games until you have to resolve merge conflicts. AIs can probably do that for you now. Alright, so sorry about that. Now we are on the correct Thalassocracy version of Capture Age. Alright, the map is Khmer. Let me just set this up. Thalassocracy round of 16. I'm just going to write LYO because then it fits. And I also understand it. And M hat for that underscore in yo. Alright, so we will have FreakinAndy playing as the orange Armenians, yo as the blue Malay. The map is Khmer. That's great. Yes, I am familiar with that. I am familiar with that script. Oh, you're on premium, so you can be audio only. Oh, wait, is audio only a YouTube premium feature? I guess that matters for, like, if you're a mobile user, not wanting to use data if you have a limited data plan. I used to have one of those recently. It was like a couple gigabytes of data. Like, absolutely nothing if you're watching videos. But absolutely infinite if you're not. Let me drink my water during game 1. And like I usually do, I hold off on the coffee until game 2. Yep, this is a map from LY Cup, yes. So Armenians and Malay, both 2 good swordsman civilizations. Armenians, of course, get the upgrades early, Malay get the free armor. And we might see men-at-arms rushes or drushes from both of them. Ooh, fun little shoreline here with the harsh beach line. Little terrain mixing quirk. In my maps, I try to avoid that where the beach and ice gets mixed on the edge. And it looks like, I think Yo got the first hit. Oh, there's no game sound? No game sound. Thank you for pointing that out. And that should be fixed. There we go. Thank you, thank you. Would have been no music before the game then, maybe, too. Can't turn off the screen without YouTube Premium or it stops playing. Really? That feels like a very crappy thing to hide behind a premium paywall. Took a careful search. Hello, Arbase, how you doing? Yeah, Arbase, I don't know how much Thalassocracy I'm going to stream, because I don't know how much water map I can actually take. But I'm going to do some map scripting in the evenings and probably stream it for the next TTL. And hopefully get a set of maps that don't break. That's always the hope. So mule cart here, a nice mule cart for Andy between the wood and the gold. then, yeah, militia for Andy. No barracks yet for Yo. Maybe Yo just decides to play Galley or Hulk on water. To show Sunday. I mean, they're all existing maps, right? So I guess we can just cobble together version 0. There's always the problem even if we want to do small changes, sometimes I need to like rewrite the map script completely to make sure that we don't have any bugs. One of them is only a concept. Oh yeah, did we ever get a reverse Acropolis finished? Because I looked at that with T90 a couple weeks ago. It was someone else's map. Was that Young Panda? I think Young Panda did that. He doesn't want nothing maps for TTL. Does that mean we're gonna get a sneak peek at what next season's maps? I think T90 might show them on Sunday, but yeah, I will be, I'll stream them. I'll probably do that Twitch only, but... Yeah, so back dock, lots of fish for Andy. And Hulks on the way for both players. So opening Hulks. I guess there's room to open Galley on this map with how far apart you can be. But Hulks seem to be in small numbers no matter what, the better option. Let's see, Capture Raid still doesn't have ropes for the Hulk. The Hulk will try to land and board the villager. That'll force the villager away. And then Doc being attacked by the Hulk. I want to add oysters. Okay. I wish we had better oyster graphics. These things always feel kind of static to me. And not as dynamic as the fish. So, archery range for Yo. Very defensive so far. Lost his scout trying to deal with the men-at-arms. I wonder if Andy would ever be tempted to do longsword. Ooh, careless of Andy losing his scout on the Goldvilles. More like lost treasure than oysters? Yes. Yes. Snatching vills with grappling hooks. Hulk's attacking land units is kind of silly. I mean, I know we have stuff like, you know, rams ramming the air above the farms and setting the farm on fire. So maybe this isn't the most ridiculous of attacks. You know, you got units hitting buildings with their swords. But it is still hilarious trying to board a villager. Is there a Forest Nothing tournament? Cobble together a prize pool and we can host one. So forging for Andy. Still doing some hoovering with the men-at-arms. Change it to a harpoon. I don't know if that's much better. Harpoons are meant for water, right? Yeah, 10 times tech, Maya only, ending age, dark age, AOC balance, max pop 25. Ludicrous sized map. Basically spears on a rope that are shot, not thrown. But the entire concept of, like, shooting a spear feels like it would be less effective on land, shooting it through the air. Play all 21 group stage. Grappling hook spearing your chest isn't the least realistic thing to do damage? Suppose not. Oh, okay. We had a bit of a boarding mishap here, as 2 archers kill a villager but get boarded to death by the Hulks. And Hulk on Hulk action over here trying to board each other. And Castle Age on the way for Andy. He clicks up first. Yo won't be too far behind. Hulk on Hulk action, Hulk smashing. Boarding each other with those harpoons and invisible ropes. So Vil decides I've had enough of these annoying kids on my lawn. I'm gonna head outside and deal with them myself. And he'll chase the archer away. Another Vil might have to go out and finish the archer off. Has lost a bit of HP. Oh, there goes the Vil doing a wall. Walling the archer out, but still will be close enough to do some damage. And there's that old grumpy man going to build the wall. Still taking arrows from that archer. And all in all, Yo will be slightly later up to the next stage. Ever so slightly later. And the Hulks here from Andy will try to surround and smash the Hulks of Yo, but Yo gets away. Maybe Andy could have tried to block somewhere. But a lot of micro to do that, and these ships are quite speedy. And Lons, hello, Greentail the Fox. Welcome to the wonder that is Thalassocracy. Some medium warships on the way for Andy. When does the patch hit theaters so we can all be confused? I have no idea. It might even be like next year? And I mean, the Red Bull qualifiers are January, so they're probably not going to patch in the middle of that. And since this is a beta, they're probably going to make changes to it, so I doubt we'll see a patch in December. So I'm saying maybe late January, early February? That'd be my guess. But that's a guess based on absolutely no information other than it seems reasonable. Now, if there's one thing I've come to expect from World's Edge, that thing is not reasonable. And oh look, garrisoned fishing ships in the dock. Destroying the Hulk. Maybe? Wait, did the dock stop shooting? Why did the dock stop shooting? He was like, okay, yeah, you killed the villager, that's okay. I didn't like her, now you're my friend. The dock stopped shooting. Why'd that happen? That feels wrong. Yo, maybe could have saved the Vil? The leaves blowing against my window outside. Oh, the dock has a minimum range? Minimum range of 1, though. Was it really that close? Maybe it was. That would explain it. I thought it was like a TC, but if it has a min range, then yeah. So you can then at least camp the dock with fires or hulks and still have a way to take it out as long as there aren't several docks together. So I guess that does encourage building docks together to defend each other. Let's see, 6 range, they do have quite a nice attack radius. Try to do 2 docks next to each other to cover each other's murder holes range. So Andy, well, Andy is the Armenians, and what do the Armenians and the Georgians do in AoE 2? They make fortified churches, and he's gone for the landing with a fortified church rush. What is that monk doing? What is that capture age thing when I just clicked on him? Okay, capture age makes the monk look all orange. Alright, converted the market. Now has a workshop there, a market there. And is content to keep pushing. Vils can't garrison. Fishing ships in this patch can garrison in docks, yes. It's not Gujar specific anymore. Any civ can do it. And the Mangonel looking for more shots. Gets a couple of Vils there. And now we'll turn its attention to the TC as the TC takes out a few monks. 4 monks walking into the TC. And this is where you'd love to bring a monk to the coast and demo the Vils, but demos are, I think, kind of useless now. You've nerfed them into the ground in this patch. If anything, they probably should have made demos stronger. – . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . So with the fortified churches in his eco, I don't know what else Yo can do. Mankin Hill's still killing Vills. And even gonna repair that converted workshop. Oh, Yo can go for a castle, and the Hulks have such short range they can't deny it. Imagine these were war galleys instead of Hulks, then that castle would at least be somewhat denied. And Yo, well, he did retreat to a far island with a TC. Don't think that's going to be enough for him, though. I definitely don't think that's going to be enough for him. And let's see, the monk going to get a conversion on the market. As the Hulks go for the dock. And Andre, thank you very much, Andre, for the raid. We are, I think, about to conclude game 1 between Andy and Yo, and unless Yo can pull off a miracle. 1K score? 2K score? Oh, we're not at 5K score yet. So, Karambit Warriors transported across. I'll deal with a monk. And maybe even help finish off this fortified church. Which does at least have murder holes, so they can stand underneath it without incident. And now, iron casting and arson on the way as the Vills come forward. And ballistics on the way in the university. And Andy will do his own castle and defense, can do some composite bowman then. So this is Yo's last-ditch effort. He's gonna land Karambits and go for a YOLO castle drop, but one hero man-at-arms is blocking the location of the castle. Now we'll go up, we'll be placed eventually, but Andy bought himself a bit of time with that man-at-arms. Anyone try to Persian dock the TC? Honestly? If your TC is near the edge of the map on Nomad, someone's going to get dock rushed by Persians. That is a scary idea. Why is he not building it in front of the TC? He was probably just afraid of the pressure coming from this side that he wouldn't get it up in time. And he's probably confident enough in his position that the last thing he wants is a DauT castle. So, nice Vil lead. Needs to be careful not to squander that to idle Karambit raids. And so far, he's not noticing.
Yasakuka Baginda. Iya. Apa syasananya Baginda? Yasakuka Baginda.
As a hut will go down, but there's still a Karambit hacking away at the foundation of that fortified church. And that's one church down. Castle forward. And Electrocam, thank you for the follow. Andy does have a wood line he can run to, so he's not too worried about this yet, but that does give Yo access to gold. Yo's gonna call it GG though, as yeah, he is pretty far behind. He's pretty darn far behind. And oh look, Andy with a fortified church discovered the rest of Yo's eco and going for a landing and bringing a mangonel along with him. He will be dealing with the rest of Yo. And Thea Gorikudo, thank you for the follow. So 1-0 Andy, 53 to 37 KD. Better eco, better uptime, more Vills. That'll be a win for Andy. And the next map is Immersion. That furry game can't tell which yet. Black Ops 7. Yeah, are you saying Black Ops 7 is so generic that you can't tell the ads apart? What button did I click on? Oh, I meant to run a 1-minute ad. I accidentally ran a 2-minute ad. My bad. Let me wait for 50 seconds for the ad to be over. Yeah, I haven't played Call of Duty in a long time. Thank you for casting. Well, thanks for watching. Glad to have you around here. Especially on the YouTube channel. Nice to have people watching on YouTube, too. We do have Ocarina again. Yes, Arbase. Last time you played COD was on PlayStation 3. Last time I played it was the original Modern Warfare 2. Okay, back from ads. Just in time as we're getting started here, we'll have Yo as the blue Japanese to the west, and Andy as the orange Romans to the east. Glad these players are picking their Mets colors. Try to remember my posture. Okay, this is Capture Age Pro. I think I need to... Hold on, where are my graphic settings? Something I'm going to want to turn off. Range zones. There we go. Okay, now I don't have those weird circles all over. That's good. No, we've not made a trade with the Tigers. As awesome as that would be. Who knows what we're going to end up doing in free agency. We could probably just overpay for literally everyone. The ability to create your own player icon with low quality clip art in Black Ops 1 was groundbreaking and has never been topped. You mean like the ability to upload literally any photo you want to your Steam account as an avatar? This Pro turns off Pro features. That's I don't even know what that feature is supposed to be. It's just like a big circle of blob. What I want is the range indicators like this. But instead of needing to toggle them all on or off, just do like that game has the option of only when selected display the indicator. Because now imagine we had like a couple towers all over here, it'd be a mess to see it all at once. Helps more with armies, yeah. I guess it could be interesting to have something like that for if ships had firing arcs. See, I'm more worried about re-signing Diaz, because if we don't re-sign him, I'll need to change my sub-alert. Sprays in CS 1.6. I never played Counter-Strike. So the deer are getting pushed in. And so far, just hybrid map Dark Age stuff. Some vills on wood, fish on the outside, taken by the fishing ships. We'll have a top gold here for Andy, back stone. And kind of walling the stone out, but if he gets trushed, at least he does have two nice options for it. This stone can be walled over here, And he can fully wall and keep the gold safe, which looks like what he's doing. Gold's for Yo. This gold will be a bit more exposed. No natural wall directly in front of it, so we would need a pretty big wall off to be able to secure that. And both players dock the outside. Outside docks are the standard on this map. Inside docks occur later on. Coach Bellinger away from the Yankees? I don't even know about that. Plenty of closers on the market. That's what we tried with Helsley, and that didn't work out last season. That was a complete and utter disaster. Okay, Yo running the scout underneath Andy's TC. And ooh, low HP. 6 HP. At least the Jays had a good season. At least they did. But they locked up Vladimir Guerrero long term. And he would have been our Mets target for a first baseman. Okay, Andy's turn to run under the TC. Okay, both players running under the TCs of their opponent. Andy down to 4 HP on the scout, trying to zigzag his way away. Doing what the Barbarian AI will do to you and zigzag to try to debate the TC fire. Oh, Maple Leaf Lancer. Scoopville's gonna dominate off-season news? Probably. Mets at least finally have some farm system assets for trades. So, Man-at-Arms opening for Andy. He's gonna try to look for a weakness in Yo's walls. Yo is going to re-wall in the back, so at least the Men-at-Arms are forcing some walls. Hulk is the opening from Yo, as you'd expect on this map, I think. Men-at-Arms going for the house. Ooh, and looks like they will get in. It will get in! 2 Men-at-Arms and the Scout. Scout can't contribute, that's too low. But the Men-at-Arms can hoover around and fight the villagers. And now Archer for Yo, Archer defense. Scout goes down, Vil goes down. Ooh, the Scout goes down for Yo. I feel like that's maybe a bit sloppy, but it does save the Vil at least. And Vil coming for an inside dock. So our first inside dock of the game, here from Andy. And north of that, some Vils will be going out to the side to dock. Going out to the side, getting a corner dock. Yo coming forward with a pair of Hulks, hulking in towards the fish. Is that a verb? To hulk? To smash is definitely a verb. They're sailing and sailing in, navigating around the coastal waters to get to the fishing ships. Fishing ships that promptly hop inside the dock and use the minimum range to their advantage. Hopping outside to try to draw the ships forward, and then hop back in. Those fishing ships are sneaky. Are we in Red Hulk fight? I don't think about that. Hulking is an adjective. We can turn it into a verb. As a Mets fan, I can sympathize with what it's like to have a cheap owner and say that thankfully we don't have to worry about that anymore. So fishing ships driven off of that dock, lots of idling there, caused by Yo. And Yo didn't really take too much damage to the men-at-arms in terms of killed villagers. Did manage to clean them up eventually. And now the archers will be forward trying to harass Andy over the wood line, and less wood income means less ship production and fewer ships. J. Peaky, hate being Detroit sports fan. Let me keep drinking water. So, foraging on the way now. Foraging on the way. And now into the fish come the hulks of Yo. Looks like Yo focusing on the fishing ships. 2 go down, but the rest hide in the dock. 5 in a dock. That honestly is a lot for fishing ships. Even with the dock. Being involved in the fight, not enough. And those fishing ships will be idled. So yeah, remember, foraging applies to your hulks too. Foraging applies to your hulks. So both ways up to the castle age, Yo just a bit faster, and res collected pretty similar. Hire sons of old owners probably cheap, as their fathers probably spent money on their baseball teams instead of their sons. And they probably have some childhood PTSD of not getting the Xbox they wanted. That then resurfaces as they become owner. Used to share 1v1 games on YouTube, like Hera versus Viper. What do you mean? He still does 1v1s on YouTube? His YouTube content, I think, is more, like, interesting games than it is just random ranked games. So, Yo up to castle. Oh, the Hulk is going to board the archers. The Hulk will board the archers and will board the scouts. Oh gosh, he's really boarding those scouts. Oh, the scouts, they got boarded. Yeah, boarded. 2 archers and a scout. Ooh, fourth boarding almost. So docking in the middle is Yo. Yo maintaining a score lead. Nearly identical res collected, so this is a pretty close game so far. Medium warships now for Yo, as he'll add in husbandry. Going for the Japanese cav archers by the looks of it. So War Hulk attacked here by normal Hulks. Medium warships clicked by Andy, as is iron casting. Remember, that does apply to the Hulks. Boosts their attack. And they're medium Hulks. There are War Hulks, our base. There are Hulks, War Hulks, and Carracks. And now is the fight of War Hulks. And I feel like this ultimately shows one of the problems of the water rework, especially the way they did it, is that galleys never become an important part of water combat if you also are fighting on land. Because you need so much... There's only so much wood that you can spend. If you're spending it all on galleys, you don't have as much for the rest of your setup, your tech tree switches, or your army compositions. So there's the Deadville behind the barracks. No one pay attention. He's just hiding there. No outline. The Monk Raft? I mean, that'd be a good boarding ship, right? The Monk Raft? Board with monks and Boogaloo people on board. Dark Age canoes. Ah, tell that to T90, Arvase. Tell that to T90. Well, I mean, a Hulk is actually a type of ship. That's not like a big hammer ship, so I don't think the name is inaccurate. Counters need to counter even harder. Yeah, that's the weird thing, because like AoE 2 doesn't really have the... At least like compared to Age of Mythology, the counters don't counter all that hard. It's more like subtle cost effectiveness differences sometimes. Need to fix the sound they make. I know I need to get around to making a mod for that. That's still on my to-do list. I just haven't had time. Careening on the way for Andy. Oh my gosh, it is so weird seeing careening in the university and seeing it still like the boot on boat icon when that's no longer what it does with the garrison capacity. Yeah. As everybody says, if you're gonna have these small ponds, it doesn't matter what the triangle is. The Hulk's gonna win unless some demos come out. When you're out in the middle of the water, then you can go galleys. Like from what I've seen on Water Nomad in this tournament, galleys have been better than Hulks. And I have seen like fire ship, war galley, or fast fire galleon mixtures in the late game that have worked. But if you're in a small pond like this, it's no longer a triangle, it is just a Hulk. It's just all Hulk all the time. Even on the outside, it needs too much investment to mass galleys. Yeah, I mean, that's also like, if you're going for like a hybrid map, and you're also investing on land, then the wood cost of the galleys becomes a bigger issue. Demos are made stronger to take out Hulks. Yeah, I guess that's why they're nerfed, so they don't counter both fires and Hulks. But nerfing them kind of removes the fun. So War Hulk's over here, one going down, but then Andy's will prevail in the end. Yeah, no, that's true. Demos counter themselves. Demos are the biggest counter to demos because they one-hit destroy. Could be easier to snipe but do way more damage. Yeah, something like that. So in the middle, more Hulks, and it's just Hulks everywhere right now. Hulks for Andy in the middle. Then we have a square of counters. Right? I mean, the key is that, like, instead of just playing rock, paper, scissors, you end up playing rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. And then you're good. Yeah, as I said, I'm gonna mod the Hulk sound to make it quieter, even if it is only for the beta. And castle drop time from Yo. He is going forward, putting it right on Andy's TC. Andy, though, has enough stone himself to do a counter castle. They're one tile apart, and Andy has more villas nearby. He can send an entire village to raise this castle. Yo will send some cav archers forward. That leads to Andy's garrisoning the TC to take them out. Docks having 2 minimum range to make it easier to play feudal water. Or just make them not shoot arrows. I'm not a fan of the whole garrisoning fishing ships thing anyway. I feel like those situations where you lose water and want to make a couple of Like 2 galleys or 2 fires or a couple demos to go pick off fishing ships aren't possible anymore with those dock garrisons. Well, petard time is exactly what Andy's thinking. Petard time to go for the castle. And oh, that's actually kind of interesting. The Warhulks can pop out and debate castle fire for a bit. Andy's castle definitely has a small HP advantage, and he is going for the rams, the ram push. And I Chipmunk, hello Chipmunk. So ram push for Andy on this castle. Gonna go down instantly. Gonna go down faster than a conversion. So more petards. Here they go. Down to around 1,000 hit points. Some knights and a couple of samurai pop out. But you can't really repair this castle underneath the other castle. Knights there all go down. I don't think killing that ram was worth it. And oh, what is this? What is this? More Vills running forward, but into some scorpion fire. The Vills are getting boarded. The Vills are getting boarded by the Hulks. Oh no, they can't take being boarded. They're dying from the pain inflicted by the sound effect. I think that's what's doing the damage to them. But oh my gosh, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4 units in a row on land. Hulks killing land units is so satisfying. Dies of cringe. Dies because it can't take the noise. Then Scorpion's defending. Andy pulling ahead in score and resources. Or not in resources, Yo's still ahead there. But that's the benefit of being the Japanese within. I was gonna say good fish spoon. Doesn't look like there are any fish left, so never mind. I'm sure I'd be in pain with a hook thrown at my head. I'm not saying that the units who get hit have a problem. I'm saying that the hitting does the problem. Whoever is the captain of that ship deciding, yeah, let's throw our ropes at the Vills, must be one heck of an interesting captain. Monarch over the sea. Should grab the villain, pull it into the water, and drown it. Oh no! Well, I mean, in Age of Mythology, literally the Krakens picked up your units and threw them. So, I mean, maybe that could be a thing. I like that idea. That's stable. Let's see, I was trying to protect it. Both players up to MPO a bit faster. As the Cav Archers come around, they'll find the Vills on the gold. Imagine a fire ship spewing oil and fire onto a beach. I mean, at least the way the fire is animated, I don't think we really question that. The ropes, I think, can't be questioned. So what's going to happen when the players turn imp? Andy, still ahead in score, but down in resources collected. Trying to get a forward castle. Cav archers come around. Ooh, this could be a DauT castle. This could be a DauT castle from Andy. The Cav archers get right behind his vills, and they will be forced away at the least. Cav archers get one, almost a second kill. And hello, Chicho. Hello, hello. Greetings. Salutations. So, Warhulk out here for Yo. Monk wants a conversion on the Warhulk. Samurai don't do bonus versus legionaries? I think they do. But I'll check that if we get some of both. Oh, there we go. There's a Samurai. I'll need to check the stats of the Legion then, because I don't think the Legion actually has any of those armor classes. Okay, ooh, another castle race. This time I think Yo should win. And there's Thumbering Chemistry Parthian for the Cav archers. A cheap replacement? Okay, then I guess they don't have the armor class. So Treb's deployed on Andy's castle. Andy's still with the score lead, but Yo pulling ahead slightly in res collected, and the longer the game goes on, the longer he's still going to have Japanese fishing ships working. He's converted a legionary. Andy is risking making them mightier. I don't think converted units attack faster for the Japanese. So, Droman but immediately driven off by the Warhulks, but though they are immediately destroyed by the castle. Castle going down, keep on the way for Andy. He wants to keep himself safe from the Cav archers on land so he can focus on water more. Heavy Cav archer and armor on the way for the Cav archers now. And Yo closing up that score difference. Still ahead in overall resources collected. Do converted units get a civ bonus? That depends on the bonus and how it's implemented. That's a big it depends question. I have a YouTube video, an old one. That do converted vills get loom or something like that? Or do Inca vills or converted ones get their blacksmith upgrades? That might have been it. Yeah, it was do converted Inca vills get blacksmith upgrades? And the answer is it depends. Yeah, damaging something doesn't increase your score. You only get score when it's destroyed. And Yo certainly is pushing here on this castle, despite the Dromans. Dromans not that big of a splash radius and don't do much damage to land units. But if there's ever a respite where they could get to the Trebs, maybe they could snipe them off. Okay, Cav Archer is running into the castle fire. Hulk's dealing with the Dromans. Clinker construction. I forget what that does. Is this one is the ship moving faster? Ships move faster, we'll go with that. The Romans get Carracks? Their tech tree? No they don't. Only Warhulk. Yeah, swapping the job changes the stats, yes. So outposts they're repaired. I mean, watchtower they repaired, and guard tower from yo. Both players doing tower upgrades. What game is this? What game is this if both players are doing tower upgrades 47 minutes in? And Andy holding on this pond, that castle stayed up. You have extra HP on it from masonry, it looks like. Now Droman's going for the castle. 2 trebs deployed though. And in terms of the land army, Andy still has nothing. Yo has 15 cav archers, Isama and ring archer armor. For a second I thought that was a cataphract. I almost like looked like one. Game paused, game paused. Andy needs to fix his hotkeys, of course. Get a good hotkey fix in. There we go. Texture pause. No, hotkey pause. Hotkey pause. Pause. HK means hotkey. Why they fly like water balloons? Balance, that's why. Cav archers. Still trying to pick off the Hulks. That's a lot of Dromans now. 7 Dromans. At least they aren't too effective against buildings, but it will be another minute or so before that castle goes down. And let's see here. Stretch my neck. Can the Dromans take out this castle? The Treb's trying to destroy them. We need turtle ships back. Turtle ships are kind of in a weird place now. And the castle goes down. Okay, so Andy is holding. Andy's holding against everything Yo's thrown at him. He's repairing castles left and right. Cav archers pushing in. What is Andy going to do against the Cav archers? He still doesn't have any land military. He's relying solely on these towers, these keeps, to keep himself safe. Ville's walking to their deaths. Droman's out. Droman's out to deal with the Trebs. Fire goes right down to the Hulk. Ooh, the Treb has 1 HP left. Can the Dromans get a shot off? No, they can't. Can a Hulk or a Ville or something destroy? Okay, there we go. There's a Droman getting a shot. There's Keep. Treb going for the castle. They could be packed in a siege tower and transported to the other pond. Oh my gosh. That'd be amazing. It'd be horrible, but it'd be amazing. I mean, both at the same time. So this castle... Ooh, okay. I thought Andy was going to abandon it for a second, but needed more stone. I think he does have to keep it up because otherwise the Cav archers get in. I mean, Yo has really good resources. Andy's spending everything he has. I mean, dare I say it, but Andy might need some skirms soon. I can put siege towers into other siege towers. You can put units in a siege tower in a transport ship. I think that's the best you can do. Wait, what about transport ships? Can they garrison docks too, along with the fishing ships? Imagine you could put, like, units inside a siege tower, inside a transport, inside a dock. Now, it does not count as one unit, no. Every individual unit on a ram or a siege tower, if it's on a transport, gets counted. So cannon galleons now for Yo, as Yo takes the score lead. And I think this is going to be hard for Andy to hold if he doesn't have any military of his own. He is just reacting to everything Yo does. And he's slowly but surely losing the map control. Like, Cav want to break through. Can't quite get there. Over here, oh, nasty tower from Yo behind this wood line. And Andy might be struggling for wood lines somewhat soon. Hey, Inception, I just need coffee. I'm still waking up in the morning. I'm still half asleep. So, hopefully I'm not falling asleep too much. So Keeps still getting some fire here on the units. My Cav archers, they're running around. And play with the moving buildings mod and drive your fully loaded dock around the map. Yeah, well there we go, tying it up. 1-to-1. Yo ties it. That's let me just look at the elos. That's actually a pretty close elo difference. And Andy's up in that 2k7 range. But I think Yo's still the overall favorite for the set. But that Armenians church push in the first game on Khmer, I think it was really hard to stop. And here, it felt like Andy had momentum at good parts of the game. But looking at the military count, he never had that transition to land. Oh gosh, just give me the total resources graph. There we go. That's a useful one. Military population. And you can see all of Andy's military population was never on land either. There we go. And so what do we have there? 1-to-1 now. Yo ties it up. And he will have 1 immersion, his home map. That was Japanese over Romans. And looks like Water Nomad is the next map selected. Let's go, Water Nomad. Also Hera DauT, yes, also Hera DauT. Hopefully I can wake up a bit more in time for that. That should be fun, hopefully. I'm gonna hope that DauT can win that. Screams of an Andy map, does it? Turk? Wow. I have no idea where Yo would even potentially use Turks in this map pool. I guess artillery cannon galleons aren't even as impressive as they used to be in the past because they're only +1 range over the siege engineers ones instead of +2, since siege engineers applies to cannon galleons now and the Turks don't get that. Aqua Arena? Now, it looked like Water Nomad is the next map. Yeah, it is indeed Water Nomad. It'll be Malians for Yo and Vikings for Andy. They had another 30 seconds to load in. That's the thing, like, Aqua Arena is purely a water map. I don't, like, you can't even castle drop for Janissaries because it's water. Like, there's no way to drop a castle. I don't know what you would do with Turks. FC Longboat seems hard to beat. Yeah, Vikings on Water Nomad should be hard to beat. Fastum Cannon Galleons. I don't think that should work, though. Alright, so 1-to-1. Again, Yo in the blue, Andy in the orange. It's Water Nomad. Andy doing a TC over in the eastern corner. Yo gonna be, I think, more in the central western area. Yeah, I mean, like, Turks on any map are gonna have a great late game with artillery and gunpowder, but it's getting to that stage that's tricky. You remember losing to longboats on Water Nomad even after stealing 10 plus water buffaloes? I guess longboats could be Phosphoro-esque. Well, I mean, look at this TC from Yo. Wood and gold and stone. Is perfect. So fishing ships will come over, start taking fish by that dock for Yo. He's going to look to get an efficient start to his economy. Water Nomad comes down to grabbing buffaloes, of which you will have a huge supply, keeping them alive and not stolen, and then managing the ratio of vills on wood versus vills on buffaloes. You need wood for fishing ships, you need it for houses, you need it for a lumber camp, and you'll need it for docks once you go up in warships. But the food from the buffalo is essential for going up, and the key to having a good uptime is making sure you're managing the buffaloes properly. But I feel like the cheaper warships for the Vikings. That's warships cost minus 10, 15, 20% in Feudal Castle Imp. Cheap galleys should help out and be a great advantage, even more so than the building discount. You can place farms, yes, there are rice farms, though they have different graphics in the mangrove shallows. Hedge with the cows, Tatars with the cows. Water sieves are far more important, though. There's gonna come a point when you're in feudal and everyone's on wood and gold, and that's when the Vikings discount will be really nice. Koreans too. Koreans for their discount for galleys. Maybe that's even better than Vikings. Just turtles not as useful as longboats these days. Should add ducks, and what would the ducks do on these maps? How would you interact with them? What is the animal presence of the duck gonna do for us? What do pastures look like on this? That is a great question, and I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't remember seeing a reskinned terrain for pastures, so that's a great question. And JJ Seeky Peaky, thank you for the follow. Looks like you found us. Yeah, that's true. War galleys do eat TCs if you get to the Castle Age. They outrange them and have a good attack bonus against buildings. So Feudal Age will be around the same time for both players, ever so slightly faster for Yo, but no big difference. 2 docks for Andy, focusing on fish locations. 3rd dock on the way up. And I imagine it's... Oh, he's opening hulks. Okay, I think you still do have room for a small number of hulks, but I think you do quickly have to transition to the galley line. So there's a forward and a back dock for Yo, who has his lumber camp up, has double bit axe. Andy doing that right now. And 3 docks for Andy. They remove the attack bonus. Oh, you know what? This one has -3. We'll have to look at the war galley then. Because you are right, they did change those bonuses. I'm not exactly sure what the attack bonuses of everything are, though, off the top of my head. short for a Magic the Gathering game mode? Secret Partners. I've never played Magic the Gathering. It's something that people are always aghast when I tell them I've never done it. I never have. Water chicken, that's what the ducks are. Alright, well here are the Hulks. Hulk fight. Their projectiles are not blocked by buildings like the fireship ones are, so there's a villager kill. The Hulk boarded the villager over the wall. That is lovely. And now we do have a galley swap from Andy. So it was an initial Hulk or two, followed by galleys. And yeah, I think that's a perfectly fun way to play the map. You have your one Hulk, maybe two Hulks to be defensive with them, while you're getting your eco set up for more upgrades then to the galleys to your eco text, to loom even, loom. Use chains to zip line to the wood line. Get the Vil. Well, that'd be true if Captured had ropes on it. But it doesn't. And I'm pretty sure you can sail through here. I don't think that's walled off. Oh my gosh, those buffaloes. I want to see one demo destroy all the buffaloes, but you're never going to see demos these days. They've been over-nerfed. And yeah, that's true. Andy didn't finish the wall, and more Hulks can come pouring in. Even up here it's open. Oh, there you go. Hero Villager getting the wall up. Oh, what are those? Oh, wait, what's happening here? Bozzy, the sails are swapping graphics when they shoot. Did you see that? Yeah, every time the Hulk shoot their sails, they swapped graphics. That's a bug report for Bozzy. Galleys are fine. Okay, well that's something we saw. Hulks swapping their sails. Maybe it's just these African ones. Maybe other architectures are different with different sails, but yeah, that's not good. Oh, there's a hole. There's a hole in the wall. Andy, all that effort to wall up, and there's still a hole. That villager will be boarded. And oh no, the Hulks could board the buffaloes. The Hulks could board the buffaloes if they get close. Even on water maps, remember, loom helps. Maybe this fletching for Andy. Love the Central Asian sails, and it's a bummer Kumans and Tatars aren't good on water. It's like Scouts Archers? Maybe, but I don't think Hulks are as exciting as Scouts. And what's down here? More buffaloes. A Hulk hiding in the corner. A hidden Hulk. Is it the boarding itself, or is the hooks being flown at their heads? Definitely the boarding. Yeah, Mathwin, the new water stuff. Galley counters Hulk, counters fire, counters galley. Yes. If you mean that as an arrow instead of a greater than sign. Yes, if you mean it as a greater than sign, then you have it reversed. Galleys don't counter Hulk. From what I've seen, galleys do counter Hulks, but you need a bigger mass of galleys than you did against the galley countering fire ship in the current patch. In this new patch, I'm not as sure about that matchup. They change anything? If you mean balance changes, no balance changes. Is demo still effective? No, demos are nerfed to the ground. They're more expensive. They have a separate upgrade line. They have less blast radius. So yeah, they've been nerfed. And demo is effective at wasting your economy spending resources on demos these days. Gonna make Tato really sad if that becomes official. Demo's the only viable ship. Now that's an idea that I can get behind. That's why this chat is filled with intellectuals. New Galley Hulk comparison. We could set up some like micro scenarios and have people go for micro. I think there's only so much you can get from straight unit versus unit fights though, because it's always going to be determined by where your dock location is and how quickly you're getting reinforcements to the fight from your dock. And these ships have a long way to sail to get home, but they will get in through that stone gate. Andy up to 13 galleys, Yo only at 8. And now, Castle Age almost there, remember. Warships will be minus 15%, so that's an extra discount for Andy. No idea when the patch is going to go live. No idea at all. I said my speculation earlier would be end of January, early February, but I have no idea. Because Red Bull is going to be in the middle, or starting at the start of January into the middle of January, and I don't think they're going to have a balanced patch then. And considering there are holidays at the end of December, and this patch probably still needs more work, and we're going to have this tournament and then Thanksgiving, I find it odd to think it's going to be released during December. I mean, who knows, maybe they have a big patch before going away for the holidays, but they usually don't like to do that because it's harder for them to get bugs fixed over the holidays. So, interesting defense from Andy. He's just fully stonewalled the map. Stone walls and houses, plugged up every hole he had earlier, and patrolling with galleys, staying back, doing medium warships, and now Bosa on the way. TTL to abuse it then? That might be the case. Do I think it's getting hard for people to remember all the units? Absolutely. I have 10,000 plus hours in this game, and I cast it almost every day, and I forget what the units are. I think that one of the good things about like AoE 2 in its original form was when you played the game, playing any one civ basically helped you learn what everything was. And every civ had one unique unit. But other than that, when you looked at the units, you knew what they were without needing to go and play all the different civs. And that's something where, like in Age Mythology, I think it can be difficult to learn like all the different civ matchups, because whenever you see a unit, it's not necessarily intuitive what the unit does or what its strengths and weaknesses are. You kind of got to learn that, and to do that, you need to play all of the different civs. Whereas in AoE 2, no, it's kind of becoming more like that with how some of the specialized and bonus attack reliant units are. But I think the strength was always that everything was recognizable, and yeah, definitely is less recognizable now, and definitely harder to learn. Like in any, as we have Andy coming forward now, taking a good fight. Like any special attacks tended to be like, or abilities tended to be unique units locked behind a unique text, like the Berserkers healing, or the Cataphracts getting splash damage from Logistica. Now those are just kind of like bonuses for generic units, and that makes it harder too. Was it intuitive to need a castle before Longboats though? Yeah, that was not intuitive at all. And we do see longboats a lot more these days because of that. But if you're just fighting war galleys, then I think the galleys usually tend to be more cost efficient for the Vikings to stay there. Oh, and Leon Roma AoE, thank you very much for the raid. I'm gonna give you a shout out because Leon Roma hosted the Dynamic Battles LAN that we had watched over the weekend. Thanks for cast. Oh, well, thanks for putting it together. I had a lot of fun casting that. So if you want to go see how those scenarios are made, go check them out. There we go. You gotta make sure I haven't finished drinking my coffee. I almost typed raid instead of shout out, which would have been horrible to suddenly end the stream. But there we go. Now I've correctly shouted you out. Thank you for the raid, and thanks again for putting that tournament together. Hope you enjoyed it. So here we have the longboats coming forward, and now that fires are mixed in, Viking goes longboats because they're effective against everything now. Effective against everything. And longboats going down, kind of caught by the fires. You do need more longboats to fight the fires, but here come more longboats. And I guess even back in the AOC days, when you did need that castle to make the longboats, the one time you would go longboats would be if you needed to recover your numbers because they trained faster than the galley line. And here we have Andy not really patrolling, taking kind of an awkward fight, but he has the numbers that he's going to win. Those ships just sailing rather than fighting. No tornado here, no twisters or hurricanes to bring them into special locations. They were funny, you know. I am still disappointed that we didn't get any heavy demos on the Twister map. I wanted to see a demo. Just get pulled in at warp speed and go boom, get a huge explosion in the middle of them. Tato had a really nice demo on the Plague map. As Andy was running away from the Plague and Tato got him. But here Andy keeps pushing forward, and well, this is, I think, why Andy, even though you know, maybe Aqua Arena was in the map pool for him, but he picked this map because he liked the Civ matchup. He knew Vikings were his first pick, that he was going to take them and take them here. So DauT going down, and Andy doing well against Yo. Forcing the fires to run. Oh gosh, these things are so fast. Well, how did they get so fast? Are players just doing careening now? Carvel Hull. Yeah, or not careening now, because I guess that was changed, but Carvel Hull, where ships move faster. The Castle Age version of that. Oh, thanks. Thank you, 11, for gifting a sub. And lots of fires for Yo. And this is still the tricky thing about longboats, is how do you fight them if you're not the Vikings? Do you go full fires? I don't know, I still think War Galley is probably the best thing to do against the Vikings. But still, I'm not so sure about that. Now we have our War Hulk again. The War Hulk looks kind of weird, like it's a mixture between the feudal ship and a bigger ship without actually gaining the size of the bigger ship. Like, it's so much smaller. Y'all are calling the 105s? Do you think the Viking longboats are too strong for the Malians? You know, I think so too, because the Malians, when you get to late game, they only have Bodkin Arrow and they don't have Bracer, and then they don't have the Galleon line. So maybe as Malians in particular, you do want to be going for the fires, right? No Galleon to fight the longboats, because you're not going to be able to tech into the end of the galley line in the long run. Oh gosh, look at that navy. Look at that navy now for Andy. Longboat's patrolling back, but he only needs half of the navy to take the fight and he'll still win. Yeah, I mean, at least Yo is equal on villagers. Just not on military, not even close. Yeah, the demos, like they face like the triple nerf of they have the separate upgrade, they have the cost increase, and they do less damage, or their radius is smaller. So yeah, the demos definitely need some rebalancing, because I think the demos were the most fun part of the water combat for a lot of people. That's when you got excited. You're hoping the demo would get a hit. You'd kill 20 crossbows with one demo. But in this balance, that's gone. Never heard anyone mention that demos were too strong. Yeah, there was even that patch when, I forget if it was African Kingdoms or the Rajas, but there was a patch on the HD edition where the demos were completely broken, because it's supposed to do like full demo or full damage at the middle of the demo of where the explosion occurs, and then taper off linearly to the edge of the circle of the blast radius. But there was a bug that it didn't taper off, and anywhere inside the blast radius it did full damage. So demos actually were extra strong. But even then it wasn't really a problem. So I can understand wanting to nerf them from the perspective of it would suddenly be a good ship against both fires and against hulks, because they're both short range ships. But it kind of removes the uniqueness of the water combat, where the demos at least were a separate thing that, you know, they exploded and you couldn't amass them over time like you could other ships. Hulks feel kind of like just a more different fire galley. That's a short range ship that differentiates itself from the fire simply due to attack bonuses and not due to mechanics. Why no one make land unit on this map? Well, if you look, think about how much HP land units have. Like a scout is probably the highest HP unit you get in the feudal age, and you do bloodlines, it gets to 65 HP. Or a knight, that has a lot of HP in the castle age. It's at 100 to 120 with bloodlines. The war galley here starts at 125 HP. And the ships just have much better stats than land units do. Even without demos, because demos were pretty hard counters to land units, but even without the demos, most ships just completely outclass land units. Like, look at that, 130 HP. And the speeds are so much faster. like think about this. Knights have a base speed of 1.35, and then with husbandry you can increase that, but they're still going to be nowhere near as fast as the ships are. So melee units really can't take fights because they can't catch the ships. The ships are faster and they have more HP. So it's just not really something that's viable. Oh, thank you, Ray. Thank you very much for the sub. Lions has to do like pike rams. You know, rams could be interesting. Maybe rams could be interesting. So just look at all the stats here. Andy, I mean, it felt somewhat equal in feudal, but I mean, once you get to castle, the Vikings pull ahead with the cheaper war galleys into longboats. So not the best civ matchup for Yo there. Not by a long shot. But I you know, even if you're thinking pike ram, that's kind of late, because you need to get to the castle age and do workshops, and by that time, the docks have produced units. So a bit of a good civ matchup there. And that'll put Andy in the driver's seat now. And especially without needing the castle for the longboats, you have a really smooth transition into feudal age ships to longboats. Even if you're not directly like getting a feudal to castle upgrade and you're creating a new unit, you don't need to put down a bunch of new buildings for it. It's not like you're going archers and feudal and you want to go knights and you need to build stables. It's you already have the docks up. So moving to a land unit requires buildings that you don't have, because you need to do first the barracks and then the stables or ranges or whatever else you want. Alright, they got right into this next game. And, oh, wait, no, I opened the wrong version of Capture Age. I need the Thalassocracy Capture Age. There we go. There we go. Now we're in the next game properly, and we'll have Yo as the Turks on shoals. against Andy is the Saracens. What is this? Civ, can someone explain this Civ matchup to me? This is where like I need my chat to explain this. I don't know what this matchup is. Also, this is I guess not the TTL version of Shoals because I don't have the relic in the middle, and you can tell the relics are not balanced. As you look at this is like 1, 2, maybe 1 relic close to Andy. Let's say like 1, 2, 3, 4 that are neutral, and then 1, 2 that are heavily in favor to Yo. So Yo with a definite advantage for the relics. And you'll open with a lumber camp. Only 4 on deer. 3 on deer. Oh, wait, no. Where'd you go? You're out and back somewhere? Okay. Guess you did the house and came back. He's trying to minimize the number of vills he needs on the deer to maximize the number of vills he has on wood and get the dock out as fast as he can. It is 2-1 Andy. Yes, thank you. I updated my scoreboard outside of the game, but I forgot to click the capture age button. Thank you. Now Saracens, yeah. I mean, Saracens are a good water civ because the market lets them click up fast, go from feudal to castle, and the galley line attacking faster is great. Transport ships double carry capacity, which now became plus 20 capacity. They can carry 40 units. I've never seen that matter, but I hope it does matter someday. Imagine you do the thing where you convert the transport and then hide it in the corner. If that's filled up, then you're wasting 40 pop space from someone. Why don't we always use the good version made for other tournaments? I don't know, Sato. You know, every so often I'll miss when someone's updated a map, but I tend to do what I can to research other tournaments that have used a map script before I go and use it for my own. I don't know who did the map pool for this one. We're gonna have the far deer pushed in. People have been used to doing this on Arabia, so we're certainly gonna see it on Shoals now. And you can save the close deer for later. Never seen anyone go like Cav on this map. Turks have the problem of no early eco bonus. Saracens are fine. Yeah, I mean, I guess the gold mining for the Turks could be nice here. And this is usually a fast imp map to fight over the sides, so Turks could be good getting the instant bombard cannon out in that situation. Don't usually think of them as a water civ, though, and Saracens, as I said, faster attacking galley line should probably win the water. The only real weakness of the Saracens, well, no shipwright, but also no fast fire. In the Turk tech tree, what do we have? No fast fire for them either, and they do have shipwright. So yeah, maybe they are actually good for water. Extra hit points and instant cannon galleons, should they want them. Race to imp with castle drop that ends in 5 minutes after that. Well, it started out as an Empire Wars map. I did add the deep fish to it, and I think it was TTL 2. We needed a water map, and I think this map at least, at least with fighting over the sides, becomes a bit more interesting than something like Mediterranean or Baltic, where at least you don't just win the map when you win the water. I guess Baltic's maybe a bit worse than that, than Mediterranean, where there's more land. And the deep fish are still sparse enough intermixed with the shore fish that you have to pay attention to your fishing ships, and you're not going to get a huge and free fish boom even if you win the water. Still have to be careful with how you manage it. Does heated shot affect the sea tower? That's a great question. Plus 125 attack versus ships. I would think it does. Baltic was 2-5 when it was just Galley Wars. 2-5? What does that mean? Is that like some Gen Alpha slang? 5's my favorite number, so I like using it in slang, but I don't know what that means. Oh, it was top 5 when it was just Galley Wars. I actually kind of missed those. I think Galley Micro was a lot of fun. So I've seen different approaches on this map. I've seen straight fast castles, and ooh, losing a Vill. greedily went up with that loom and lost a Vil. There's Loom. He's going to try to finish the walls now. And also has to be wary of that hole on the very outside of the map, which he has not scouted, and Andy has. So if Yo walls this and doesn't check, that could be horrible for him. Rooster was one of my favorite 1v1 maps too back in the day. Wiki says it does? Okay. So Feudal Age Scout here for Andy. This is going to be close. I think Andy wins, actually. Okay, he does, but it was actually one hit away from dying. If Yo just attacked instead of running away, he might have been fine there. Okay, yeah, Yo did manage to scout the side of the map. He did wall that up. And he is basically fully walled at this point. To build C tower and C wall / gate. I think building that is the type of thing. You can do that through mods, and I think it's best left there. I don't think building C walls would be. I think that'd be too big of a change to AoE 2. At least like for standard gameplay. It can definitely be fun if you see it in mods, like the Realms mod back in the day had that. But I think standard at AoE 2 is probably better off not having so drastic of a change. That's a big change, not the new 20 water techs. I mean, that is a big change too, but I don't think it's at the same scale as the sea wall, sea tower thing. Like, imagine your fishing ships getting trushed in the middle of the ocean. That'd be horrifying. I guess you can do that with docks now, though. I think one of the problems with sea walls is, like, how strong do you make them? And how do you make them, like, worthwhile to spend all the time building? And then not need to introduce some type of, like, feudal age siege ship to push through walls. Because when you wall on land, at least you have siege to destroy the walls. If you're on water and you don't have cannon galleons or dromons until you get imp, and in some cases until you get imp and then get chemistry, then I think walls probably become a bit either too hard to push through, or if the walls get destroyed easily, then, like, so easy to push through, there's no point to it. Is subs? That's what you do. Sub on Twitch to keep the subs out of AoE 2. Make sure they're only in the Twitch chat, so they're used up and not in the game. I think there were submarines in Rise of Nations. Well, I'll have to play Rise of Nations someday. That's a really interesting RTS. They're like submarines and stealth planes. When do we get sea town centers? You want to build Atlantis? In AoE 2 in the release version, the Age of Kings, there was a bug where if you placed a foundation on the coastline with you use a villager to place the foundation, then the fishing ship actually could sail over and build it if it was right on the coast. So you could do sneak landings or castle drops with your fishing ships. So Castle Age on the way for Andy, but Yo will beat him up there. And Yo's still with 5 fishing ships working. But down by quite a few vills. I guess that'll even up as Andy makes his way up to the next stage. And it's just been hulks so far. So on Water Nomad, at least we did see something a bit different where they had to go galleys. On this map, on the current patch where I'd been seeing this in TTL, I had seen the Feudal Age approach where you go galleys and keep enough galleys alive to upgrade them in Castle Age. Able to fight off a straight FC fires pretty successfully. Don't know if the same thing will work against hulks. Okay, those hulks going forward. This is where I'd love to get like one demo on 5 or 6 fishing ships. But I don't know if demos even do that much damage to fishing ships anymore. Yeah, I never played that. Armies of Exigo. And light cav, let's see, light cav. Yep, no forward stables from Yo, from what I see, but light cav from home. So that does force Andy to be walled up fully. As the stables, as the Saracens, he of course could think of adding in a stable of his own and then doing a couple of camels. But looks like he's just focusing on the water for now, doing the medium warships and the war hulks, and now trying to go for a war galley hulk combo, maybe swap to galley over time, getting to the faster shooting Saracen galleys. Now they release it as a beta? I'm not sure. The demo change feels weird to me. Now Yo just needs to remember he can garrison. Yeah, there he goes. He goes. And now, oh look, Andy can garrison too. Andy can garrison too. There he goes. So there, nothing happened. Both players keep their fish alive. But this is exactly the situation where I feel like garrisoning fishing ships isn't a good mechanic, because I think it makes the water actually snowball even more than it did in the past. Because here, you know, eventually Yo's lost the water, he's going to lose his fishing ships no matter what. But if the fishing ships couldn't garrison, he just would have had an opportunity to run forward and kill, you know, maybe 4 or 5 fishing ships if he had a few fires in the Castle Age. And maybe he can still do that here if Andy's not paying attention. But yeah, but he is, and he goes to garrison. And all in all, it means that if you're losing, you can't counterattack anymore because the fish will just hide in the docks, and there's nothing you can do with a counterattack. It's just you lose the water, and then you lose the water. Anyone remember No Man's Land? I never played that, or even heard of that. So 10-mil advantage for Andy. And whatever Yo wanted to do with the Turks, I don't think it's come to fruition yet. It probably was a Civ pick for that Fast Imp or that Imperial Age transition to fight for the sides, and we're still going to have to see that from him. Maybe remove them firing from arrows. I don't like the shooting with arrows, but I think the garrisoning itself is, and just not being able to destroy the fishing ships is a problem. AoE 1 greater than AoE 2, says Sato. Feels good in garrison inside the TC. AoE 1 is wild. I don't know how much of that you've played, but that game is wild. Someone said earlier it was unintuitive how you needed the castle to build the longboats. You should have seen how unintuitive the AoE 1 tech tree was. You needed some monastery upgrade to essentially research champion. Tried was fun getting destroyed. Now, I wish there were like a good version of AoE 1 out there. Like they've tried with their first definitive edition, then by modding into AoE 2 as their DLC thing, but I don't think either of them was done properly. Oh, thank you, Audiohead, for the follow. So, water control for Andy. That'll give him a nice score boost, and he still has 8 fishing ships alive. And, well, maybe if he couldn't garrison in the dock, maybe that's like 4 or 5 fishing ships, or he'd need to add them back in. I don't think he ever hit a point where he lost them. And now, not only did he win the water, he did it while all the fish still are alive and well. Isn't there an AoE 1 DE outside of AoE 2? Yes, there is, Sato. Yes, there is. That was done before AoE 2. So a couple of camels to deal with the light cav. And ooh, Camel finds the vills that were going for the workshop. And this is looking great for Andy now. This is looking great for Andy.
Efendim,
And enough light cav to fend off the camel as monks come forward. And I guess the next step for Yo would be if he can get a good Imperial Age transition, maybe then he could come back. But see, no fast fires on the water. I guess you could go Carrack. With the heavy warships. So the castle and now a TC for Andy. But Andy also with a much bigger boom than Yo, doing ballistics. Yo looks like he's getting close to imp with those resources. Our harbor for stone. Yeah, harbors are one of those things that if you make them too strong, they dominate everything. And if you make them too weak, like they might be now, they're kind of useless. And there are still some situations where harbors are nice, but they're not super strong. I remember when we first tested them before the Rajas came out, when we were beta testing them. We played this game of Highland. It was like a 3v3. And the game ended up being me versus Tato covering both sides of the river with harbors. And they were so strong, you couldn't do anything other than harbors. And the game was just, we had harbors shooting at each other. So there's Imp. Imp for Yo, and he is up first. He is up first, but Andy won't be too far behind. And he has 21 Vils on gold, so great economy setup for the Turks at least, putting all those Vils on gold. And actually starting to collect relics too, 3 relics for him in total. And if you wanted to fight an early imp, he's not on the opposite side of the map, where he could be fighting. So Mamluk coming forward. I think Turk hand Cannoneers should be decent against Mamluks. Sleep on AoE 3. Don't know it's best of AoE 3 and 4, don't like either. You know, I like AoE 3. I think it kind of suffers from the Age of Mythology thing, where all the civs are, like, so different, not in the end game, but at the start of the game, that it becomes hard to, like, learn or really get into multiplayer. And even more exacerbated in AoE 3, because you need to learn the card system outside of the pure playing of the game. I do have fun with AoE 3 though. It at least had some interesting ideas, even if they don't all mesh together. So this is where camels usually serve as a counter to Mamluks, but Saracens could do their own camels. Of course, the Mamluks do have bonus against Cav, but no bonus against camels, and camels just count as camels, not as Cav. So both players with monks coming forward will have a castle drop from Andy, and Yo, without water control, at the very least still has gold control, but he might want to get back on the water at some point if he ever does want to use Turk cannon galleons. Would be problematic for ships garrisoned inside the dock still to receive damage. Maybe reduced. That could be interesting too. But again, that'd be an engine change for them to implement. Cannon going for the house. Taking the house and continuing to do more damage. Going for the castle now. Yep, Mamluks come over to hit the cannon, and cannon will go down. And yeah, that's not walled either. So castle takes some damage, cannon goes down. And now Treb going for the cannon in the range. Cannon has to run around. And T90, huge fan. Thank you for the huge follow. Did the English name of the technology at university that makes towers and castles makes more damage to ships do the same for garrison docks? Oh, heated shot? I'm not sure. I haven't actually looked at that in this patch yet. I think it affected Malay harbors in the past, if I recall. So it probably does. How's the Turk hand cannoneer compared to the unique unit? Less overall damage, but more attack bonus against infantry. So in general, the Janissaries are better. But hand cannoneers, you can make them from the ranges, so it's faster to make them. They do a bit of extra HP as the Turks. And, you know, depending on what you're fighting, like if you're fighting Huskarls, the hand cannoneers are better. All in all, those should be good against the general Saracen's army composition. And he really, yeah, he really doesn't like to make army. Same thing as that other game, right? Yo pushing. Feels like Andy has the advantage, but Andy doesn't have army numbers. Trying to do his own hand cannoneers. Saracen ones won't be as good as the Turk ones. You can see they don't have the same HP. 10 less HP. Yeah, plus 25% HP is a nice bonus. Andy trying to play a pacifist game. Text everything before producing. Yeah, that could be tricky against Turks, right? Because Turks are going to get their cannons out right away. And you need to find ways to pick the cannon off. And if you're teching everything, that means the Turk, who have chemistry for free, that player will amass lots of cannon before you take the fight. Now, how do you engage that? You really can't with how short the hand cannoneer range is, only 7. Compared to the 14 of the now artillery bombard cannon. Your res look nice. They do look, honestly, a bit more promising than Andy. Andy had 158 vills. Andy, I think you need some military instead of villagers. Should he consider hussars? I mean, he could. The problem is they don't really kill the hand cannoneers all that fast. And that's what you need to do in this situation. Take a fight against the hand cannoneers, then the rest of everything is very vulnerable. So if you ever land like a good cannon shot as this cannon goes down, then you can get them. Still more cannon there for Andy. He does have siege engineers now. Yes, he does. So there's only one range less than these Turk cannon. But Turk cannon more HP too, 100 to 80. And that is a pretty huge difference in terms of survivability versus other cannon. And is Yo doing this? Andy stole 160 vills and not enough military to take fights. Yo will creep forward with castles and try to protect the army that he does have. Vill's gonna come forward and try to build this castle. Let's see, Andy's sending his whole village there. But 4 cannon out for Yo. Can Yo do this without any water control? Can he push Andy off the gold and then hold both golds? It's 4-1 relics in favor of Yo. There should be 7 relics on the map. I see one of them still here. Yeah, exactly. 160 vills and 20 ships is not helping his military numbers. And especially since he was making hand cannoneers, and his hand cannoneers are strictly worse than the Turk ones. They produce more slowly, they have less HP. And he also needed chemistry. And now Yo controls both golds. And I think Andy probably out of gold at home. Or no, actually he has a gold he hasn't touched. Never mind. I thought that was dirt on the minimap for a second. His other gold is mined out. But he still has the Saracen's Market and a gold mine. When water, lose land, the classic hybrid map problem. That was me in Age of Mythology. Every water map I played, if it was someone who knew what they were doing, I felt was just like playing a Phosphoro build on water. And I lost every game where I tried to go water. And the only way I'd ever win a water map was abandon water and go full land. And hope that they couldn't transition in time. And occasionally it would somewhat work. Okay, Hussars making a push for the cannon, but getting quick walled out. Nice walling from Yo. And that will keep the cannon alive for some time. But here is Andy. He has the Navy. Where is the Navy? Not in position. He's raiding with his own Hussars. Getting a few Vil picks on Yo over here to the south. But the cannon are jumped by Hussars. The cannon are jumped by Hussars. And there goes all of FreakinAndy's cannon. And the Hussars are now pouring in for Yo. Yo is in the lead in the score, destroying a castle. And maybe Yo doing Andy a favor if he kills some villagers, so Andy's no longer at 160. Is this an A-tier tournament? Yes it is A-tier. It is a $25,000 prize pool, which still makes it A-tier these days. So castles, Andy attempts to push to the south, but Yo doing a castle of his own. And should be able to make trebs, and if he wants a workshop and cannon down here, no problem. And castle going up, more Vils go for it, and it'll be 12 Vils trying to raise that castle. I wonder if they strategically limit the tournament prize pools to 29,999 if Hera loses this one. So we have camels and hussars up here as Yo keeps pushing with his cannon, and now adding hussars to the mix. He's been at a good enough pop for a while. He's established around 50 farms and feels confident he can add in a few hussars. Has all the blacksmith upgrades he'll need too. Yes, this is indeed the one with the new water system. And let's see, Andy's still raiding in the south. He has his own hussars here, but they are running to their deaths trying to pick off tribs. I think that trib needs to hit the castle over there. There we go. Third treb just popped out. And maybe both castles go down. Maybe they both go down. And hello, Dizzy. How you doing, Dizzy? Yeah, Yo floating some res. Yo actually dropping to 150 pop now. What's happening to Yo? Yo's population dropping. His Vils are dropping too. And doesn't quite have resources now. He's out of gold. These raids in the south have actually been pretty bad for him because this is where all of his gold income was. And as much as he has presence in castles in the north, he didn't have any eco established there. So all the Vils that were forward here now are being killed. And he has to start pumping out more Vils from his other 3 TCs. Maybe even thinking about adding more TCs at this point to keep the vill numbers going. Andy up by 55 villagers, which is a weird thing to say when Yo still is over 100 vills. But Andy is at 200 pop, and Yo isn't, and Andy is still holding on in score. I don't see how he stops this push with the Janissaries now. But at least he has some stone walls up. Camels flooding down to the south for Andy as some hussars are added for Yo. But Yo now takes the score lead as he is pushing back on the south, trying to get more TCs up, or at least one more TC up, to garrison his vills. And he still has water access. I don't know if he needs to get water control, but I guess that's what he's thinking. Add in some water control, do some fires, and come down here. So Turks do not have fast fire. Then again, neither do Saracens. So I don't know, do you go Hulk here to take back the water then? Not sure what to do in this tech tree, but I guess it's Hulk. Andy's still getting some nice raids as he retakes the score. Back and forth, he destroys the Trebs that are down here. And there is a Carrick for Andy. Kills a monk. 5-to-1 relics in favor of Yo, so the longer this goes, too, the better the relic gold. And now Andy's eco, that wall only held for so long. Andy lost the monastery, and now the relic is out there. And his heavy warships for Yo, who is thinking about retaking the water. Oh, look at that Vill building the farm diagonally across the wall, and then she's got to walk outside to go grab it. At least the wall will keep her somewhat safe from the hussar raids on this side. He did not take gold. Yeah, he is getting some gold now. At least as the Turks, you do have free hussars, so you can spam them. Castle hitting the hussars. Ooh, they are going down. Treb going for the castle. Yeah, Pierce Armor for the hussars are great for raiding. And now Andy down here with gold control, and he is flying ahead in score. He is flying ahead in score after initially getting pushed back. Ezekiel was completely devastated and raided, but, I mean, he had 160 vills. He might have lost 110 of them, but he added vills back. And, you know, we saw Yo struggling at 150 pop earlier when Andy was still at 200 pop. Maybe all those vills he had helped him survive the raids. And now at least he's pushing back this castle from Yo. The camels are getting here. These TCs are going to start going down. And Yo losing vills. Yo dropping to 100 vills, and he's been at like 113 pop for a bit now. And it feels like Andy's regaining momentum, and more importantly, Andy has gold in the south, and Yo's attempt to redock has been foiled, as Andy has a few cannon galleons forward, and they'll be bombarding Yo's starting TC. And yeah, Yo's popped down to 121. Definitely bad. He doesn't want to give it up, though. This is an elimination game. It's just a single elimination tournament at this point. So, Andy with a chance to pull a real upset here. And Andy's been playing very well recently from everything I've seen of him. Didn't have the eco to sustain the pushback. Yeah, I mean, it felt like he was almost closing out the game when he was starting to raid and push on the top. But Andy able to wall and then counterattack on the bottom. Bought him enough time for this to be successful. And Yo even lost a couple of relics as he was pushed back. See them on the ground there. Now it's just 3-0 on the relics. His dad TC's reboom. I don't know if he has time for that. It's always tricky because, you know, he doesn't have the food right now for pumping out Vils. He's stuck on like 120 pop. And trying to redock again, don't think that's going to work. His Vils go down a bit. He's down 80 population. And Kenyu still out here for Yo. And like I said, Yo's not going to go down without a fight, but we're getting close to that 5k ACCM score territory. And he getting more raids. Ooh, onto the wood line, and Yo is under 100 Vils. That is a dead wood line as the camels massacre a few more Vils. And now Yo 88 Vils to 136. It feels like Andy just needs to clear this out and should inevitably win. Any unit will suffice when the army is half of your pop. That does not look good for Yo. Yo, it does not. No, it does not. This looks painful. 82 Vils and dropping. That's 166 villagers killed. 171 kills to deaths from Andy to Yo. Yo now with a 116, 176 KD. And Andy will do it. Andy will win 3-0. And he'll move on. That's 453 kills for him. And I wasn't sure what Turks would do in this map. It looked maybe a bit promising for Yo at points and Imp. Andy, more Vils, more victorious. What tech percentage? 37.5 to 24.4. Yeah, it feels like Yo lost a lot of gunpowder at some point, and that was too expensive for him to replace. And when he lost the cannon, his push stalled out quite a bit. There you go, Saracens over Turks. And he indeed like a beast. Alright, update my scoreboard, and I'll be right back because we're going to have Hera versus DauT. Stay tuned. And that'll be coming up next. So let me just swap out my overlay. And I'll look to see if they get that drafted soon. And I'll be right back, so stay tuned. Alright, let me get these new drafts. Can I check the AP? Oh, I should check the APM. I mean, I'm used to that being like locked behind the pro version. I still need to draft the civs, but I'll get the drafts on the overlay. Oh, hello again, T90 huge fan. Thanks for the follow earlier. And remember Twitch, you can always watch on YouTube too if you want to watch in glorious 4K resolution. Yeah, you can check out the YouTube stream. We're streaming in 4K. I'm in the 1440p beta on Twitch, but my internet does not support the bitrate for that, plus also streaming on YouTube. You need Twitch to support proper AV1 encoding. I'll just be, look at that beautiful 14141 palindromic number of followers. Ruined immediately by InstaDead69. But thank you for the follow. The number, as soon as we noticed it, was insta-dead. Now it's 10,000 times the square root of 2 rounded. Oh, you know that? That is good. That is good. That is the bright side. Of 1.41421356237309504. Continued. Hello, Caceres. The nickname many years ago. T90 huge fan. And now, does that describe your being a huge fan of T90 or T90's being a huge fan of you? Like, DauT will barely stand a chance against Hera? Don't doubt DauT like that. DauT's the GOAT for a reason. Just APM wise, it's AoE2, you don't need APM. Just remember the wise words of Cab. Much click is sucks than few click. And all the secrets will be unlocked for you. You connected 4 1080p screens to get some YouTube 4K here. That's how that works, right? I suppose you can do that if you can somehow get like a stretched resolution and play to them. You'll have some annoying like monitor edges in the middle of the screen, which I think would probably be kind of distracting, but you guys certainly can try it. It was Hydra Vision to use several screens. Well, can't you just like set your multi-monitor mode in Windows to the like stretch or like fill all the monitor mode? I think that's an option. And if not, then yeah, either a NVIDIA or AMD driver set probably offers a tool for it. Wasn't possible in Windows 7, really. Any of you play AoE2 on Wi-Fi? Years ago, I did, because my apartment only had Wi-Fi as an option. Would not recommend. Definitely would not recommend. Yeah, sometimes it's all you have. At least I have a healthy Ethernet cable here. Let's see. All right, we have a lobby. Hera's last selected map was Arena. Maybe he is becoming a clown. On Wi-Fi and a laptop? Yep, I've done that before too. And they're in the lobby, so hopefully getting started soon, or they're remaking a lobby. Alright, he's gonna look at Hera's stream and spy on his progress of making a lobby and getting DauT to join it. So let's check out these drafts. We have Koreans, Japanese, Italians, Portuguese, Malians, Bengalis. Every single civ there good on water maps for Hera. Then Armenians, Mongols, Wei, Wu, Shu, and Burgundians for DauT. So a bit more creativity there from DauT. Mongol's still a good water civ, but not really maybe as specialized as something like Vikings would be. Vikings were the first admin band though, so no going for them, no going for Persians. No Spanish either. Admin band's actually banning a couple of good civs. 14 low vanilla donut. Have you seen any fire archer action against water units yet, Imperial Militia? Not that I recall. I haven't casted every game though, so it might have happened in sets I didn't see. I saw a couple of Islands maps played, but not in any matches that I've casted so far. I feel like people still go Woo all the time for hybrid maps. So Woo for immersion could be good for DauT. And that indeed will be our first map. And checking the civs, well, it's not going to be the civ for DauT. It'll be Malians for Hera and Wei for DauT, as well as 90 seconds of the spec delay, then get into it. Haven't seen the Karak in action yet. I still feel like Galleon dominates late game water, more so than Karak or Fastfire. So Aqua Arena and Golden Swamp, the home maps for DauT, Bog Islands and Northern Isles for Hera. Bog Island's a pretty interesting map, but Mangrove Shallows, if anything, feel very water heavy to the point where you're not making land units. So it's all about having a good water civ. No more, I mean, with how bad demos are, you probably aren't even looking for demos in woodlines these days. I guess Mongols would be Golden Swamp. I mean, maybe Bog Islands does give you rhinos, so there's a lot of hunt there. I'm not sure what the Wei do particularly well for this map. That's Karak. Karak is supposed to counter fires. Alright, so Immersion will have Hera as the blue Malians to the south and DauT as the red Wei to the north. Wei is the Cav one. Wei is the Cav one. They have the Tiger Cav, they have the Shinbei Raider, and they have the Huiguang Cav. Traction Trebs being cheaper is a great bonus for them. Their Cav have extra hit points, and they can also do the Mingguang armor to have extra melee armor. Also, half of extra bonus attack versus siege. And they also get the free fills every eco upgrade. So the way have a ton of bonuses stacked for them. Gonna use way makes sense here because it has more land. I think the main reason for them would be the eco bonus though. Hera going Malians, which is more of a standard hybrid map civ. And I think the question for this matchup will be, what type of fight can DauT put up against Hera? This is, of course, an A-tier tournament, so good chance for Hera to lose here. Last time Hera won an A-tier event, it was because DauT was his teammate to carry him. Like they were discarded AoE 4 designs. I mean, if that's a pretty big condemnation right there. The civs don't even make it for AoE 4. But yeah, the civs all definitely feel weird. And don't feel like AoE 2 civs for sure. Right, it's they get like that, that's what I said about the Shravamshrider from the Gajurs, that it felt like an incomplete Age of Mythology unit. Like the magic shield that absorbs projectiles. It's like, imagine the Cyclops from Age of Mythology, instead of picking up a unit and throwing it, just like walked up to the unit and then the unit pinged off all by itself without an animation. That's what the Shravamshrider dodge feels like. It's just arrow shoots, and instead of using the game's like accuracy mechanic for projectiles that don't hit, the projectile just like gets magically disappeared. Yeah, hasn't won A tier 1v1 for a long time, yeah. I think that's one of the big differences between, you know, Hera's, like, you know, he has this S tier tournament streak going on, but, you know, it's not without its losses, right? I mean, even on the Sax Arabia tournament, I mean, that's Arabia. It's not like it requires a lot of special preparation or anything. You get that feeling that back during the peak of Viper days, Viper would just show up to anything and meme and win. He'd be winning deathmatch tournaments or whatever random event he signed up for. He had the occasional loss here or there, but that feeling of inevitability without needing to play meta, which was a lot of fun to watch. Got weird bonuses from Raja's Onward. Yeah, I feel like Raja's wasn't too bad. I feel like the last cons was like Kuman TC's is I think where they jumped the shark. T90 would show up to every Battle Royale tournament and just win. You are right. T90 has won every single Battle Royale tournament of which there has been one. Have you seen the Mesosivs for water yet? You might see the American Civs if Kumir gets in the map pool. But then that would be mostly, I think, for drushing or going men-at-arms rather than going with water. Otherwise, not really. DauT ended Viper S tier win streak at Mangrove Shallows Cup. Oh, really? I totally, like, I made all of the maps and all the balances for Mangrove Shallows Cup. I don't think I casted a single game from it or, like, watched a single game from it. I just made the maps and hoped they didn't break. Oh, Hera, what is that? Pausing the game, Hera's gonna be like, oh no, it lagged. Yeah, okay, paused by Hera as he loses the scout. He says, sorry, go. Okay. Maybe he's trying to fix his lag issue.
Yes.
Hello. Tilting. Okay, well, I guess DauT is up by a scout then. 3 militia from Hera running forward. Oh yeah, was that in the pay to cast days? Yeah, I'm glad that's not a thing we're doing anymore. I'm glad that that is behind us. I started watching AoE 2 where DauT was #1. That would have been like 2012. That was kind of that transition from DauT to Viper year. After Tim gave Viper that one last GG well-walled defeat. And DauT fails on the quick wall, and Hera gets in with the men-at-arms. DauT tries to wall them in, but there's a hole. There's one Vil going down. Here's a second Vil gonna go down. There's a third Vil that's injured. Well, so one man-at-arms is down. See if they can grab a third Vil. Almost they do. Almost they do. Well, things went pretty darn well for Hera there. DauT has to pull back the Vil. Archer trying to do some damage. Man-at-arms dodges the TC fire. And he's gonna move away to Hoover another day. And we'll have gold mining on the way from DauT. Gold mining? Early gold mining for the extra Vil from the way. And DauT docked the middle. That's just... I was looking through this fish earlier. He docked the middle. Why did he dock the middle first instead of the outside? Maybe just hoping to confuse Hera. But yeah, that is the middle. And hello, Red Cliffy. So, okay, there's one man-at-arms, and he will be picked off, and Hera did not scout the dock on the outside. So no more scouting units for Hera. He is up by, what's that, 5 fishing ships right now. He's really fish booming on the outside with the Malians. Second dock, and he's going to the corner now. DauT 4 times the military, 5 times the military. Adding in some archers. Lumber camp strat OP. Hera tried to get some revenge at the lumber camp for his dead scout for sure. Yeah, we're way closer to the castle age. Definitely ahead in resources collected. There's a barracks now going up for Hera. And fletching, ooh, clicked and cancelled as he sees the archers coming in. But he will have skirms right in position to defend against the archers, and the archers have to turn around. Interesting, he's towered already. Well, it's a tournament game, he needs to protect the gold. Probably doesn't want to have to wall too much if he can avoid it. Added archer armor for Hera. And DauT going for another dock. Now he's docked a second pond as well as the outside. So more water presence for DauT. Skirms coming around, they'll find the archers. They'll find the archers indeed. We'll have Town Watch then on the way for DauT. And gold mining fletching on the way for Hera. As Hera's up to the castle age, and he'll be up first. He'll be up first. And it's not even close. This is not close at all. So 15 fishing ships as he keeps adding more docks. Expect him to trust in the skirm follow-up. Well, here's the outgoing scouts. So the scouts here can take a good fight against the skirms. That's true, that's true. And this is a super long wood line that Hera will just die behind. Won't be able to get the skirms back to his base. So from that move there, that's nice from DauT. DauT will clear a couple of skirms. And DauT not too far from the Castle Age now. Should be able to click it soon. Oh, but a Hulk's going to come over. That's going to board the scouts. And, oh boy, I actually did quite a bit of damage by boarding the scouts. That horse is like, I already have a rider. Stop boarding me. Skirms into crossbows? That could be a Malian's option. You often see them do the early university. They do work 80% faster, so you can do ballistics for both lines. Oh boy, and then Bloodlines, Armor, and Castle Age for DauT, so he's probably going to go for a stable unit then. Or no, actually, we see 3 ranges. 3 ranges, he just wants upgraded scouts. Okay, DauT with the quick walls, DauT with 3 houses to keep a knight out of his woodline. And Hera still with the workshop is taking advantage of this forward vill. 1 forward dock, siege workshop. DauT has not scouted this and is blissfully unaware of the danger lurking in the nearby shadows, just to the east of his base. Maybe soon he'll realize the direction from which the knights are spawning and then add in some outposts and scout it. And he is queuing up a Hulk now. He might want to wait for the next upgrade. And there is a Hulk on its way over, trying to save its buddy Hulk. Or not. Oh, there it goes, and now we can pick off the fish. Hera still with a ton of them, though, and DauT. Well, DauT is 13, but Hera is 19, and neither of those centered on the players, but they each have a good number of fish, but Hera has more. So archers here from DauT. That's going to force Hera to do another tower, but DauT's only gotten 1 eco KD. It's 11-1 for Hera. As Hera, oh my gosh, he's found some more vills out of position. Oh no. He has that mangonel to start going for the TC. So another house for art. And the Shinbei Raiders come over. So DauT now, with his triple range production, will defend, but it's defending against Skirm and Mangonel, 2 units that should counter these. And house down. Here come DauT's Cav, the heavy Huihuang Cav. Knights and Camel answer. Our villager helps, but it does go down, but down to the point where some of the... Oh gosh, they're so fast. Some of the Huihuang Cav had to break their formation and run for him. Order system feels very boring. I'm genuinely not really a fan of the Hulk changes. Oh wait, we have crossbows here. Crossbows. Looks like Hera tried to wall them in with some skirms. Enough to run some vills. So DauT picking up some vill kills here. No ballistics for him. This will be a murder of quite a few vills. So foundation down there, 2 markets coming up over here. And the crossbows going to the side, but at the same time, DauT walling against skirms and trying to go the Shinbei Raiders against knights and camels. Hera brings over a mangonel. Can't be more boring than what we have currently. Ooh, be careful what you wish for a chest in black and white. You might get something that is more boring. And DauT trying to run the vills he has left on the wood line. Don't know if he's going to make it, though. And Hera up 26, 27 eco population throughout all this. There's a quick one calf, pick the mangonels. More Shinbei Raiders coming out. And mangonel goes down. So Hera in retreat mode for the moment. But still with a huge villager and score lead. 70 plus... Oop. As I spill my water. But 70 villagers. But that is why... Put a lid, everything on my desk, we put a lid on it. So that when I spill, I don't destroy my keyboard. There you go, no disaster. And here come the Huiguang Cav. Let's see, 27 to 6 eco, Katie. Hydrate the keyboard. No, do not hydrate your keyboard. That is a lesson I have learned the hard way in the past. Do not do that. I've instantly destroyed a keyboard from that. Military wins wars? Well, that is up 25 to 14 military, that is true. However, 5 of Hera's military consists of war hulks, and with that, he has managed to win the water. He's got a fire ship out here too. So DauT now 4 fishing ships, but they're on an inside pond, and that's it. He has some crossbows over here, but not able to really fight anywhere but land right now. Yeah, I learned it the hard way. Oh gosh, for a second I thought those were trade cogs, and I was like, Hera would be a mad genius if he tried to trade in this pond. Yeah, that's the hard thing about this map, managing your wood income, because sometimes you can get knocked off of wood. And here's a counterattack from DauT. Still no ballistics from him, and he will be running straight into skirms. So skirms, I can pick off some Shinbei Raiders at least, hide under the TC for some cover, and the monk for conversion. Monk will swap targets and they'll try to run away. Now, this is not GG. Well, from our perspective, we see it's 90 to 49 vills. DauT doesn't see that from his perspective. You know, it's a tournament game. He's gonna play on. And nice pinwheel of farms around the TC for DauT. Shu, yeah, the Shu are going to be great for water maps with their economy. No ballistics is so bad when you have DauT micro. Eco lead, I mean, the eco lead is crazy. Look at the res collected difference. 17 to 24k. Well, there's the GG from DauT. Hera goes up 1-0. And felt like a very clean game from him ever since those men-at-arms got in. Only real downside for Hera was losing his scout to the Vills. Oh, so military population, Hera consistently ahead. See, what is the... All res collected, that's what I want. Yeah, they were kind of close in eco before Hera exploded. And castle time already kind of a difference between them. He was just a split second late with those walls too, you're right. But, I mean, Hera, it's not the only thing he did well that game. Played the rest of it very well. Wait, I didn't. What civ even was Hera that game? These Malians. Check the wrong one off. There we go. Alright, next game looks like Aqua Arena. Let's go Aqua Arena. Am I full time? No. And it'll be Japanese for Hera and Armenians for DauT. Missing out on a lot of action. We have a 3-minute, well, we have a 30-second spec delay. Oh, you mean in the game? Alright, here we go. We have Aqua Arena, a water version of Arena. The best of the water maps. And we'll have Hera as the blue Japanese to the north, against the DauT as the red Armenians to the south. Bazi's here. Bazi is here. Oh yeah, Bazi. And we had a capture age bug. I don't know if it's an in-game bug too, but it was a capture age when I noticed it. The sails on the African Hulks, like they changed graphics as the Hulk was shooting. Like it went from the African sails to something else and then swapped back. Hera won game 1. That he did. That he did. So Aqua Arena. Did they make changes? I don't know, Bazi, did they make changes to this map compared to the in-game one? Spawns can seem pretty imbalanced, the amount of water / towers. Sounds like the in-game one then. I don't think there were any changes, at least not major ones. So, let's see. Do you mind if I put... I'm going to put Hera in cyan instead of blue. That way he shows up a bit better on the mini-map, I think. I doubt that will keep in red. They changed it, but you don't know to what extent. Okay. You still do get towers in the wood line, which I think is really cute. Have the tower nestled among all the trees. You like the cyan color? I feel like I can't cast blue on a water map, though. It's just so hard to see. So, house for Hera. It's kind of blocking a mining camp spot. He's going to do it so we can do the dock and not get housed. As you do on water maps, often you try to minimize the number of vills on hunt, so only 4 vills on the board for Hera. Forest green and aqua blue. I know Hera needs to pick colors. He's always blue. It's boring. Like, you know how Viper always picked yellow? Imagine how many more fans Hera would have if he picked a color like cyan every game. Holy seawalls. Yes, the seawalls. There is a big Eiffel 65 fan. What is Eiffel 65? That is the excuse of laziness. Oh, that's. I mean, that's fair enough for DauT. Hera is youthful. He can't use that excuse like DauT can. His friend foe colors to stay blue. I used to be able to modify friend foe colors so that I would be cyan and my opponent would be red. And that's how I played on Voobly, cyan versus red every game. You could definitely see that on water maps better. Can't modify the colors like that on DE anymore though, which is kind of sad. One of those old user patch things that's not in DE. purple, really? Houses going up for DauT and a line to the end of the map, giving space for his resources. I feel like Hera used to pick green back in the day. Don't remember anyone playing green. There are a few players who pick green. Like, Bruh does it a lot. Louis changes his color all the time, but I feel like green is one of his more common ones. So Armenians, Japanese, how does this Civ matchup work? Hera will have a good eco with the Japanese fish boom. DauT will have Cilician fleet for late game. And there we go. Demo ships more blast radius, galleys and Jomans extra range. Which makes me think the Armenian Navy late game should be better than the Japanese ones, but the Armenians do miss fast fire, and they do miss shipwright. Maybe shipwright will be enough for Hera to turn the tide. Other than that, normal demos, but I guess demos aren't really part of the combat triangle anymore. Also, Yasama Towers help make up for the fact he doesn't have heated shot. Green or yellow for Bazi? Microsoft is a small company? Yeah, of course, that's what the micro means. And he doesn't even have a coastline. Oh man, doesn't have a coastline. Maybe Armenians really should be the transport ships across land civ then to put them in your siege towers. That's how you get to the water in the first place. Problem with white colored player is that it's the same as relics. We could do that. Everything is very noticeable now. There we go, we have house for DauT. And Feudal Age on the way for DauT 2. All those goats bunched up under the TC, and another mule cart coming up. And Hera's gonna move outside of his walls for fish. Okay, interesting, outside the walls. He has a ton of fishing ships now, 17 and more on the way. Well, I guess same for DauT. 16 and more on the way. But, of course, Hera has the Japanese. We'll have more res collected. And if you look at his resources, he is ready to go immediately up to the Castle Age. He has the wood he needs to do 2 buildings, has the food and the gold. Should be able to sell a bit. Still feels wrong for a Civ double dip in fishing ship bonuses like the Japanese do for extra HP and collection bonuses, or collection rate bonus. It is a very nice pair of bonuses indeed. Scout out here. Now you are connected on the sides on this map, but those sides can't be walled off. Taking the middle of one of the sides does give you a neutral dock with which you can trade, but also more importantly a gold and a stone mine and access to wood. Turning fire ships into mini hulks. Is there a tech that does that? And oh look, the scout. The scout from Hera. Once again found by the scout from DauT, and DauT taking good scout fights so far. Okay, so DauT is up, and I wonder what DauT's going to do. Will DauT just boom, or will he start amassing Navy? He's going to start amassing Navy. 3 dock galley production right now. I have not seen trade myself, but I haven't casted all the games on this. The dock over here where there are more fish. Hera. This is a wild map. This is a great map. It's a clown map. So Hera's selling the stone. That means he's gonna have to buy it back if he wants to do TCs, but he's up to Castle Age, floating a ton of food. And I think this might be a 1 TC imp from Hera. He'll hold off on selling the food for the moment, and can do University and Monastery as soon as he's up. Okay, Persians double dip TC bonuses. I mean, they do. More HP. And faster working. And here come the galleys. The galleys will get to the fishing ships, and now Hera has to be careful, but also he can be thankful that he's the Japanese, because his fishing ships will have more HP, and also they won't let the galleys into the gate, but they'll sail right back out. And here comes the navy for DauT, split up into a few separate pieces. They are hulks. Trying to do damage. And is that clinker construction for Hera? I think that is so that his ships move faster. DauT. Let's see. What do you say how to balance the new water? If hulks would do a little less damage to galleys and demos are unnerfed a bit, should be okay. I feel like demos need to be unnerfed. I feel like just maybe like fundamentally the idea of introducing another melee ship along with the fire feels wrong. And that there's nothing about the Hulk that really makes it all that interesting. Other than it's just going to be a ship that you spam instead of fires for the most part. So both players are booming up. Imp for everyone. Hera actually up a bit faster than DauT. And he's up with more vills. 31 fishing ships to 24 fishing ships. Oh my gosh, look at the fishing eco. War galleys winning there against galleys, no surprise. But we'll probably see medium ships come in soon for Hera. Unless he has a different plan. Demos that are nerfed hulks would lose a lot of their OP-ness? Maybe. Maybe. I think fires could be a unique Byzantine unit, and then the Hulk could take the place of the fire, and another ranged ship could replace the Hulk. Of their overpoweredness. I mean, we really haven't seen demos at all. So heavy warships on the way for Hera. Already has the War Hulk. Honestly, nice use of the wall from DauT. And DauT here trying to win this fight. And I think he's got it under the towers. I think Hera may be pushing a bit too far. And yeah, DauT has it. DauT has this. And Hera still has a score lead. That was a nice opening. 16 to 6 KD. Here come more ships from Hera. Or maybe going to a watery grave if they go to DauT too early. Used to say Imba instead of OP. I think that still exists. Don't ask me though. I'm in my 30s. I can't tell you slang these days. They should immobilize ships that they target. That could be interesting. And then you use it more like a support ship. Like you immobilize something, then here comes the demo, and boom. That could be cool. Oh, and here comes some fires. Here comes some fast fire ships. And we have galleons all being added here for DauT. Doing chemistry. They'll still need Celestine fleet. And that's the thing we really want. Although with demos nerfed, I guess this tech is nerfed. No matter what though, extra range in your galleys is nice. Overtuned or broken or power crept, those are what I think we all say these days. Okay, well, big fight on the water now. Big fight on the water. And don't think Hera can take this. I think DauT's pushing him back. Hera trying to do some split micro dancing to get away. And hello, Anthony. Imbalanced is the correct word. You need to bail on that fight. So 31 to 24 or 26 ships. Now as Hera's reamassed some. Maybe if he had just gotten back earlier, he'd have had numbers to be equal here. Instead of being outgunned. So every time you run in and run out, you're going to lose a bit of health. And DauT does indeed have ballistics. Hello, Janchess. Who needs Vils or TCs? Neither player. You just need army in the middle. Try to win a fight. And try to snowball it from there. Because on water, whenever you retreat, you take damage from other ships. Especially when ballistics comes in. So DauT's lucky Hera still doesn't have ballistics, but the fire ships are seeming to do well against his navy. DauT still doesn't have his unique tech. Done with the rush hour. I'll be glad to have you back. These ships all patrolling up front of Hera's base. And DauT starting to push forward. I wonder if the Armenians just win the Civ matchup now since they have the better galleons. Fires around the outside. More ships being added in to complement the rest of Hera's. Stuff here going down. Yeah, missing demos about now. So, okay, Hera just camping and waiting for upgrades. He's an imp. There's Carvel Hole for DauT. Karak here for Hera, but I think DauT's gonna win this fight here. I mean, look how much more HP his navy has. Just needs to make sure he doesn't miss Micro and Titanic it. Alright, fires here going down. Can't shoot the fire over or can't shoot fire over a wall. There's a dock on the side for Hera. On both sides, even. So that'll help with the production, but both sides just kind of amassing their numbers, not really engaging just yet. Maybe Hera could recover his eco a bit. He's still up by 5 eco units, and then take a fight. Doesn't need to fight right now, and he's still up in score, and up quite significantly in resources collected. Trade cog charge? Where is it? Trade cog! Here, that dock's gonna go down. Enough Carracks within the minimum range to take it out. And that should go down. There it goes. Weaker Droman is a Castle Age unit? Some type of siege unit before the Cannon Galleon might be interesting. Well, DauT taking a score lead as Hera's outlying docks are being destroyed, and the extra range for the Armenian galleon line should be great for DauT here. There's a small ship mixed in with the big ones. What is that? A trade cog! Oh my gosh. So, DauT's just gonna push this back. Let's see, on the side, more fish for Hera, but he's just moving around the side, trying to hold on. Much better KD for DauT, and still, he has the better ships. Hera doing what he can to micro on the front. DauT will probably just try to close the distance and not worry about shooting at the dancing ships. See, Bombard Tower? Not sure about that. You can place Bombard Towers on the coastline by the sea. Could be interesting if DauT were to transport Vils and do a tower or castle over here. Now, Vilcant's still similar. Hera down, or actually up slightly in military count now. Trying to go fast fire and galleon. DauT just going galleon. Everything here getting back. We have a big stalemate now. Neither player really wants to engage and commit and lose their fleet. And it's hard to engage when you're under your opponent's docks, because then the reinforcements arrive faster. Hera's score lead, he definitely has pulled this back a lot. In the long run, I do wonder how he does against the Armenians. But I guess, yeah, there's dry dock for DauT. Ah, there we are. Yeah, DauT does not have the armor upgrades that Hera's ships have. We got 7+2 versus 6+1. Or 6+2 versus 6+1. Even with the extra range, taking slightly worse fights. Let's see, what do they have in the university? Gotta learn all the new tech trees now. And DauT, all of a sudden, he's dead. Yeah, he's dead now. Hera just adds more galleons, takes the fight, finally stops messing around with the fires, and now he just pushes in. And DauT is looking at the Vil count, difference of 20, dead. There's the GG. And all of a sudden, Hera didn't have to take one fight, was patient, waited. And there you go. All All resources. Definitely favored Hera. Hera with the better KD at the end. Wait, why was res collected on the military chart? Oh, there we are. And more eco for Hera. Faster uptimings all around for Hera. And I guess that Japanese fish boom, yeah, look at that fish difference. Also destroyed all of DauT's fish, and no surprise there on the EAPM. What is that? 55 actions per minute for DauT, 120 for Hera, so Hera twice as fast. Even slightly more. Oh, the trade count. 154 trade profit. Let's go, Hera. The trade cog paid off. I don't know if that was a misclick, but it worked for him. And let's see, last game looks like, or not necessarily the last game, but the next game that Hera will look to close out DauT with a sweep. DauT will look to avoid being swept and start a reverse sweep. This will be Golden Swamp. I just saw a couple of trade cogs mixed in there periodically. And so that was the very first pick, Armenians losing against Japanese. Games live. These games are live, Drake. These are very live. It might have been a group. This is what I say, chat. We have 300 viewers on Twitch. We got another 60 over on YouTube. And you guys are going to see more than I see because there are more of you. We will look at the same screen, and I guarantee someone in the chat will be seeing something I don't at pretty much every moment. So I did pick out a trade cog in there. If you saw them heading to a dock and I missed it, you probably did. Portuguese Karoks are better now. Those Hulks. I'm gonna assume you mean Caravel too. I don't know how Caravels will be. They were always kind of useless aside from a counter to longboats. Alright, 30 seconds and we'll go here. It'll be Portuguese against Shu on Golden Swamp. Portuguese for Hera and Shu for DauT. Hera had a trade cog that tipped the battle. It did. Don't doubt the trade cog. And 3-0. It's only 2-0 so far. DauT could reverse sweep the Black Swordsman. Don't doubt that quickly. Give him a chance to show you don't need APM to beat Hera. Maybe all you need is the shoe. Well, anyway, DauT looking up, down 0-2. He's gonna have to start this game by putting the shoe on the other foot as he picks the shoe, and he'll be playing in the red to the west, and Hera will be the blue Portuguese to the east. The boars or the elephants are close together, especially these two. All right. And reverse sweep incoming. Everyone's confident in DauT, right? Right, y'all are confident in DauT. I don't think anyone would ever lack confidence. Just type a 1. Type a 1. Give me a yes if you're confident in DauT. Immediately you type a no. Immediately. I don't even have to finish it. We get zeros. We get 11s. Perfect. think sometimes DauT is not as confident that DauT can do it. I think sometimes we are more confident in DauT than DauT is in DauT. Well, that's okay. As DauT doesn't need confidence to be the GOAT. All he needs to be is DauT. You know, like GL's chances here? Ooh, you know what? That's a good point. These players are teammates. They're teammates. One of them will advance. No matter what. 1 exclamation mark. Ooh, I'm gonna, as Sashman says, assume that is a factorial. Because we definitely like factorials here. Just not in our running time or storage requirements. I don't know, does DauT rely on coffee? Of the many things on which I think DauT relies, I think it wouldn't be coffee. 0 factorial equals 1 is just a math lie. It's a math convenience. Convention. Alright, and look at that rhino. Also, where's DauT gonna use Mongols then? Where's he saving them for? That was in his draft, right? Someone had pointed that out earlier. See, 0 to the 0 equals 1 is a handy convention when dealing with polynomials. And binomial coefficients. 0 factorial equals 1 is just what it should be. I mean, yes, out of the 2 scout fights so far, he did trap Hera's scout on the woodline in game 1 and then win the scout fight in game 2, so yeah. Although I guess is there really a scout fight on Aqua Arena? I don't think you can count that as a scout fight, let's be honest. Am I a mathematician? Yes. That is what I studied. Go DauT. See, everyone's a DauT fan. Everyone's got faith. Everyone believes. So Hera did his first dock forward. Portuguese will of course have their gold discount applied to their ships and have a bit more HP on their ships. What's that value now? 20% less gold, and it's 10, 15, 20% extra HP on their ships in Feudal Castle and Imp. Also, techs research faster, so it can be nice if you're doing techs for your dock stuff. DauT clicking up first. As the shoe, his lumberjacks generate food in addition to wood, which is really nice for these water maps because you don't need as much food. You put a lot of vills on wood, and you can avoid needing to take your buffaloes as early. Or needing as many vills on food in the Dark Age, because you can go to wood. E to the I, pi. One way. Spreading, -1. Need to use math you don't know in your daily work? AIs can probably explain it to you now. I've noticed that compared to a couple of years ago, AIs are significantly better at answering math questions. Isn't Hulk too gimmicky of a name for a medieval game? Isn't it like a legit name of a ship? So there's DauT up to feudal. And he is up first. Is Hera gonna fast castle on this map? You know what? I think he is. I think he's gonna fast castle. 24 vills is way too many vills to contest water and feudal. And, I mean, DauT will take 2 hits for that scout to kill it. And, yeah, DauT can just right-click that scout. He's in feudal. DauT, kill the scout. There's no reason not to. There's no warships out here. Here come his hulks forward. Ooh, look at that spread. A couple more fishing ships over here. As a type of medieval ship used mostly for transports. Yeah, it is like legit a ship name. This isn't made up. This isn't some scimitar throwing Mamluk. I don't know about the ropes and stuff for boarding, but hulks and naval battles fought by boarding, definitely. Don't actually, I mean, maybe the ropes are accurate. I mean, it's probably more accurate than like a galley shooting one little arrow. Well, it's not the ropes I'm questioning, more so just the way they're shot from the ship. Like, I feel like they're launched as like a projectile super far. Should use the game in history class. You didn't play Age of Empires in history class, you mean? Yeah, of course they're not made up. Their weapon is. That's what I'm saying. No one rode a camel into battle throwing scimitars. I think it's safe to say that. There are tons of very weird, like, weapons that have been invented over the years and used throughout the Middle Ages that you'd never actually want to use as a legit weapon. But as far as throwing scimitars, I think it's safe to say no one's done that. What is this farm from Hera wanting to drop off wood? Unless he just wanted to drop the wood off before running the vills? What is that farm? Well, DauT loses some of his army to the TC, just 1 scout. Hera with 3 HP left on his own scout. Don't think DauT can threaten the vills too much. Hera doing more farms for dropping off the wood, but he only has 5 vills here, so he's losing wood by doing this. He's not going to take the farms. Yeah, camels definitely, but riding a camel while throwing a scimitar, I can understand if some, they're throwing axes. People are gonna stand and maybe you'll throw a scimitar. Or while riding a camel, I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, boarding ships would have been how naval like ramming and boarding ships would have been how naval battles were fought until like the end of the AoE 2 time frame when you start getting gunpowder. A galley sailing and shooting a single arrow at another ship one at a time is honestly probably scimitar level throwing of didn't happen. A boarding ram ship. Ah, that sounds accurate. Okay, Vil picked off by DauT. DauT gets a Vil pick with the scouts that are inside. And also, DauT has won the water thanks to the fast castle. Hera wasn't making any military on the water. And, well, here we have hulks attacking the dock. And forward workshop from DauT. So Hera as the Portuguese will add in monks. So DauT wasted no time in getting up to the castle age, even after Hera went for that FC. And he'll destroy the dock just fine. This is where demos being so bad kind of hurts you, because you might have even been tempted to do a demo raft to snipe off the Vil or hit the scouts in the previous patch, or I guess in the current patch outside of this beta. The way they would swing their sword was referred to as a throw, and that the Mamluks had multiple throws. I mean, it is pretty cool, and you can't argue with that. That it is awesome to throw scimitars. Okay, Mangonel. Going for the Palisade, trying to break in. Defensive Workshop from Hera. Not in yet. You'll have to dodge villagers. Didn't even use camels. There was just that AoE 2 Mamluk thing at the Louvre over the summer. I feel like they didn't really do a good job of promoting that in the game, though. There was a custom scenario about playing Mamluks and fighting off Mongols. But it was like a mod you had to download. It wasn't in the list like the Barbarossa one. So far, DauT taking the middle. He is behind this pressure, booming on 1, 2, 3 TCs and putting a TC in the middle. And I really like his position. Hera trying to defend with 3 TCs, but his defense involves not having any water control. And not having any middle control. Medieval ships are also equipped with siege weapons sometimes. Yeah, I can imagine that. Imagine they you know, you can find all sorts of crazy things that people attempted over the years. I like that, like the mirrors at Syracuse. DauT doesn't have the food to sustain this many TCs. And he does have some idle TC time. That's true. That's true. But over time, he'll get more food, and at least right now, he has the map control. There aren't that many fish on this map, so winning the water to fish has, I mean, look at this. There are no fish left over here at all for DauT. Even Hera just fishing a tiny bit in the Dark Age, but there are 2 deep fish left. And it's super risky to go for fish traps on these Shallows maps. Yeah, I know. Oh, wait, yeah, Sato, did you go there? I remember talking to Ashley about that a while ago. But yeah, I wish they at least had the button in the game, because it seemed like a really cool thing that they did. But yeah, not really promoted as much as it could have been. Should have had a Red Bull. A Red Bull in the Louvre would be cool. I heard there was also a robbery there earlier. Or earlier this year, like it shut down for a day. After it got robbed. Yeah, he stole the jewels. Ooh, nice Mangonel shot from Hera. But I think both monks will go down. Yeah, both monks go down to the light cav. So, yeah, Hera's just defending and booming. He's not worried about this pressure from DauT at all. And if you look at the monk tech trees, the Shu don't have redemption, and they don't have sanctity. So a Mangonel defense becomes extremely strong when you can't add that type of monk to your push. And now he's going to go for a defensive castle. DauT not in a position to one-shot the castle. And since he only has the Hulks with 1 range, it's not like he has a bunch of war galleys that can deny that. Oh, a nice shot from Hera, right on the Mangonel. And now DauT needs to micro. I mean, if the opposite of that happened and DauT had cleared Hera's Mangonel, then then he might stop the castle if he's 2 versus 0. But Hera goes, gets 2 kills with a mangonel, repairs this. Now he's ready to drop a TC in the middle, drop a few docks and get on the water. He says maybe he'd want an outpost ahead of the TC, but he's 4 docks after the castle, ready to go for those cheap Portuguese ships with the gold discount with extra HP, and try to get back on the water. Attack round's nothing. I once saw a game where DauT had 7 mangonels and MBL had 2. And MBL won the mangonel fight. Okay, I'm worried that there's like 1 tile of beach behind those docks and ships might spawn on it. I think DauT's okay there. I did once see a game where, I think it was DauT, where like he had a villager here on like a corner, and this was all water instead of mangrove. Then he built 2 docks and then couldn't get the vill out. Hera with the 0 army. Well, that's the thing, right? DauT invests so much into the water that, and doesn't get that much of a fish bonus from it, that by the time he's up to the castle age, he then needs to add in the workshop, add in the monastery, and apply pressure to Hera. But that's expensive by the point he gets to it when he's adding in ships. It's not like he's going straight FC into the monk rush like you do on Arena. If there were more fish to back up his eco behind it, that'd be one thing. But Hera's gonna make caravels. Are these things good? Are these ships good? I have no idea. Do fires? A fire should probably still counter them, right? Then you could make hulks. DauT takes his attack round literally. So that's true. With the map control, DauT has gotten 4 relics. And does the map have only 4 relics? Hold on, I don't see any other. Which one of these? Resources? No. Any map mode? Military resource? Yeah, no more relics on the map. So I guess there must be only 4, unless a monk has one. That one doesn't have one. And, oh, he does have it. There we go, 5 relics. So he's picking up the 5th relic right now. So behind this, at least, DauT has 5 relics. He's going to be Imp later, and he has to be careful that he doesn't lose water control, but he can put all of his docks in the back and start amassing fires. Careening Bodkin on the way for him. The Shu Navy, let's see, doesn't have fire upgrades, so not going to have good fire ships. It does have Carracks and Galleons and Shipwright, though. And maybe caravels become effective if you don't have fast fires? Usually they were decent against galleys, but horrible against fires. And if that holds, then maybe caravel could be good against the Shu. And this castle's so far forward that Hera can trub it. And Carrack's also for Hera. They're doing a Caravel-Carrack combo. Castle Age fires won't beat them. Yeah, maybe he won't have an answer to it. Honestly, he's going fires. But yeah, usually caravels are pretty bad because they're worse against fires than the galleon line is. And I guess the hope for DauT would be to keep the castle alive to deal with them. But DauT doing chemistry, only Castle Age fires. Getting his siege ship out, the Luchuan. Hera just keeps adding more docks. Let's see, he can do... What are the techs? Oh, it's circumnavigation now. Yeah. For ships training faster. Oh, to make up for the lack of shipwright, I guess? But they don't have armor anymore. Yeah, they used to have a unique tech for armor, but that was reworked in this patch. I don't know if setting the map to explored helps here, but it is a thing. So DauT trying to do the traction trebs. And underneath the castle, taking a decent fight. But Hera has so many docks and so much production now. DauT with even 1k extra res collected, but he's spending a lot of resources repairing the castle. And 18, it's at 21 vills. It's a lot of vills to spend repairing the castle, too. Oh, gosh. Are these things actually good versus ships? Yeah, they shoot like a ton of arrows instead of a projectile. Look, looks like they're taking decent fights against the Carracks. Okay. Okay, I mean, Hera getting us around here. The ships are trying to board. Castle going down as the vills garrison to try to get extra firepower. As we'll get one dock with the siege ships. These things are very low on HP now. They're OP if you play the Three Kingdoms campaign. Well, shipwright for DauT, that could give him an advantage in getting the production going. But so far, these Carracks have been good for Hera. DauT trying to get more galleons. Caravels have quite a bit of HP too, 157. Maybe the answer for DauT is to go full galleon. I don't think you'd ever actually invest into the demo upgrades now, but here's Hera retaking the water. DauT with a ton of docks, but Hera castle dropping the middle. So I don't think 5 relics will make up for not having the middle on this map. They're the best siege ship by far. Really? It's hard for me to get a feel for them because they have different modes of attack. And I'm not entirely sure what the damage differences are between them. But yeah, now Hera is dominating the water. Treb's coming forward, and he can use the Trebs near this castle to start trebbing all of the docks. And there's dry dock and husbandry for DauT. So DauT with some vills on the corner. What are they doing there? I don't know. Hope we have a pause. We have a pause. Oh, DauT going to the other side for some stables. Alright, pause by DauT. He needs a second. And stable up here for DauT, and he can start raiding. So Eco KD, 49 to 9. DauT lost a lot of vills in the middle. 118 to 147. And, oh, I missed this earlier. Thank you, Mauricio AoE2 for the follow. Anti-building is insane. Kills almost twice as fast as cannon galleons. Yeah, cannon galleons are, like, it's kind of weird. They don't do much damage to buildings because they shoot so slowly. Like, their DPS is so slow. And that if you only have cannon galleons, it's not that hard for vills to out-repair that. Memeing. Well, that's what we were saying. We don't think it's too much of a meme in a matchup where you're missing fast fire. Yeah, like if you're against Byzantines, yeah, you probably don't want to make them ever. But in this matchup, it didn't feel like it was that big of a meme. And he's kind of stopped that. Is just going Carrack now. Just going full Carrack. And I guess like one of the problems against the Carrack is going to be you need enough galleons to counter them that like you actually have a mass that can run away and micro a bit still, or at least have ones in the back that aren't immediately threatened by the Carracks. If your docks are surrounded, I don't think there's really any hope of getting that number of galleons out. And hello, Debus. Let's see, DauT still is paused. Yep. Oh, okay, they're having a big... Oh, they're having a big discussion. DauT thought that he had fire ships? Wait, let me open up the game. We're gonna try to make sense of what they're saying. Let me open the chat menu. That might be easier. All right. So where are we? So DauT says, I might be wrong, 11, but I think my text says I get too fast fire, but in game it's Castle Age. Well, it says you get fast fires, but it doesn't appear. If it doesn't appear for you, it's a bug. Yeah, it was Castle Age Fire Galley when we fought, and says I am missing Fast Fire Galley. Like I didn't tech into it. Yeah, I hear you. We can see what admin says. I guess it's bug, but now it's too late. I'm gonna replay with different civ because it could have mattered. Yeah, I wouldn't have switched to Galley, and it would have been even worse for me. But would have went traction shrubs with fast fire. That was kind of plan. Does it in game? What does his tech tree say in game? Oh god, my mod's broken. The shoe. What is his dock? Where's the dock in the tech tree? There we are. Oh, it does say he gets fast fire in the tech tree. It does say he gets it. Wait, Capture Age was right. Okay. That's it. You thought they got it. The tech tree says he gets it then. Okay, we have a conflict then. Yeah, right, 'cause that is a huge difference between right, like being able to go fast fire in that fight. That's exactly what we were saying. Like fast fire against the Caravel versus not fast fire could completely change that. Wait, but then we go back to Capture Age, and we look at the tech tree in Capture Age where he clearly doesn't get it. So what's going on? Since when do pros look at the tech tree? Since there are 50 civs in the game, and they're constantly changing stuff. So, right. Okay. Yeah, that is I mean, that's definitely a pretty critical bug then. If he looks at the tech tree in game and it says he has fast fire, then all of a sudden he goes fire ships and doesn't get it. Do you know how circumnavigation works? Does it just remove the black layer, or does it count as if you have seen it if your opponent mined out of gold? You know it's gone? That is a good question. I don't know. Yeah, freezing. That's exactly what I was saying. Freezing point. If you look in game, I'm at DauT's point of view. I look at the shoe on the tech tree, and clearly it says he has fast fire. It doesn't show it's banned or anything. Or let's look at something where like Vikings, right? Like where they don't have demo when it shows they don't have demos. Or like Saracens. How about Saracens? Yeah, Saracens don't get fast fire. I know that tech tree. And it shows them here they don't have fast fire. But for the shoe, it clearly shows they do have fast fire, even though apparently he couldn't research it in-game. And our Capture Age tech tree says that they don't. So they probably shouldn't have it. But, yeah, don't see any more chat in the game. That is an awkward situation to be in. You do see, I mean, is it really new? How long has this been out? Oh, glad I'm not an admin for this. In the tech tree? What do you mean a new civ? I mean, I don't have the DLCs. Well, I mean, I didn't even, like, I had a content creator code for the Three Kingdoms. I didn't even unlock it, because I don't want to play with them in ranked. New until the next group of civs. So what, are they still in the game? Are they restarting? Yeah, I would agree that probably should be a restart. It's hard to pick the civs if they restart that. So are they restarting? Let me just look at Hera's stream and see if they're playing a different game. Yeah, okay. From what I can see, he's still paused there. He probably has a 2-minute delay, but from what I can see, they're still paused in the previous game. We'll see what the admin says. Oh boy, our base. Tech tree pause? Well, yes. All right. So what happened is that the shoe, as Capture Age shows us, do not have fast fire ship. However, you look at the tech tree in the game, and the tech tree shows that they should have access to fast fire ship, and we can compare that to the Saracens, where it says they don't have fast fire ship. And DauT's entire plan was to go fast fires with the shoe because the tech tree says they have it, only to discover that they don't have it. Who are the admins? I'm not sure. It's hosted by AEIOU Swallow. I don't know who the admins are. So did DauT win 3-0? That's what should happen in our hearts, right? DauT wins 3-0, but realistically, the admins have to figure out what to do now. I'll say I respect DauT's approach to the game a lot more, knowing that he was supposed to have access to fast fire. Oh yeah, I mean he is super dead at this point, right? He is super dead. But yeah, that is very, very, very fair that it is a bug that the tech tree shows he has something that he doesn't have, and then he sees Hera making caravels. So how do you counter that? You go fast fire, and then you get there and you're like, oh, I can't do fast fire. Can't I overrule the admins? Not for this one. I could do that for like cartographers or Stronghold Frenzy. But I can't do it here. I'm not the host of this. For Krato, I'd love to see you try. I'll just bake it into the map scripts. I'll have an override RBase hack. Maybe if I figure out in time that RBase can't count the deer. Oh my gosh. Yeah, RBase called a restart because he thought there were only 5 deer, and the screenshot he had clearly showed there was a deer. It was just obscured by a scout. And then the map was not bugged. Only count to that's okay. That's okay. I can appreciate someone who can only count to 3. The math I do doesn't have numbers in it, so all right, yeah. So let's see what they're doing. DauT is victorious. Let's just say that's what happened. All right, let's just say that's what happened and move on. Use capture agent account by double-clicking. Yeah, DauT wins, which is obviously probably not what's going to happen. But yeah, I think that... Oh, it actually recorded that. Yeah, so you can see like military counts here, where they're doing the upgrades. Like DauT does heavy warships. And like Bracer, Conscription was like equal numbers as they were about to fight. And like at that point, he would have had fast fire. And that's the big difference between fast fire and not fast fire. That Hera just pulls ahead. So I would guess they're going to restart. We'll see what they end up doing. I wish this would stay on Res Collected. That's the one I like seeing. Yeah, that was even ahead in Res Collected. Like, he had 5 relics. And it's like a transitional thing where you make the right type of ship against the enemy and you win the fight. You make the wrong type of ship and you lose the fight. And at that point, DauT has middle control and he has the relics. And even if he doesn't win the fight, as long as it's an equal fight, he still has good map position. And, it doesn't need to change the fight to a winning fight. It just needs to change it into a less hard loss for him. Which, does Fast Fire do that? I genuinely have no idea how it would play out against the Carracks. But it would probably be much better. Well, the problem is there isn't really going next, because that would end the set if he loses that game. Which, I mean, from that point, he definitely would lose. So you can't really just say, oh, go next and we'll think about it. Thank you very much. It's Reaper crashing on me again. Alright, there we are. So, once again, Hera is the blue Koreans, DauT is the red Mongols, and as I was saying while I was probably muted, we have 3 rhinos, 400 food each, total of 1200 food. And if you want to go up as fast as you possibly can, the Mongols are a great civ for that. And we'll see probably a forward dock into some water control. DauT going to do the strat Emu did against them. Oh, you're right. DauT actually lost a game to Emu. Facing Mongols in this map. And hello, baskets. Lawns to you. Yeah. Reaper was not in the tech tree. Okay, DauT not killing an extra buffalo. Staying on the rhino there. And moving out to a thicker wood line. Have to watch out for demos out here, but I guess not in the current patch. Yeah, did Emu have a special build for his strat? Because, you know, if you do want to go up as fast as you possibly can, you're probably not putting 4 on wood as the Mongols, or doing an early dock. Yeah, it's like 2 on wood. Oh, DauT, you fight the scout. You could have gotten a hit. Oh, DauT, where are you going? Oh, no. DauT's going to lose that Vil, isn't he? Where is there? DauT's scout is forward. He's laming a buffalo. That Vil's in trouble. Well, Hera saw that a Vil was going forward. I mean, it's hard to get a dock by the fish on this map. Mongol line of sight can kind of be nice for doing that, but DauT actually hasn't really seen a fish. His best dock location that he's seen is like that tile of beach for that fish. But 5 on wood, he's taking the hunt. And Mongol still, regardless, should be able to go up quickly. He just needs to find a dock location somewhere. Where is that Vil going? To dock somewhere. I mean, the problem is there's nothing here to dock on. You can't just dock anywhere on the Mangrove Shallows. You need a tile of beach terrain where you can anchor the side of the dock. Now he has loom on the way for this Vil. Oh, where's that Vil going? And is he going to do a forward dock? I mean, here could be a nice dock location. And again, extra line of sight on the Mongol scout, but the fish are so far in the water, you still can't really see them. Hera just docked in front of his island, but as you can see, not the best fish. You can take maybe 2 deep fish from that dock, and that's about it. And the fish on bog islands are not really that efficient. Inefficient fish. And nice back wood line for Hera that he actually would be able to wall in on the shallows if he wanted to fairly easily. I think in chess it'd be easier since you don't really play on a new map after. Yeah, you wouldn't have the gray area in chess. It'd just be black and white. So, Feudal Age on the way for DauT. That being said, is a fast Hulk strategy all that good when you can garrison your fish? I think it's good because you clear the enemy navy. But, yeah, it's definitely less good. Oh, wait, is that Vil trapped? I don't know if Hera intended that, but his Vil is trapped by the dock. And he can't actually escape. Unless he deletes the dock. So, okay, that Vil is trapped. Maybe a good thing for DauT for when that fish runs out. Oh, is the map ever in ranked? It probably has been in the past. And okay, forward dock for DauT. As he is, yeah. This is where the Vil is going forward. Oh, what the heck? What? Why are there buffaloes out here? What happened? What? Are there more buffaloes? Did they walk there? Now that one's Gaia. It hasn't been taken yet. Buffaloes can swim, I guess. Okay. Ooh, almost denied it a second dock, but the Hulk is there. Yeah, Hera, great wood line for walling. Hulk does melee damage, so maybe that takes the gate out quickly. DauT's gonna throw up a tower. Hera's still in the Dark Age. I guess you're not worried about demos anymore. Yeah, DauT going for Hulks, adding 1 fire. Do 1 galley behind the wood line too. And Hulk number advantage. Definitely. Oh, DauT's blocking the tower foundation with his scout. Almost got it blocked again. Cast, be careful not to lose too much HP on the scout. He's going to abandon his tower, force Hera to do a tower anyway. Okay, now that Vil's to be careful. There's a lot of beach terrain there. Yeah, the gate's locked, of course. And that fire will get some damage on the scout, but DauT loses his scout. And loses a Hulk to the tower, and loses the Vil. That maybe wasn't all that clean for DauT. And I have to think doing 1 galley and camping it behind that wood line would have been maybe the play, instead of doing the tower. 125 stone, DauT did the math. He did the math. Hopefully that's not... Oh yeah, there he goes. He's doing a tower somewhere. He just spent that stone. Where is he doing it? A Hulk fight here. Maybe DauT's winning that. Since he has more reinforcements. Where is the tower he's doing? Oh, on his wood line. Okay, defensive tower on his wood line. And yeah, DauT did exactly do the math. Koreans, though, in the long run, should be a much better civ on a water map than the Mongols are. They have warships cost minus 20% wood. And after the start, the Mongols don't really get an eco bonus. Not to diminish how impactful a faster start is on a water map. But if the longer the game goes, I think the better this is for Hera. And wants to get that wood discount mattering as much as it possibly can. And now it is full Hulk. Is there micro to this? Yes, because it's 1 range and you can pull back. Is it awkward micro? Yes. So looking at the res collected, Hera's 500 res ahead. And that's when he's against the Mongols, who should have the really good early eco. Oh, DauT still has a rhino left. Taking his buffaloes. Well, I guess he doesn't need the rhino yet. 1 lumber camp, at least it's on 2 wood lines. The scout's weak, so can't really threaten anything. And DauT has to run away from the Hulks, but here's the awkward thing. If he runs back, he doesn't have a dock there, so he can only loop around and find more buffaloes in the middle of nowhere. That's definitely a map bug, somehow. Emu did it better. I know, DauT needs some tips from Emu. Hulks at least can't stand behind a wood line. DauT will wall them out. Wall them out in a couple of spaces. I think he needs another tile. But he's fine. So 3-2 Eco KD in favor of Hera. And DauT still amassing more Hulks. Hera had a nice wood line in the back that didn't really have to worry about being attacked at because of the walls. I think he lost 1 Vil there. Or, you know, it might have been 2. Yeah, he lost the one that was forward earlier. And yeah, that would have to be another 2 there. Also DauT no fishing ships, Hera on 3. So I think Hera's in a good spot here. So, I mean, interesting idea from DauT. But he's still not in. Not chopped through. I guess the question is, how quickly does the gate go down to the Hulks? And can Hera do another gate behind it? Oh, that will go down pretty quickly. It doesn't want to fight with the tower there. Not at all. If Hera brings his Hulks back, he'd win a fight. What if you could pull down the trees? Oh, that'd be sick. That would be sick. Hulks chopping through forests by pulling them down with the ropes. I mean, how strong is a mangrove tree rooted in shallow water? Could a ship realistically pull that down? I guess it'd be, like, kind of hard for the ship to pull like that. Like, as obviously the tree would at least be rooted and the ship wouldn't be. Maybe you had a bunch of people rowing, but that'd be different than a ship with a sail. Why'd they remake Game 3? Because the tech tree told DauT that his Civ had fast fires, but he didn't actually have fast fires. So we had a whole bunch of fire ships he wanted to upgrade, got to a point where he just couldn't do the upgrade, and was like, well, the tech tree was wrong. This is bugged. So they just went to Game 4. Yeah, assuming lots of wind, and, well, there you go. There's a GG anyway. DauT's strat did not work out there. I wonder if he opens with galleys, if that would have been better. Because then Hera probably wouldn't have been able to wall as much, and you get 2 galleys forward. And you start, in the long run, amassing galleys, where if Hera wants very quickly to clear that, he could try going hulks or fires, but then you can sail around and kind of wait for a blacksmith upgrade. Ships of this type are often 30 to 40 tons. They could pull it. Okay. So I think our base might be onto something then. Hulks can cut trees for hybrid maps. Sounds like a good idea. Of course, that would be kind of awkward if capturage doesn't anchor doesn't like render the ropes properly. But yeah, all right. 3-0 Hera. 1 win for the tech tree. And Hera will move on. I think that's all the Thalassocracy we have for today. Let's just check this off. 3-0 Hera. We'll give him a win on Bog Islands. Bog Island's not a map I've seen much of over the years. But Korean's the very first pick against the Mongols. Makes sense to pick Koreans highly on a water map. Should have restarted for a bugged map with the water buffaloes, yes. That is exactly what they should have done. Okay, I don't think there's anything else going on today. Maybe I'll just cast a ranked game or two for a bit. Now that I've woken up, the coffee's kicked in. Let me check the schedule. There is something going on between FreakinAndy and Kingstone now. And their plane's a wall. I have to change my game version. Well, let's do that. I always love a good game as a wall. It's casting. Is there like a logo to display? As we'll cast that. Alright, let me grab... There's no logo on Wikipedia. So we'll just hop into that. That's set for today. Now we're gonna cast. This is like a best of 7, and I saw as a wall was a map, so we're definitely gonna do this. All right, so this is pick and mixer. It's a best of 7. Finals. And we'll grab the drafts afterwards, but it is on the wall. Ooh, our base coming in clutch with the logo. There, okay. Let's not obscure the word finals if we can. There. And hop on over to the game they're in. Hopefully we didn't miss much on Zawal, Bohemians, Aztecs. They pick maps and game mode. And game modes, okay. I'm gonna challenge Capture Age to display the game modes properly then. Great. Oh, that's why I have a black screen. It's the wrong version of Capture Age. There we are. Alright, let me just get this logo in the right spot. Up a tiny bit. I think that's a good spot right there. Maybe I see some siege tower stuff going on, so that is interesting. Orange versus cyan, so nice colors. So both players going siege. What is this? A siege tower is now an anti-monk rush strategy, while a siege tower apparently is like a pro-monk rush? What? Okay, both players are doing siege towers now on Zawal. Bohemian's trying to go castle age hand cannons against the Aztecs. Andy going forward for more siege. His castle's being rammed. Had to delete it and get the stone back. Can't do anything against the castle age hand cannoneers now. Alright, so in the siege tower versus siege tower gameplay, it looks like the siege tower is coming out on top. Yeah, seriously, flip it on its head. Yeah, I mean, the siege tower is the hard counter to a monk rush. Now that monks can't convert them from range, there's literally nothing you can do against using them to break conversions. Alright, well, yeah, wall them out against the siege tower. I guess now they can't hop back into the siege tower, so maybe your monks are effective. Well, I guess the good thing for Andy is that he is Aztecs now with 5 relics, which is extra scary. Oh, I need to turn the scoreboard on to see the civs, but if I do that, we'll miss the villager massacre. As here come the hand cannoneers going right into a castle. And monk wants a conversion on some hand cannoneers as an eagle comes from the rear, gets sniped off. Maybe they should reduce the garrison capacity and the speed. My suggestion was that you legit don't need to be able to garrison the siege tower. Because, like, right now if you put it against the wall and you right-click it, there's no garrison, they just auto-hop. And maybe that should just be their behavior. They don't really need the garrison capacity. I think that would be much smoother. Because the rams, at least, you know, the garrison speeding up the ram, giving it more attack. Okay, I can buy that. But for the siege tower, it's just crazy. Appreciate that there's some kind of counter. I mean, everything counters monk rushes these days. They've added devotion, they've removed the building charging and swapping. Monks are like really bugged too with some of the recent patches. They've really been nerfed. Yeah, rear ram should protest siege towers stealing the jobs. It's like the siege tower is like it's like someone asked an AI to create a siege tower. That's what it came up with, and now it's stealing the job of the ram. Well, there goes all the relics that the Aztec player had. Ram push coming forward. Ballistics fletching skirm for Kingstone. And Andy's gonna call the GG. 90 to 17. And he only had 12 conversions there. And better eco the whole game too after a monk rush. That is crazy. But yeah, siege tower versus siege tower monk rush. That's the meta now. Oh boy. Alright, so let me just get the scoreboard up. So it's a best of 7. is the pick and mixer. It is the finals, and that will be... I can do the flags, right? I can do flags. So this is Mexico for Kingstone, Austria for Andy, and a 1-0 for Kingstone. There we go. That's set up right. After you hung garrisons 10 times, it self-destructs. That would be crazy. Self-destructing siege tower. Alright, Kingston. I don't have the drafts, and apparently they can draft game mode, so I'll just turn the webcam on in between games then. They already made them cheaper, so I don't know if they can make them even more cheap. But yeah, I'm thinking losing the garrison behavior and just have it auto shoot the units over the walls when it's there might be the way to go. Okay, looking for this lobby. Okay, I don't see it. Oh, that was an Empire Wars game. That was Empire Wars The Wall. Hopefully the map actually supports the game modes. Empire Wars The Wall. Did water rework already happen? There's a tournament right now being played with the water rework, but it itself has not made it into the game. It's just in a beta. Okay. So, okay, Arbase sent me the draft. I don't even know how to make heads or tails of this draft. So, chat, y'all can help me look through this. They drafted not just maps, but also game modes. So, alright, we have FreakinAndy drafted Deathmatch and Mired, and he banned Sudden Death and Vinland Saga. Kingstone drafted Empire Wars and Sacred Springs, and he banned Regicide and Lagoon. And then admins down here, presumably this is random, we have Empire Wars The Wall, Sudden Death Hyper Random, Random Thompson, I've never seen that map, Random Coniferous, I've not seen that either, and then Regicide Grand Barra. It's set somehow. So then, okay, maybe game 2, the player gets to pick a home map, and then game 4, they get to pick a home map, then this is game 6, and then game 7. So that would make sense. So I guess Andy, we play Mired Deathmatch. How did that get randomly picked? I think that's just so that maybe the opponent can't pick it, where they ban something the opponent can't pick, and ended up with Deathmatch and Empire War. I don't know. I'm just seeing it for the first time. By making categories and force picking categories. Okay. So yeah, you draft game modes. This is amazing. I've not seen this done before. Yeah, and I guess this will be games 2 and 4 would then be home map / mode, and then the other games 1 and then games 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7 then are set based on the admin draft. Should have played Empire Wars on a Nomad map. Hey, that's how I beat Mihai and Survivalist in a tournament. Empire Wars Water Nomad. Easy wins. Okay, so what's taking so long? Okay, they're in a lobby. Oh. Okay, right. So... This is what happens when you can't necessarily see every game because of DE's step backwards from Voobly in terms of spectating lobby features. Great. I'm gonna do one thing. And I'm just gonna pause at the start of the game real quick so we can get everything set up. And remember, this was a home map. And let me see my chats. And okay, we're all good. We're ready for the next game. And so this is mired. This is mired. You have 5 boars, 3 villagers, and a horse. This looks like, yeah, they've used my my version from the what is it? The Wandering Warriors Cup. And I didn't make this map support deathmatch. I don't know if they added it or edited anything for deathmatch, but they have deathmatch resources. So let's go. And we're going to see what happens. So Andy does not open with a town center. He opens with a stable and an archery range. Kingstone opens with a town center. He says, I don't know if what he just realized, but it is a nomad start on deathmatch. He is now adding in a stable. And thank you, Twissy, for using your Prime sub. Do Huns get a second horse when their TC goes up? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Andy is sacrificing the horse so that he can make military buildings, and he is the Huns, so he does not need any houses, and it is now time for elite Tarkans. So remember, this is Andy's home pick. It is Heavy Cav Archer Tarkin, and there it goes. Look at that guy. Look at that. Oh my gosh, the elite graphics have a more animated torch. That guy's gonna go thump. And he's left-handed. He's a left-handed torch-carrying, thumping Tarkin. Heavy camel, immediately for Kingstone. Oh my gosh, the Cav Archers can hit the Vills, and they can kill the Vills who walled themselves in. Oh, here comes some Cav Archers. The TC is not finished. Right. So, Andy home mapped this for a reason. Kingstone needs to dance the Vill and hope the Cav Archers can't kill her. Oh, the horse is inside the walls for Andy. And, GG. Andy ties it 1-1. Alright, and, yeah, I was waiting for the lobby to appear, and I didn't see it. And by the time I saw it, I had to download the rec and cast it because the game is over 3 minutes and 5 seconds into the game. So, Huns on deathmatch on a nomad start. 8-7 KD in favor of Andy, but 3 of those 8 were the starting 3 villagers before TC went up. And, well, there's literally nothing on these stats screens. It's like zeros. There's nothing to stat. Alright, so GG. Well done, Andy. Well picked. I like seeing that. I like seeing a player who knows how to play the game mode and does something creative with it. DM on Mired is a terrible idea or a great idea. It's a great idea to do once, and we never want to see that again. But doing it once with the Huns, fair play to Andy. So game 3 looks like it'll be sudden death hyper random. And there we go. I'll get into that. Berbers versus Portuguese, it looks like. I guess the tip is to pick the Huns for those settings. Alright, so here we are. Sudden death hyper random. I guess the flags around the TC means you can't lose the TC. This is Baltic with shallows, and fish are in the shallows. And you start with a donjon that the hero Shalot Warrior is going to, or not a hero, but the starting Shalot Warrior is going to destroy. So immediately, the Dark Age donjon that cannot defend itself is under attack. And the elephant with 524 food will be lured in. Looks like there are some dead pigs here. Remember, a Shalot Warrior has the same stats as a knight does. And I guess since you start with it, it will benefit from the blacksmith upgrades. Can we have a replay? That was a replay, our base. I don't think there's anything else that it needs to be replayed. What's over here? Pyramids. huge white dots on the minimap. Pyramids. Alright, also, with all the shallows in the middle, you can't actually go across the outside. There are snapper fish in the middle. There are gazelles in the middle. Yeah, good luck milling those. And then Dorado fish. Okay, normal fish. Normal-ish fish. And then this water looks kind of... I wouldn't want to go swimming in that or eat the fish from it. It looks kind of green. There's some mask over it. And lions out here in the middle. Alright, lions. And a pig and camel. All the animals partying on the shallows. Oh gosh, that's 4 lions. That's scary. Wouldn't want to run into that on my shallows. Is the Vil out repairing the damage that Shalot Warrior is doing? Is this even worth it? I mean, let's see. Kingstone is using his Shalot Warrior to push in a gazelle. He lost some HP on it. Probably to the TC over by Andy's base, so he can't actually fight that Shalot Warrior. And he's just going to be stuck in this infinite cycle of repairing the donjon. Our base, that doesn't work. Will you be able to make sergeants out of them? No, not if you're not the Sicilians, you can't make anything out of them. Alright, Shalot Warrior pushing in the gazelle. They didn't work our base, no. If I can make a... Just do like a post of the drafts and I'll pin it. And then we don't need a bot command. You can make spears, but you can make spears. You just can't make sergeants. So both players up to feudal. Gazelle's still being pushed in. Yes, it does unlock the stable in the range. It does not count as a building for going to the next stage. And you see capture age for both players isn't counting it. That's actually a question though. If you destroy the donjon in the Dark Age, does it prevent the barracks, or does it prevent the unlock of the stable in range and feudal? It just might. I forget if it does that. That's something years ago I remember I tested that for Force Nothing. Or whether you could delete the mill before the market in the Dark Age. Why is this game taking so long? I know, we're already more than 3 times longer than the previous one. And spear coming forward. There's the spear from the donjon you were looking for. And it gets 2 nice pokes on the Shalot Warrior. And dock here. 2 fishing ships to 4, so Andy fishing more. The blacksmith going up for Andy. Shalot Warrior not going to go for the loomed Vil. Castle Age on the way for Kingstone. Kingstone is up. And Shalot Warrior going to try to deny the blacksmith from Andy. And a lot of Vils coming over to fight. Ooh, nice quick wall. Might still get a Vil. Does get a Vil, but will be trapped in there and killed by the other Vils. Might get a second Vil, though. And he's going to run, but not in time. And the blacksmith still is denied. A very weak Vil on the gold. So Andy tried to do something fancy there, but it backfired on him. Fail wall, describing the experience of that palisade. Sometimes even a successful wall is a fail wall. And that Shalot Warrior has now redeemed itself from not defending the donjon. So galleys for Andy. Looks like he's taking care of the fishing ships while that was going on. And now spear heading over towards this Shalot Warrior. Andy will run away. There's still an elephant with 500 food that Kingstone hasn't taken. Okay, well he should go take that at some point. Elephants are good sources of food. Oh, spear forward there. for Andy, disrupting a dock. And we'll have more spears for Kingstone, but he's almost up. And could go fires. No hulks. This is the current patch. No water changes. You go fires or galleys to try to retake the water. Elephants are friends. They are friendly sources of food. In AoE 2. So 2 docks coming forward for Kingstone. You choose your expectation, your name, so you can lower the expectations of your pocket. And oh, a weak Shalot warrior is still doing lots of damage to the villain. Oh, nice blocking. Nice blocking. Man, if only my Giants had an offensive line like that, our quarterback wouldn't have had multiple concussions this season. The spear is still zoning the weak Shalot warrior away from the Vil. Oh, thank you, Dadgum. Dadgum69 for the sub. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. Ooh, finally the Vil goes down. 6 HP left. And the Shalot warrior, but gets the Vil. The last moment. And at least delays the house, but not going to house Kingstone. He had some pop space to spare. There's War Galley, as Andy is not yet up. A couple of fires on the way should push this away at the start of castle at least, but Andy probably has enough ships that he can run and wait for War Galley himself. And Spear getting killed up or getting chased down here in the north. Took some damage. Not going to hit the Vil. Vil won't try any quick wall shenanigans. And some more galleys being added from Kingstone now. He needs to learn how to slide too. That he does. You don't eat your friends? Well. But we'll have fletching for Kingstone. And if your friends had 500 food, that might change the equation a bit. So Kingstone trying to defend his docks, but Andy still has a number. He's even a spear there to get a couple of pokes. And despite the castle age timing, Kingstone not going to get enough ships out fast enough. Oh, you know what he could do though? He could make a couple of demos to deal with the fires. They're still good in this patch. But he is very dead on the water for now, at least. Portuguese Berbers though, something you definitely could try to play long term, get into Camel Archer. And I mean, it is sudden death, right? It is sudden death. You could, like, do 5 petards, sneak a dock for a transport over here, and just go for the TC. Yeah, and Andy playing the sudden death mode, he knows that you need to be fully palisaded at the very least to make sure petards don't sneak in. And he needs to finish the wall over here, over forged through the berries and created a hole. Sudden death and he got water and docks, he just has to fish and he wins. That's very true. That's very true. He just needs to add fishing ships and he'll have a much better eco. It'll be, yeah, with 7 fishing ships, he'll have a huge eco that Kingstone can't really contend with. Yeah, and outposts at least, right? Outposts. Making sure if something happens, he's going to be aware of it. Yeah, and Andy, remember, he did finish second in Sudden Disaster. Oh, look at the quick walls. Must have been out of wood, so he quick-walled with stone to keep the lions away from the Vil. And that at least will be safe for the moment. Bring a war galley over and maybe kill the lions, if he's thinking of it. Oh no, a lion attacking the Vils near the pyramid. Vil should win that fight, though. Yeah, the lion goes down. I think his plan was to go castle and try to use the Castle Age war galley tech advantage to retake the water, but Andy was castle fast enough behind that to thwart the plan. Can Cannon Galleon reach the TC? I don't think so. I'm gonna tentatively say no. Although, do you have Elite Cannon Galleon? You should for, I think, both civs? Let's see, Elite Cannon Galleon for the Portuguese. Elite Cannon Galleon with Siege Engineers for both of them. So aside from artillery, which would give you an extra 1 range over that, maybe, just maybe, if you find a close spot on the shoreline? I think Andy's is a bit closer at the closest point to the shore than Kingstone's is. I mean, let's try to map this out, right? We see, okay, I'll do this over here. Range circle is 6 range. Elite Cannon Galleon with Siege Engineers would be 15. It's like here. I think it's just barely out of range. I'm gonna say no. Same thing. See, Andy's line goes there. This one's a bit closer. This is what I'm tempted to say yes. Isn't fish extra valuable in a 1TC game? Yes, absolutely. Oh, the Shalot Warrior is still being valuable, getting some scouting. Andy, also aware of the sides of the map, he sees the sneak dock in the transport, and he has outposts everywhere. He is not going to be surprised. Kingstone thinking he needed to do something sneaky, but that's not going to happen either. Andy's aware. And Andy's a sudden death expert. And we have Imp on the way, Ballistics on the way. And wheelbarrow. Yeah, a forward was basically required in this situation. And now Andy is basically just patrolling the shoreline. And, oh, he captured the pyramid. Well, Kingstone has 2 pyramids. I don't think that matters at all. But yeah, he'll call the GG. Andy winning the water. He'd have a 10 fishing ship fish boom that Kingstone won't be able to match with the economy. He's aware of the sneaks, so no real comeback chance there. So, GG. All right, two interesting games back to back, for sure. I love how my face color changes drastically based on the scoreboard color. That's 2-1 for Andy. And game 4 will be Empire Wars Sacred Springs. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break between the games. I'll be right back. And we'll have game 4. Alright, we are back, and let's see what we got going on for this next game. It'll be Sacred Springs Empire Wars. Alright, so Empire Wars starts. The map is Sacred Springs. We'll have Andy going forward with a couple of eagles and an archer who will be the Inca against Kingstone playing as the Khitans. This is a matchup where I think the Khitans have a huge advantage. Oh my gosh. Oh, they start with farms in Empire Wars. Maybe they should start with one pasture. But it'll be archers and scouts for Kingstone against archers, spears, and eagles for Andy. Double barracks and he's pumping eagles, but against scouts that will have double attack from foraging, that sounds pretty scary. I'd honestly be tempted to say archers are more important here than eagles. Still getting caught up to real time. Empire Wars games start really fast. So archers and skirms do a bit of a dance. At this point, armor for scouts and then take a big fight if you can. It's a lot of scouts, and the eagles are pushing. I think we're at real time now. Yep, there we are. And one big fight in front of the hill, and also a hill for Kingstone to hold. I guess the good thing for Andy is he was able to move out and take some shorefish on the other hill. Ooh, spear gets picked off. And, I mean, scout plus archer. I mean, if you get enough scouts, this is probably better than any other feudal composition. You just need enough scouts. And castle on the way for Andy, armor on the way for Kingstone. So more aggressive feudal approach for Kingstone with all the scouts. No spears added in here. And Andy needs to hold until the eagles get to the castle age. Then they'll have more attack, but the scouts are getting a good surround on them. And pushing in, Kingstone doesn't have that much food right now because he's spending it on the scouts, but with Khitan pastures, shouldn't be too big of an issue to get the food count up. The eagles get slaughtered, and the scouts now can run amok in the wood line. Andy clicking is still 90 seconds away from being up. Does not have the boost on the eagles yet, and his gold is forward. Actually, huge difference in the maps, right? Because Kingstone's gold's in the back. If this were to happen to him, well, at least he'd have a safe gold. And he doesn't have the stone for a tower. I mean, could have thought of towering the gold. He did, I think. Yeah, he sold... Did he sell stone? It doesn't say he sold... It says he sold 400 wood. I don't know what happened to his stone. Is he not pushing? I mean, he is pushing. He can't push into the town center. Right, he's pushed about as far as he can. Got more scouts on the way. Now he's getting ready to click up. He's close to going up. Might need even more vills on gold to go up. So no bloodlines for him, but he'll do a market, and then he'll probably sell stuff to get up. He does a tower somewhere. Oh, it was a tower, that's why he didn't. It was a tower on the... That's where the stone went. Tower on the mill? And same thing for Kingstone, tower on the mill. So that'll give the vills a few extra moments before they die of being in the tower. And they will go down. As will the eagles coming to try to rescue them. Maybe Andy should have just sacrificed them? I mean, can he kill some scouts here? At great cost, he can kill some scouts. And he's also going to lose the vills. Oh, well, the lack of bloodlines definitely does make the scouts weak. They've been hit by tower fire throughout the entire fight. But Andy will lose everything here. And now down by 16 vills as Kingstone just clicks. And armor for the eagles. There's the eagle, now 7 attack, so it is a bit stronger. Scouts could just finish off the tower, make sure they get it out of the way in case they need to come back here. And down it goes. And now eagles need to do a lot of damage, but Andy going for a TC. TC on the wood and the gold in the middle. Not immediately moving forward with eagles. And remember, once Castle Age comes in, Kingstone can start making step lancers, which should absolutely wreck the eagles, as long as he does, or especially if he does the extra attack. And Kingstone needs to repair, and as I said, the gold in the back makes it much easier for him to defend, as long as he gets the walls up and doesn't wall his vill out. He can't save that vill, he needs to wall. Oh, he did! He did not think he was going to save that in time, he just barely got it, and he will finish the quick wall on the other side. Okay, I thought the eagles would run around and that Vil was as good as dead, but no, he got it. This has to be careful of an overchop, but we'll get the rest of the walls up as long as he places this house foundation, which he does. She does, and now he is full walled against the eagles, so he should be safe against this eagle transition. Another 30 seconds till he's up. Scout's able to chase down a few eagles and stop them from coming forward. And we'll have a good Vil lead at the time he's up. Yeah, and, well, he has successfully walled up to the castle age. And now it's light cav, husbandry, iron casting time. And then I'm sure he swaps to making step lancers as those come in. Yep, he still has 9 scouts left over to turn into light cav. Ah, map moving on me. So this is, I think, exactly where he wants to be as the Khitans. Those villagers, are they idle? Are they not pathed to? Oh, there they go. There they go. You don't need wood for steppies. And he has 2 towers up, ready to defend against the eagles. And as soon as he sees the eagles, he smells blood. 1 needs to protect his Vils, but 2 sends the scouts, soon to be light cav, over. They will get their attacks momentarily. Might lose a couple of Vils here. But all in all, nothing too bad compared to the damage he's done. That's now a 10-to-1 eco KD. And the eagles attempting to come forward are going to run into step lancers, and step lancers absolutely massacre eagles. Massacre eagles. And now now with the map control, that'll give Kingstone the opportunity to go forward and grab some wood. His 2 lumber camps are pretty far away, but I mean, even back here is a safe wood line if he wants to wall up towards it, or could go to the middle, whatever he fancies. And oh, look, a monk gets a conversion on 1 steppy. Other monk runs away, so monk time for Andy. And we all love monks, but numbers are looking pretty good for Kingstone so far. Prime opportunity to switch to Kamiyuks. If you do get to Kamiyuks, then that could be problematic. But I don't think there's much stone on the map. You have 1 tile of stone in the back, it looks like. And yeah, the other stone is neutral. Yeah, well, I guess the downside for Kingstone's map, his stone is forward. Inca Castle. I'm sure you all know what I think of the Inca Castle graphics by now. On Cav Archer swap. Okay, remember, Khitans can do heavy Cav Archer in the Castle Age. And it's cheaper. So you could see some heavy some Castle Age heavy Cav Archers. Who started it? I mean, I don't think anyone started it. It's just they're good against eagles. They need to make the Inca Castle pointier. Oh, they gotta do something to it, because it doesn't look like a castle. And oh, quick wall goes up, but the step lancers poke over the foundation and kill the Vil. Nicely done. Arson on the way for Andy, thinking of really pushing with eagles now. He's got 12 eagles. But heavy Cav Archer. When you get heavy Cav Archer with Bracer, that's actually going to be, what, 8 attack? Yeah, that'll be 9 attack if he gets the heavy Cav Archer, and that should actually be great against the Castle Age eagles. And it'll only be 5 armor. And this should be a good fight for the Steppies. Eagles surrounding. Okay, not the worst fight in the world for Andy. Andy somehow has a score lead. So TC also for Kingstone in the middle. Workshop for Andy. Kingstone maybe a ways away from heavy Cav Archer. Some eagles going down. Kingstone 73 to 61 KD. 11-2 eco KD too. Eagle Warrior OP buff longswords. I mean, Khitans would get double attack on their longswords, right? Melee attack upgrade effects are doubled. And, ooh, are the Step Lancers going to find that Vil? It's in the line of sight. If he's paying attention, FreakinAndy turned around and started converting and did everything he could to alert those Step Lancers to the Vil's presence. But they didn't find him. They will instead find more Vils back at this mill, atop this hill, which they will kill. And Cav Archers here need to micro. Well, against Eagles, you're not really missing the Bloodlines upgrade if you're not fighting them directly. Eagle here, gonna break through a palisade. Kingstone has probably forgotten about that, and needs to make sure he doesn't lose any Vils to the Eagle. And still, well, sending one Steppy over. Steppy is in a traffic jam. And he'll poke over the top of his villagers and take out the Eagle. Only one Vil lost. Quite a bit of idle time. Third TC for Andy. Cav Archer still pushing here. Kingstone pulling ahead in resources a bit. Some siege, that'll probably require more Steppies. Actually, Cav Archer's doing a fine enough job. And this fight will also be under 2 towers. So we'll add a bit more DPS to this. Rocket cart's on the way from that workshop. Mangonel hits its own Eagles. There we go. Here come the Steppies. Here come the Steppies. They'll take out the Mangonel. And Eagle's going to chase the Cav Archers into a tiny choke point where they from behind will be sandwiched by the Step Lancers. And down they go. So Ballistic's on the way now for Kingstone, starting to pull ahead and score. Res Collected evened up a bit. Has to be careful of Andy having that extra TC. Well, some good conversions. Andy continuing to pump Eagles. And Heavy Cav Archer still not quite affordable for Kingstone, who himself did add also a third TC in the back. So Vil counts should stay pretty even so far. Bowsaw is in, but no Horse Collar. Or no Horse Collar equivalent. For Kingstone. The Inca do have Redemption should they think about converting the Mangonels, and that is exactly what Andy is thinking about. Some pikes going down. Mangonel wants to hit the Scorpion, keep that away. Redemption Monks would help protect the Scorpions, but too late for that. And Castle Drop from Andy. Okay, he distracted the army on the other side, and even in a losing fight, he'll keep the numbers there while the castle goes up. And so far, Kingstone did not scout the castle, sending a light cav over there. Ooh, and doesn't scout it yet. Sending more Vils forward now. Sending Vils out to this side, probably wants to mine a bit more gold. Or actually still not going to scout it. Now he sees it, Thinking maybe I can deny it, but no he can't. It's too far along. I don't care how he's still in it. He walled his woodline and camped his TC in feudal. And sometimes that's all you can do against scouts. And sometimes it's effective. Hit the ground over there. Eagles go down. Cav Archers run away. And TC hit by the castle. Now if there's any good news for Kingstone over here, it's that this is one of those ugly Inca castles, so he might not need to worry about it too much. It's not like that's one of those beautiful Celt castles. Those you gotta be really afraid of. Need to micro for your life to beat Eagles with CA, and that's with Bloodlines. Oh, ooh, gets another Mangonel. I mean, if these CA ever become heavy CA, they should wreck the Castle Eagles. Be afraid of the Woadies. Ooh, here's the Mangon, or the rocket cart forward. It's gonna hit a converted Steppy. Eagles fighting the Cav Archers, and a few Vills will go down, but the Eagles themselves should go down too. Steppy's coming forward, hitting the Eagles. Eagles all going down. Down they go. 5 relics. Oh yeah, 5 relics for Andy. He's picked up the relics. How did he manage to get them? Oh yeah. That's actually, there are 2 relics near each of the ponds, so you'll probably get 6. I'm assuming he grabbed the other one. It's probably in a monk somewhere. Held by a monk somewhere. Yep. Okay, there it is. Didn't see the monk bit there. Yeah. So he's got 5 or 6 relics, 2 left for Kingstone. He drops another castle forward. But Kingstone still equal on Vills. And Andy actually ahead in res collected, but the difference is the KD, which is much better for Kingstone. However, maybe Kamyuks turn that around. Kamyuks themselves even have fairly decent base pierce armor. Or do they, or is that just their +2? Maybe it's just their +2. I thought they had 1. Oh, it's one melee armor they have. I was gonna say, 1 armor would be very useful, but yeah, Eagle Warrior is still better with the Cav. Or Cav Archers. Is this standard victory? This was Empire Wars. I don't know if there's a victory condition. Check? I think it's just Conquest. It looks like it's Conquest if I alt-tab into the game. Okay, now Andy taking some damage right in the south. He wants another castle. And alright, these Eagles might cause some trouble for Kingstone. Kingstone still with a nice score lead. The Eagles coming over, they could get on the gold, they could take out the tower. And there isn't a quick way to clean them if he doesn't have heavy Cav Archer. And all of a sudden, all of his Vills, 14 Vills there, 14 Vills there, are migrating forward where there will be a tower on the mining camp. And the Cav Archer and Steppies have to come back and clear the Eagles before the Vills all die to them. I didn't see a countdown in game, so no score victory from what I can see. Now the Eagles all go down. They do take a couple of Vills with them though, and now it's around a 20 Vill lead almost for Andy. Oh, and you know what? The heat in my apartment just turned on, so give me a second. I'm gonna go turn that off because that's gonna cause a lot of static on the microphone. Give me a second. Sorry about that. I'll zoom out and show you the game. Alright, perfect timing for that. I missed the ending. Minus 7k. If only we could rewind. So that's 3-1 for Andy. If you have excess heat, happily send it to me. Well, would have been a good castle were there not mangonels and rocket carts there.
Zeker.
I don't know why my furnace takes like 5 minutes to turn off after I turn it off, but... And the bottom castle kill... Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, his cav archers would have ran through 3 castles. Things look so good for him, too, in Feudal. Maybe he just needed more steppies. Yep. Yeah, I'm still not sure what the transition was there to the cav archers. Usually cav archers are okay against eagles, but there it certainly backfired for him. Against the heavy cav archer, that's one thing. Funny sound today. That is the heat in my apartment, which will turn off in a minute. I just turned it off, but it takes like 5 minutes to turn off. If I forgot to turn it off before I started streaming. Yeah, that is real noise, yes. That is real noise that I think... There we go. There, it's off. That's why I ran to turn it off as soon as it turned on, because I know it's going to sound awful on the microphone. It's real noise that I think the microphone makes worse when it picks it up. Usually I remember to turn it off before I start streaming, but I just I turned it down instead of turning it off today. I really should have been off. Alright, I still don't see this next game. Oh, there we go. 1 minute ago. And this is going to be... So game 5, random map on a map I've never seen before. We can enjoy this. Yeah, the noise gate cuts it out when I don't speak, right? So it's a weird thing. Alright, so here we are. And we will have Kingstone as the blue Romans to the southwest and Andy as the orange Georgians to the northeast. Looks like Timu had a comma. Oh, there's a hill in the middle with one relic. The relics are in very precise locations. So, okay. And it's like... What's that map? Like Haboob, kind of, too. With like the forest on the outside and the desert that you run to get to. Elephant coming in. So you have stone, gold, and berries by your TC. Very close to the TC. But I'd say maybe better... Well, what do you prefer? Stone in the back and gold forward, or stone forward and gold in the back? I'd probably prefer gold in the back. And then they go to the lumber camp on the back. Andy in great shape. Andy's been playing really well recently. DauT had better be practicing for that Stronghold Frenzy finals. And there we have a house there for Kingstone. So Romans, Georgians, so what do you do against the fortified church push on this map? I'm just imagining fortified churches on this hill, pushing Kingstone away from that gold. I guess this back wood line should be fairly safe. I mean, I remember that game, I think it was against Leary on Haboob, where FreakinAndy was the Portuguese and went FC organ guns. Is there a world where he goes FC fortified churches? Mangonels should kill them just fine against Mangonels do not destroy fortified churches at all. I mean, the problem is they have the same HP as town centers do, but they cost... Remember, TCs cost double their cost to repair from 1 HP to full HP, and that's 275 wood. And fortified churches cost 200 wood, and are half their cost, so only 100 wood to repair from 1 to full HP. And you can repair TCs against mangonels for a long time. You can repair fortified churches against mangonels forever. And then you add in the Georgian repair bonus, where repairs are cheaper, and that buildings minus 15% damage on a higher elevation. You get fortified churches on this hill, and mangonels are not going to take them out with any type of repair. If you're thinking about defensive churches, that's one thing, but still it's cheaper to repair. So, yeah. So what is the win condition? I think this is just a random map. I'm going to just double check the draft. This should be a random map. Yeah, this is a normal random map, as will be Game 6 if necessary. Then Game 7 becomes Regicide. And again, this is hosted by Happy the Andy, who I think is casting it too. So let me just give him another shout out. I see him. See, I don't see him live on Twitch right now, so I don't know if he's casting it. I think he is. I swear I'm following him, but I don't see him on the AoE2 category either. Unless he has a different account name. Unless my search just isn't showing him. It says there are 3 matches, and it's not showing me where the matches are. Hold on, let me try this in Chrome. Anyway, we have a barracks here and 3 militia, probably to turn into men-at-arms for Kingstone on his way up. A small wall on the woodline in the back for Andy, as he's on his way up on 21. See, 20 Vils, no Loom, versus 18 Vils with Loom, and the 3 militia come forward. I got it. Alt-tab to Chrome. That still doesn't highlight it properly either. Oh, there we go. He is streaming. There we go. Shout out. Happy the Andy. Up, I have to wait 30 minutes to give him another shout out. Twitch, what is that? I guess someone must have shouted him out earlier. Mods doing their job. Who would have thought? So, now, Andy, FreakinAndy, is going to die to not doing Loom by the time he clicked up. And the Scout and Militia get 2 Vils. Okay. 2 Vils, lost a lot of Scout HP to the TC, but picked off 2 Vils and idled the berries. So there is Loom. Maybe the lesson is, if you're not going to do Loom on the way up, make sure that you wall, as the men-at-arms now can attack the mill. And good shot at destroying the mill even before reinforcements can come over. Now, did our base actually do mod work with the shout-out earlier? It would be nice, like, to have some type of continual shout-out. Maybe I could actually tag him in the title. At Happy the Andy. I think that tagged him. Someone can check the Twitch title and let me know if that tagged him. That'd be great. And yeah, mill will go down. Just Loom. It does look hard to wall. I think this is probably rock terrain that you can't wall, judging by the looks of it. It tagged him. Perfect. Thank you. So middle goes down, and we'll have Cassie. Yeah, I was right. Andy did want to go for a fast castle age. He's on stone. He sold stone. So this is going to be fortified churches, and maybe he can't go forward with the men-at-arms hoovering around. Or maybe he could just YOLO some Vils forward and go for it. Yeah, he still has his scout alive, and he does see exactly what this base looks like. And I don't know if there's any ever universe where you sneak up a fortified church, but they go up so quickly. Once the Vils start building them, there's no stopping them. Alright, so Castle Age and Double Bit Axe both on the way for Andy. Yeah, so that was skipping Loom. Don't they also have the stone defense armor class so villagers do a ton of damage to them? Fortified churches? I don't think so. I think they have the same armor classes as monks. When he builds one, we'll check. I think it's just the same as, or not as monks, as monasteries. So I don't think they do. Because they don't cost stone. Right? They only cost wood. And repairing the market, Andy might lose a Vil there. So Men-at-Arms still here. And looking at the food, Kingstone's not going to be Castle Age anytime soon. He has 8 farms added in. Those Men-at-Arms were a pretty expensive investment. And here come the Vils, precisely for the Fortified Church rush. And he'll do one that hits farms, berries, and gold. Kingstone will see this, but these things are constructed so fast. You can look how fast that goes up. Does it have stone defense? Oh, it has 0 stone defense. Okay, so the Vils actually will do damage to it. Actually, let's see, because they have +6 against stone defense. Maybe that changes for a different type of Vil. But oh, look, you want a tower? Oh, the anti-fortified church house. Oh, he'll find a spot anyway. He'll find a spot. Yeah, fight with Vils all you want. You're not stopping this. This goes up way too quickly. And he probably won't even lose a single Vil here. Let's see, 85%. And there he goes, just hops inside. At least they don't defend each other, but one monk pops out, and then the Vils... I guess you just accept that you're going to be converted here, and lose one Vil to attack it. I think that's the right play. Oh, but look at the Georgians. They can repair. They can repair these things. At least I think they don't benefit from fletching. So no covering each other. But there he goes, Kingstone sending everybody. Sending everyone, and the Vils have to go help in the other church. More monks need to pop out. There's a second monk. Monks can heal the Vils, but nice blocking. Nice blocking to stop them from getting away. Monks want to heal. That Vil will escape. This Vil will not. So that's, what, 8-1 Eco KD. Oh, on the other side, those Men-at-Arms and Archers are still there. Wait a minute, that's still going on. Defensive Fortified Church for Andy. Might need one on the wood line too. Can't lose the wood lines, then he won't be able to build more churches. And Archers here getting a couple of kills. They get one Vil down. Another one that's low on HP. And at the same time, we have some targets for conversions here. So Andy had a strategy. Losing a Vil to a TC. Is trapped by his own quick wall. Loses another Vil. And this market has to be repaired again. Andy might be dead, 32 to 15 Vils. Kingstone's still in feudal, but did a nice job Vil fighting and defending against the church rush. And I think the key, absolutely the right decision. Let the villager be converted to continue attacking the church. Andy's not done though, and to be fair, Kingstone has no access to gold. As the monks keep running around, but here's the play again. YOLO the Vils forward. More monks here, so it gets trickier to lose Vils to conversions. Don't know what that tower really accomplishes. I think it's just YOLO all the Vils now attack the church, but that is some idle time. Probably doesn't matter when you're so far ahead in eco though. And he's trying to pick off low HP Vils. So the army is back. The army is back. He's picking up a relic. If a monk's holding a relic and garrisons in a church, do you get the gold from it? What the? I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. Can you convert Vils back? Well, he's in feudal. He can't do a monastery yet. Monasteries usually are pretty good against the Georgians because Georgians don't have atonement, so they can't convert monks. But, yeah, that could be atonement for the Romans. Could be a good option if he gets to the Castle Age. Have to be careful not to run into fortified churches because they will shoot you down if they have Vils inside. But, yeah, atonement against the Georgians usually good because they can't deal with atonement monks. But, yeah, still feudal, adding in a couple of scouts. And this church still there, but remember, churches don't do anything. They don't shoot unless they have Vils inside of them. So, when you forward Vils start running around, they can be taken out. So, 5 more Vils coming over. A few Vils still forward for Andy. It feels like with this Vil count, he should win no matter, or Kingstone should win no matter what, but against the Georgians, it's always tricky. These freaking fortified churches. Oh, look, another one. Ah, another one. There's always space for them. No matter how much stuff you build, there's always going to be space for them. The monk always drops the relic off when it garrisons. Okay, what happens if the monastery has 9 things inside of it, and then a monk with a relic garrisons? So, TC and Tower are going to kill the archers. Yeah, archers go down, and now the Vils can run forward and attack this church. Monks want conversions, though, so it's going to be up to the TC and the towers to take this out, because Andy doesn't want any more conversions to happen. He's doing another church. Okay, that's a low HP Vil, but that'll be another church. Oh, boy. And now he doesn't want to fight with Vils anymore because there are enough monks that the conversions become tricky. Oh, and we have a pause. We have a game pause. Wouldn't adding archers make sense? It probably would. Kingstone needs a second. But the problem is, to do archers, you need a barracks and an archery range. And then archers. And that's a lot of wood when you only have 7 Vils on wood. 1 wood upgrade. So I think that's actually a pretty big commitment to units if you want to go for it. So scouts want to hit the monks, but monks can of course garrison. So Andy shouldn't actually lose any monks here. And he can keep adding in monks. And all he needs now, wood and gold, which he has secured with the fortified church. And of course he doesn't need to rebuild lumber camps because he has the mule cart that runs to the wood line. But yeah, right, yeah, maybe there is room for a Winchester-style trush, but with fortified churches where you're adding archers. But I think that's probably harder on the economy than Andy can afford right now. Oh, they don't give arrows to churches, really? Okay, then never mind, don't do it then. Never do archers in churches if they don't give arrows. And monk's going to... Ooh, the monk's out of position for Andy, not by a church to garrison, and the scouts pick them off. And that is GG. So Kingstone, 2-3. We're going to game number 6. Going to game number 6, which is again random map. So 27-7 KD, 7 conversions, not enough. The eco is much better for Kingstone. And a nice strat from Andy, but didn't work out. Didn't work out. Yeah, and right before Sanctity, too. All right. So we will now do 3-2. Andy's still in the lead. And I don't have anything to check off from the draft. Where are we? And all right, get the between game ad out of the way. That was horrific, but also kind of fun seeing it get punished. There's something pleasant about seeing the cheese strats like that get punished, right? There we go. So let me check the drafting, and this will be game number 6. We'll look at the draft real quick, and it will be a random map again on Coniferous. Looks kind of like Mediterranean, I'd say, with lots of land on the sides, a bit of water in the middle, and if it goes to game 7, it'll be Grand Barra Regicide. Whew. Those churches are pretty darn crazy. So we'll head into this next game. Are they there? They're not in a lobby, not in a game. Okay, so we're waiting on them. IRL Georgia has some crazy fortified churches. And he was overconfident in the church's resilience. Building 2 in front of a TC was wasteful, not to mention the tempo loss from the first one getting rushed down. Yeah, I mean, villagers can rush them down fairly well. That's what maybe the Armenians might be a bit better at that strat, if they can do warrior priests to defend against the Vils at the base of them. Because the one monk wasn't by itself enough to defend it. Needed definitely more than just one monk. What was the score of DauT versus Hera? So DauT won 0 games, the Tech Tree won 1 game, and Hera won 3 games. I think that's the best way to describe the outcome. Hera won 3-0 in 4 games. Game 3 was a true DE masterpiece where the in-game tech tree for the beta of the new water said that DauT's Civ the Shoe had access to fast fires. DauT, when Imp had a whole big navy of Castle Age fires, went to click fast fire and then did not have the tech available, even though the tech tree in game said that he should have it available. So he then lost the fight that maybe goes the other way if he has fast fire instead of Castle Age fires, and they just moved on to game 4. So yeah. It was, you can't really blame DauT there. He checked the tech tree and it said he had it, so. Even Shu don't get fast fire, well, the tech tree doesn't. Mediterranean has been great for you so far. Your opponent ignored the water and died to cannon galleons. Things like that are supposed to happen to MBL usually. But yeah, it is the type of thing that happens to DauT, right? The type of thing that happens to DauT. See, hopefully they didn't start playing, because I still don't see them in a game. As Kingstone streaming, I can tag him in the title too. Tag Andy and Kingstone. At FreakinAndy, what is Kingstone's stream title? Kingstone _ AoE. And capital AoE. Done. Hopefully they are tagged properly in the Twitch title. So go give Kingstone and Andy, or go FreakinAndy, Kingstone, and Happy that Andy follows, because Happy that Andy is of course the host. And we are of course very happy that he's hosting this event, because this is the most random set of settings I've ever seen, and it is lovely. All right, there we go. They're in the next game. Coniferous. Let's go. And here we go. So we'll have FreakinAndy to the north as the orange Bengalis and Kingstone to the south as the blue Italians. I've never seen this map before. It's called Coniferous. This is the Pick and Mixer 2 event, where you draft both game modes and maps. And Bengalis, Italians, both good water civs. A matchup where I think it gets hard for the Bengalis late game if Italians get to January's crossbowmen. And that could mean we're headed towards a game number 7. Yeah, it's like Mediterranean and Scandinavia mixed together, kind of, I guess. But you can't sail all the way across the edges, it looks like. Each of these are separated bodies of water. And the amount of fish versus water availability there looks fairly random. So you can probably dock your corner if you want to. And there is pretty good deep fish in the corners, should you go for it. That could maybe be a strat for Andy as the Bengalis to go for the corner. And not fight the Italians directly on the middle water, where I probably would favor the Italians. Bengalis do have armored elephants as a secret weapon against Italians, since they ignore all the Gembo bonus damage and Italians don't get halb. That is true. The game is paused. Why are we pausing? Paused by Andy. Gotta confirm his tech tree is okay. So yeah, I guess it's more like Mediterranean / cross than Mediterranean Scandinavia, if you put it that way. Oh, I don't have main gold. Yes, that is indeed a problem, and his map is bugged. He doesn't have a main gold. All right, that is a fair restart. No main gold for Andy. He has a second gold, but no main gold. And that is as good a reason as any to call a restart. All right. Thankfully, this is not my map script, so I don't have to go and fix that immediately. These maps can be bugged, and that's okay. And let's see, are they getting back into it? I'm not seeing the lobbies ahead of time. which does take a bit of getting used to. But now we know what the map looks like of it. We have an overview of it at least. But yeah, I think that seems like a good description. Mediterranean plus 4 lakes together, which I guess is just like 5 lakes. But I guess that the middle lake has the role of it separates you two, so you're so far apart that it's probably harder to go for the early men-at-arms strat that you'd see on 4 lakes. So I guess less of a favored map for like Japanese, Wu, Armenians who might want to go for that men-at-arms pressure, and more for like Italians that we saw there, who would be more comfortable just playing water. As they stream without delay. I don't think it's required for this tournament. It looks like they're playing without a spec delay, so I think that's okay. Yeah, they've been going right away without a spec delay, so it's probably fine. This is not a World's Edge sponsored event, so honestly I think the 2-minute spec delay rule is kind of a pretty big downside to running a tournament, as it is a huge inconvenience for players to have to like take a stream and swap over in OBS, and usually you lose a ton of viewers if you do that, and I think it's really bad for tournament viewership as a whole. And so in my own events, I do not require it and actually prefer to play with 0 delay. And Deer getting pushed in here from Andy, so they've swapped sides after the restart. Andy indeed has a main gold, and right next to the stone, so he could do an insane mining camp and mine both. And he will be, again, the orange Bengalis to the southeast, and Kingstone, the blue Italians, to the northwest. A map that, this time it feels like there are significantly more fish on the outside. Still can't sail from one edge directly to the other. But at least for Kingstone, if you were to dock out here, you'd have a ton of fish. Down here, it's a bit more segmented, but still can't go fully from one side to the other. How do you avoid stream? I mean, even if you have a 2-minute delay, do you still have the possibility for stream sniping? I don't think a delay really prevents that. I mean, you might be two minutes delayed, but you can still see everything that your opponent does, right? So I think honestly, I don't think that a 2-minute delay really prevents that all that much. I'd put that percentage at more like 80% trust, 20% stream delay. I don't think there's very much that's hidden within 2 minutes, unless you're gonna have like a 10-minute delay. But that's not gonna be viable for a live event that people cast. – 5% pleasure, 50% pain, and 100% reason to say my name. So fishing ships as Kingstone docks the middle. And it's like Andy might go for a second lumber camp. He's heading out to the side. Also, he docked the corner, so he will have, looks like 3 deep fish in the corner, 4, actually 5 if he can sail there. I think he can sail across that beach. 2 minutes between knowing about man-at-arms or something? I mean, I think you're still going to know about it within 2 minutes, because you'll see someone building a barracks. Right? By the time you build the barracks and the men-at-arms walk across, it's much more than 2 minutes. Or by the time you see someone sending a sneakville for a dock and they walk all the way across the map, that's going to be much... That's going to take longer than 2 minutes for you to see it. I mean, even if there are some things that show up within 2 minutes, that doesn't change the fact that a player is actually, like, stream sniping, right? Or like, spectating and seeing stuff in the fog. I think overall for events, my preference is just someone, if you're going to be streaming, right? If you're going to be streaming, and, like, you know, you have your webcam and everything on, I think it's going to be pretty hard to pull off a successful like stream snipe if you're live streaming the game yourself. So in that case, I don't think a 0 delay is really that big of an issue. Yeah, only works by having your phone open at the LAN. Yeah. But like as an event host, my preference is usually if a player wants to stream, I don't want them to have to like stream with a delay or like hurt their viewer numbers or have to adjust settings on their stream to put the delay. Right? We have to have a policy of don't look at the chat because the chat's just going to be like, oh, you're about to be housed, and like, you know, even if you don't want them to, right? We can't have you looking at that. But in terms of delays, I think that we've had enough events and enough streams in the past to know that it really does affect viewer numbers to put the delay there. And like as a host, I want people watching the event via the caster stream or player stream or what have you. So I don't want to curtail that experience both for the players and for the viewers and for everyone watching the event. What if streaming is just an illusion in our minds and you don't think streamers exist? I mean, with AIs these days, that's probably true. But, I mean, streaming has existed since, like, you know, probably realistically since the early teens. YouTube's existed, or at least uploading video from before that. So I think it's probably possible that at one point it was real people, and it was real. Whether it still is a good question. Yeah, I mean, this might just be a VTuber model right here. A very realistic one, but I get enough spam asking to make those models for me. I mean, might as well make one, right? T90's an AI? I don't think you can make an AI like T90. I don't think that's possible. Been getting Twitch to restrict you? Maybe you should take a deep reflection on your own behavior then. I can assure you that he is very much a real boy. So we'll have 2 minutes. Both players up to the castle age at just about the same time. Andy, having scouted that Kingstone docked the middle, will himself dock the middle and be ready to fight on the water. And he was just an actor. And just to be clear, I'm referring to the fact that Dave is the true T90, the T90 Dave, and I've met him. And he was definitely not an actor. So gold mining on the way for FreakinAndy, doing the gold upgrade, right, as the Bengalis, and Bengalis, Italians on the water. I mean, the ships will be better for the Bengalis. They do heal over time. And with a good eco with the Vils, maybe an FC into fires could turn out well for the Bengalis, especially if you don't have any of your own fish in the middle, and it's Kingstone who's risking his fishing economy in the fight. Kingstone also, who now is scouting the docks, so he knows exactly to start pumping the fires and add in a third dock. Ooh, the third dock could be disrupted by the wolf, though. And even if the Vil wins the fight, it will slow down the dock. Only an actor would place farms that badly, and a real AoE2 caster would be like that. I mean, that's the thing, right? No one would ever place farms that badly, so he can't be an AI because there's no training data that would ever tell an AI to place farms that badly. Right? That's how you know he's real. So, fire galleys on the way. Third dock, nice wall off to protect the Vil and get the third dock up from Andy. Might have to delete the palisades if farms spawn on the back. Does he actually live west of T90? No, actually, I grew up east of him. Believe it or not, he's from Pennsylvania and I'm from Jersey. So, you know, unpredictable human-like patterns. I mean, the farms definitely are not human-like. Oh my gosh, it's a demo. Remember the days when you could make demos? You didn't have to, and they weren't nerfed? Oh, look at it. Look at it go. And then look, and the majesty of how poorly it did. Oh, but here's a demo. Oh my gosh, that was a good demo. That's the good demo versus a bad demo. Kingstone got a bit too greedy. Then lost the demo when his fires got hit. And all of a sudden, Andy, with another demo, might be on his way to winning the water. Can he demo 5 fishing ships at once? No, he's going for the fires. Okay, ooh, but a demo comes out. Demo. Ooh, nice split from Andy at the last second. And Kingstone, maybe he's holding on just enough. Trying to get some repairs in, but that'll leave his fishing ships exposed. I'll have to run them. Oh, but here comes another demo. And there goes Andy's fires. Oh, there. Isn't the water better when you have demos? Oh, yeah, it's so much better. Ah, all right. Now we can appreciate an actual water gameplay. They say Sol in PA. What does that even mean? Like, that doesn't even sound like a word. Is that like you got injured and that's what comes out of you? That's just like a grunt that you utter? I mean, I've also lived in the Midwest, and they say some weird things in Minnesota, but not like that. So, more demos from Andy. And behind this, both players picking the same opportunity to add in a TC. So, 4 fishing ships to 6, but Andy's fishing ships are really inefficient now. What would be great if Kingstone had a forward Vil and could just wall them off and trap them in here. It does look like Andy is slowly but surely winning the water. And at least that will stop Kingstone from fishing, but Kingstone has added in another dock and is already fish booming in the back, so he'll concede the middle water. And remains to be seen how important this is late game. There is a ton of land to the sides where you can run around, and not even cannon galleons can hit that. And, well, maybe with some demos he's still okay. He still has more fires than Andy does, even though Andy cleaned most of the fish. They're building demos like they're going to be nerfed and they want to enjoy it while it lasts. Yeah, I won't make... I mean, generative AI. If you actually train... Or not just generative AI, but an actual, deep learning neural network AI. Probably could learn how to use transports. AoE2 in-game AI, you need a lot of programming for that. And direct unit control. And that is more limited by the humans' time they want to spend programming it. Those Rastan archers? Never heard of that. Oh, look, Andy, he trapped the scout. He trapped the scout. Kingstone just noticing now. Just noticing because he was looking at the water. Ooh, there's another demo. And demos can trade. Boom, okay, demos 1v1 each other. And ooh, demo going for 3 fishing ships? They're gonna dodge. They got nothing to fish anyway up there, just a shorefish. They're not the best demo, only hitting 1 fire, partially. Ooh, there's a demo, does get a hit. Where'd that demo come from? It's just forward. Maybe Kingstone needs to demo the Repairville. Hits the front of this fire and destroys the one behind it because it was low HP. Oh, another dock. Kingstone just being like, oh, there's fish here. I'll go fish it. Why not? Make a fishing ship there. He's going to keep docking the outside, redock the middle, and try to go even more ships on the middle. T90 is a salmon confirmed? I don't think he's a cannibal. So scout in the north goes down, fires take out another fire. Here we'll go for that fire ship. Eli's a very advanced human-like android. Fire ships go down. And okay, Andy. Ooh, Andy has the stone for a castle, and he's thinking about going forward for a castle drop. He's gonna castle drop the water by his docks, so his docks can't be destroyed. Walking over with a monk too, wants that relic. Castle drop in the relic. Already has one, I'm gonna presume it came from this corner somewhere, as there looks to be one relic in each of the corners. And scouts here hoovering around by the edge of the map. In the back of Andy's base, but he'll send a scout to deal with them. And can run to the TC for some cover. And no problem there, takes them both out. A castle on Kingstone's base, maybe he's afraid of seeing the scouts now that he wouldn't have really been able to get a good castle position with the scouts. And I mean, enough walls. I mean, if he could have just walked and done it between the TC and the gold, that would have been epic. And it will be Ratha's now, and at least the castle attacking the dock, so Kingstone will be aware of it. And we have a 13-ville lead for Andy, as he has now 3 TCs. Kingstone does 2, but falling a bit behind in ville production. And Andy with outposts forward. Andy can have great map vision with those outposts. You got outposts everywhere. That's I think something that a lot of players, even at a high level, can do better, and I'm seeing it a lot more, is outposts. You get some town watch outposts everywhere. Ooh, he still needs town watch, but then you see all the map. I do also want a Regicide Game 7, and I still think that in the long run, Genoese Crossbowman Skirm is going to be maybe a difficult composition for the Bengalis to deal with. Oh, what is this? Oh my gosh, Andy, what is this? What is this Black Forest gameplay? He trapped one of Kingstone's vills. Kingstone doesn't even notice. He might break out. Andy has to realize and trap the vill again. He has a couple of seconds to do it. Down to 47 HP, and the vill is trapped. The vill is trapped, and this is how you know someone plays Rage Forest when this happens. There are so many maps going for sneak docks with sneak vills, doing quick walls like this, luring in boars, where you can tell the Rage Forest people have an advantage. Are many outposts a good idea at 700 to 1000 elo? Probably. Probably more worried about using your hotkeys properly at that elo. There are probably more important things to worry about, but I'm sure outposts will help. DauT is a big fan of Rage Forest in general. So scouts will go for the monks, but I think the conversion started a bit too early. Andy was ready to gate and try to block them. You're worried about hotkeys. It's honestly the first thing you gotta learn is go to TC and create villager, followed by setting a control group for the scout and swapping the camera between the TC and the scout. Oh, these are Bengali monks, by the way. Yeah, these are Bengali monks. So scouts will have a bit of a hard time dealing with them. A Ratha gets converted. 2 monks go down, but then everything dying for Kingstone. Not a good fight for Kingstone. He will get his own castle up, though, and it'll be time for the Genoese Crossbowmen, which should be a pretty hard counter to the Rathas. And Ballistics on the way. I will need Fletching and Bodkin, but could maybe think about going Imp first. At 96 vills, the Italians, not the most eco-hungry civ. Not like a Cav civ that wants to get to 140 vills. And there are docks everywhere. Let's see if Kingstone can do a fire ship down here and disrupt some more fishing. Andy... Oh, he wants to convert the dock. That dock needs to be deleted then. Once I lost to Outpost at 600-ish elo, the other guys saw your every move and you couldn't even sneak out of your base. You know, you can always destroy the outposts, right? Like the William Wallace campaign teaches you. And that's the first thing it teaches you, right? To destroy an outpost. It's your first attack. So we'll have Imp on the way, and it'll be about a 45-second advantage for Kingstone as the Italians. That cheaper Imp really helping him out here. And he still is on the water, not losing everything just yet. And, well, if he does chemistry, he could go cannon galleons and attempt to destroy the castle from the water. Could be a nice play for him if he stays with the advantage. Does have some fires still. And so far, 2k more res collected for Andy. But with how far apart they are, it feels like this is still a matchup that'll come down more to late game unit composition than to anything so far. Ecos are, you know, close enough. All right, 1.5k res within 10 vils at this point. You're neither player with handcart. So there's Treadmill Crane, there's Bodkin Arrow. And if Italians are good at one thing, there we go, it's that imp transition, especially when your Genoese crossbowmen are useful like they are there. Oh, that's nice seeing those dead Rathas. Seem like too big gamble when you don't have a huge water advantage. That's true. That's true. Can be nice to have them added in though, and that's enough Genoese crossbowmen. They can deal with the monks, or with only one conversion, deal with the monk. That scout goes down almost instantly, and the Rathas cannot fight here. Monk's gonna struggle a bit too. Yeah, that's what I ask. Like, what do you do as Bengalis here? You hope that you have maybe a good enough eco, maybe with Mahayana. He has 2 relics already. That you can make a good early imp push against the Genoese crossbowmen. I mean, one answer is to try going skirms. We know how effective the skirms are. But in the long run, Italians can go skirms too, and we'll probably have the better skirms with the extra pierce armor. Does that, foot archers, does that include skirms? I think they're skirms of the extra armor. 50 tech trees now, just like DauT. I need to check them, and they're not always reliable. It doesn't apply to skirms, okay. Will at least apply to the Genbos, though. Pretty sure it does apply to the Genbos. And yeah, that's Andy's answer, elite skirm. Right, and that's really the only thing the Bengalis can do reliably against the Genbos. If they try to go siege, well, that's nice, but then the Italians have cheap bombard cannons. So that kind of counters a siege option. And yeah, fast fires on the water, so Kingstone not giving up on the water. And this Genbo raid doing a ton of damage. Maybe this is crazy, but you could even add 1 transport ship now for Kingstone so that he doesn't get cornered by skirms and always has an escape route. Ooh, some dodging. Oh, some dodging of ballistics there on that Ratha, but the monk should go down. There we go. And let's see, Vil wants to quick wall, but she'll be picked off. Monk will get a conversion, but should also die to the Genbos. Bengali monks are crazy. Hops in the TC. Alright, well there's chemistry on the way. That'll increase the attack by 1. They already have Bracer. They'll be chasing down a Treb. And looks like the water in the middle is won by Kingstone. He is, however, getting Treb. He's down by 20 Vils, and he added more Vils. But Bengali is a civ that need a bigger eco than the Italians do. Their units are going to be more expensive. And going quickly for Genbo, Chemistry, Leather Archer Armor feels pretty good. Chemistry will come in quickly, and then Bombard Cannons may be able to defend the castle as long as there are some repairs. Castle is on the hill, and there's already out a defensive Treb. Second Treb on the way. Monk goes down by a conversion. And, well, the good thing about the Treb War, from Andy's point of view, is it will stop the Genbo production. So with 2 Trebs of your own, maybe this is a situation where you want to get back into Genbos rather than Trebs, but he already does have a good number. On the water, now it's Andy's turn to go for fast fires and try to get back into the game. He still is needing to deal with this Genbo raid, which has been pretty annoying for him. And Treb over here gets a couple of houses. Oh boy, that is a valuable trebuchet. This castle's still repaired, and no repair vills by this Treb. So 1 more volley, and that should go down if he gets lucky. And okay, no, repair vills on their way back. You gotta be real lucky to hit Trebs, and still doesn't hit it. Oh my gosh, if any of those hit the Treb, it'd be dead. 50 HP, and he finally gets, there you go, gets lucky with a double hit. And there's the cannon, takes out a Ratha. And the castle stands for Kingstone. And he looks like he took the water in the middle, though, but fires are still fighting here for Kingstone. Italians, one thing they don't get is heavy demo. The Bengalis, they don't get that either. So fast fires are probably your option here. Okay, that Treb is running a bit too far forward, maybe, without the Genbos, and without the other Trebs. So this shouldn't be a trickle Treb situation, but might slightly be if the Genbos don't get in position, but looks like oh, it hits a Treb. Okay, fair enough. If you get picked off now, you'll get a few Rathas down. Oh, what the heck is that accuracy? Just one-shots 2 Trebs. That's insane. Well, after some unlucky shots earlier, now he's in a position where he can push, take the castle. And let's see, those are walls. Walls are not raiding. I thought maybe they'd be Rathas, but nope. Walls in your economy? Not fun, but they don't raid. And no siege engineers as an option for the Italians, but 7 Trebs and a cannon should take out a castle regardless of the repair numbers. I don't think you can fit enough vills around a castle to repair that. Maybe Georgians if you're uphill. But okay, monastery goes down, and the push looks good for Kingstone, and Andy still does not have an answer to the Genoese crossbowman, even though he did try to go skirms. Doing shipwright, and maybe hoping that by winning water he can go cannon galleon and control enough of the map that he can win in the long run. Hope that the converted dock is not noticed. Cannon galleons probably could take out that castle. I think that's just about it, unless Andy maybe gets onto this water. Siege engineers for him. Well, that'll affect the cannon galleons now. Elite cannon galleon on the way. That's a pretty big play of hoping that land doesn't matter and water does. Report him for getting Warwolf as the Italians. Did the tech tree say that it wasn't available, but he actually just clicked the button and had it? And now some Hussars coming in, which means skirms and monks will be much less effective. Those Hussars just have their final armor upgraded coming in. And now Genbo Hussar feels like a pretty good composition against the Bengalis. There's bloodlines on the way. Well, that should come in. Don't think the Trebs snipe the stable that quickly. Unless they do. Oh, no, they're packing. And, well, you can build castles, but castles are not going to hold against 6 Trebs. And now he just needs to make sure he doesn't run the Genbos into the castle. Hussars raiding, they will go down. Let's see, there is 1 Treb to the west. And Kingstone going to notice that and send some vills to repair. I need a couple more vills. I did see siege engineers come in, but at least this is uphill. And he's got to be careful that is the conscription castle. Also needs to be careful to add more houses. He should be at 200 pop, but he's housed. And he needs to make sure he'll have housing space after his castle goes down. Trying to do light cav now. Okay, he still has some housing space. And the stable looks like it'll go down. 50, yep, there it goes. And now TC's, the monastery in this area starts being threatened. Hussars keep pouring in. We'll have elite Genoese crossbowmen. Let's take a zoom in and a pretty look at that in a moment. Those are still walls in the eco. Cannon to destroy the Treb as the castle is being repaired, and conscription will come in. Elite Genbo in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, look at them. They completely change color. Like, no longer look like the white clothing they have. They have armor on. And they have larger, squarer shield. I like the shield subtlety and how that changes. I think the armor is maybe too drastic of a color change. Anyway, some raids on Andy. He's starting to get pushed back. Kingstone taking a larger score lead. And Kingstone ready to secure more castles on the left to defend against these raids. Andy thinking of doing some light cav raids, but hard with all the castles up. He's swapping to stables over here, but again, a few Genoese crossbowmen should be able to curtail this. And the cannon galleons, yeah, they did destroy a castle, and they will take a gold away. But if you're the Italians, you're losing Hussars and protecting your Genbos, so you don't need that much gold. Isn't it basically a paid cosmetic DLC? Are you saying that the upgrade isn't really worth it? You do get extra bonus attack against Cav, and if your opponent is spamming Rathas and light Cav, then yeah, I think that does matter. Maybe you do want to take the graphical considerations under account when choosing whether or not to do your elite upgrades now. It's like back in the day, you know, maybe you preferred the way that Cavalier or Two-Handed Swordsman looked to Paladin or to Champion. I know a lot of people liked the Two-Handed Swordsman in the past, so no shame in doing upgrades based on appearance. And the Winged Dinchester, hello, smells like a Game 7. Game 7 smell wafting through the breeze. Trebs take out the ranges. There's more wood in my background than on the map. There's a lot of light cav, but I don't think 24 light cav fight 15 Genbo as long as they have something of a meat shield in front of them. Is it better than champion? Yeah, now with castles up in the eco, gotta be careful that the cannon galleons hit this castle. Freaking elite cannon galleons with 16 range now with siege engineers. Okay, control more inland area. How much of this tournament here have I seen? This is the first set I've seen. This is the first set I've seen. You might want to check out game number 2, because that was a classic. That was an absolute classic. Monk and Ratha go down. Was it the mired DM with Huns? Yes. Yes, it was. So we've learned that Nomad DM with Huns is probably unstoppable. I don't know how you would stop Cav Archers from killing your Vills when all you can do is quick wall them. These are live. How many tournaments is Andy playing? All of them. And we're gonna head 3-3, tied up to a game number 7, which will be Regicide on Grand Barra. So 241 kills for Kingstone, and yeah, it looked like he was a bit behind in the mid game for sure. But that's maybe kind of what you expect when the Bengalis get the extra vills, and he held on enough to get to the late game. He did what he needed to do with Italians. Had a great Civ matchup for that map, and we'll bring it to game 7. And I'm sure he's gonna, if he loses game 7, he's gonna regret that Inca Catan game on game 3 that he couldn't figure out a way to win. All right, so just like I've been doing, I'm gonna get ads out of the way on Twitch so that we don't have to deal with them during the game. And then we'll go to game 7. So here we go, 3-3. And just a reminder of what the draft looked like. They drafted game modes and maps. Andy managed to win Deathmatch on Mired in 3 minutes. Kingstone lost Empire Wars on Sacred Springs. And the other maps look like they have been fixed. Kingstone won the Siege Tower War on Zawal. And after a 3-3 score, we'll be heading to Regicide Grand Barra. Grand Barra map, it's like the reverse of Chaos Pit. You have to chop through to get to the middle. Alright, and again, I'm gonna give a shout out to Happy the Andy for hosting this. There we go. So go give Happy the Andy a follow. And also FreakinAndy and Kingstone also stream. I think Kingstone is probably streaming his point of view if you want to see that. Let me make sure I'm paying attention to my YouTube chat too. Yeah, both my YouTube chats. Do I still play sometimes? I haven't played in a while. Last I really played, I was around 1900. And Femirum, thank you for the follow. Also, thank everyone who's followed today, because we're closing in on that 15K followers. We're almost there. We're within 1K. Alright, still looking for a lobby or a live game. And I think right when this game is over, I'll give Happy the Andy a raid too. Oh, this will probably be our last game of the stream. Streamed for 6 hours today. I need to go eat some lunch. I ate breakfast and started streaming, and I didn't eat lunch. Remember to always feed yourself when you're streaming. That's an important tip. Alright, should we read the copy pasta? Alright. T East. T East AoE. T North AoE. T South AoE. Long ago, the four nations lived together in harmony, then everything changed when T West AoE attacked. Only Furious the Monkey Boy, master of all four elements, could stop them, but when the world needed him most, he vanished. You came off streaming, you were malnourished and exhausted. Oh, you gotta prepare. You gotta make sure that you have like meals. You gotta do your meal prep. It's like if you're planning your protein sources for when you go to the gym and you get your you hit your macros. You gotta do the same thing but for streaming. And it all comes down to the preparation and making sure you have enough water to drink throughout the games. And here we are. They are launching. They are launching. Yeah, T North was completely obliterated. There's only one of them left. Alright, so it'll be Grand Bar. If you've never seen this map before, it is the opposite of Chaos Pit, basically. So we have the dragon trees you have to chop through to get to the middle. And if you look at each player's base, you have 2 tiles of gold. That's it. The stone is on the outside, but all the gold is in the middle. It'll be Koreans versus Spanish, so Koreans for Kingstone, Spanish for FreakinAndy, war wagons against conquistadors. Can the Spanish go missionaries to counter war wagons? I don't know, but I'd love to see it. Keep a gallon of water within 14 feet at all times. That sounds healthy. So, I once played a 2v2 on this map. This was before the days of Free Carta or Allied Vision, where I did a tower rush on the outside. I basically killed my opponent. Ornlu was my teammate. He had chopped through to the middle. And I was like, I hadn't scouted the middle myself. And I was like, hey, Ornlu, X a TC location. And he places an X. And I sent all my villagers there, only to find out that Ornlu had misunderstood what I said. And instead of Xing a spot where I could build a TC, he X'd an enemy TC. And then all my vills died to the TC. And we lost. It was a very sad game. I have nightmares about this map sometimes. But it nevertheless is a fun map. So, we'll have some conquistadors. Well, conquistadors, maybe Inquisition. I mean, starting with the castle lets you get Inquisition very early. This will also be regicide, so you need to keep the kings alive. They'll push the hunt in. I told him to X a TC, and he X'd, or a TC spot. He X'd an enemy TC. I can understand how the miscommunication happened. There we have Feudal Age, a bit later for Kingstone. If you get your build correct on Regicide, you start with the Regicide resources. So if you're going to do Loom, you'll need to long distance mine 50 stone, perhaps, potentially. And Kingstone will keep scouting with that king. Would certainly like to see his goats, but he'll come across them right there. And Ostrich being pushed in over here. Our Conks versus War Wagons? Much less HP, but more attack. The free armor on the War Wagons certainly helps them. Probably a situation where the Conks win before Ballistics. If it gets to late game and you have all the upgrades, then the War Wagons probably win. Conks also, I mean, it's a bit weird to say about something that costs food and wood, or that costs food and gold, versus a unit that costs wood and gold. Conks might actually be a bit cheaper too. Hello, Zahnknocker. Welcome to the chat. Hello, hello. Yeah, and even if it's not going Conks against War Wagons, the Spanish are a great monk civ. Remember, they do have Inquisition, where they convert faster and they give extra range to the missionaries. And nowadays, all the techs apply to missionaries. The Bloodlines applies to them. Husbandry applies to them. And I think even one of the armors applies to them. I think it's the Cav armor, not the Archer armor, the Cav armor. Did Andy... Oh gosh, Andy doesn't have a scout. Is it under the TC somewhere? What happened? Okay, Andy lost his scout then. Andy lost his scout somewhere. What is the HP? Oh gosh, he ran it. You might have ran it into the castle, as Kingstone is doing here. Is there a corpse by the castle? Well, if Kingstone killed it, it must have been with the TC or the castle. It is a 1-0 KD, so he did kill it. That king will have to find a place to hide. That happened a while ago. Maybe the corpse decayed. Oh yeah, we'll look at the exploration. No, it died to the TC. It looks like it died to the TC. Oh, there we go. There's the corpse. We found it. We found it. Show the exploration. That's a good one. We found the remains. The investigation is a success. So the TC must have killed... Oh yeah, right at the edge of the range. There we are. There it is. I like the stone walls. I do too. It's also regicide, right? So you're mining stone anyway, if you want more TCs. So you're there and you're building stone walls. I like it. And oh, the scout did some laming Kingstone. He says, I have a scout, you don't. I'm gonna be as annoying as I possibly can because you can't do anything about it. You even skipped loom. And okay, he went in a bit too deep there. Oh, but now here comes the conch. Says, you have a scout, I have conquistadors. You might be faster, you can run away, but conch is better. Oh no, oh, what are you doing? No, Kingstone, you could have ran away. Well, the conch is now in the middle. And versus Spanish, you definitely need stone walls. And now here's the question. Do you want to chop to the middle here? Yeah, I think the guard tower on the wall or on the wood is the right play. Because otherwise the conquistador either stops you from chopping through the middle or you over chop and you let the conch into your eco. And neither of those are good situations. So the guard tower helps to secure this. And then you can maybe wall it or do a gate after you've chopped a bit more. But yeah, just in time to keep the conchs away. Couple of war wagons forward, and as I said, 150 hit points and 5 pierce armor. So against the 16 attack of the conch, will, what's that, 11 damage per bullet then. So that takes, what, 13-ish, 14, something around there shots to kill? 15 shots, something like that. I think 14. So, someone math for me. It's a lot. It's a lot. And conchs right now get a Vil, and they will get away from the tower. And early ballistics. So right away, Kingstone recognizing, if I'm going to fight conquistadors, I need to make sure that they can't out-micro me, so I have to do ballistics. It's 14. All right, 14. We can math this out, right? 11 times 10 is going to be 110. 11 times 11 is then 121. 12 is 132. 13 is 143. And then 14 is 154. So there we go. 14. We can count. Okay, now it's time to chop out. 30 wood left and the war wagons are ready to go. They might need a stable and husbandry for themselves, because they are much slower than the conchs. But I guess same could be said for the conchs. They'll want husbandry, and also they'll want bloodlines. Extra important they get bloodlines. Oh yeah, also the relics are in the middle, and already FreakinAndy has one of them. Let me check the relics on the mini-map. And it looks like there are only 4 relics. Okay, so not 5 relics on the map, only 4. And Andy's gonna go pick up a second. Unless he's already holding one. Oh, already he's holding one though. Already holding one. Missed that. Okay, so there are 5 relics. There are 5, and he just picked up 2. Bringing another one in. There we go. Are war wagons nerfed? They were buffed many times, and then slightly nerfed by having their cost be not as reduced. In AOC, they were 120 wood. That got down to like 94 wood, something super cheap. And then it got increased slightly to like 100-ish. I forget the exact numbers. But they're conchs with a hill bonus. That'll help them out. War wagons chasing them down, trying to get to the point where ballistics won't help them dodge, but Andy's dodging ballistics. Maybe he needs to shoot in 2, or maybe Kingstone needs to shoot in 2 volleys. Might want to just run back and heal and try to get the ward. Oh, he doesn't have Bodkin. Yeah, I don't think you can engage without Bodkin when you're this weak. Ooh. He's trying to keep the conks trapped. He'll bring a couple of fresh war wagons over, but still doesn't have Bodkin. Yeah, and monks do hard counter war wagons, but with this map and how open it is, maybe the mobility of the war wagons helps out. And look at how much look at how much the conks can micro. Oh, there they go. War wagons even with ballistics. Finally they get a couple of kills. There they go. There go the conks. And he's still microing as he runs away. Oh, Danny, hello, hello, hello. Oh my gosh. Everyone give some flowers for Danny in the chat. So, monks going down, Andy out-microing ballistics with the monks. Gets 2 conversions. Oh, the monks go down. Oh, he gets 3 conversions. Where even was the 3rd monk? Didn't even see that monk. But, okay, Andy, with the monks. Well done. Do Koreans get atonement? No, they don't. And monks might be their downfall. Hello, mouse puddles. Been lurking all day? Well, welcome to the active chat. And 4th relic now for Andy. And now all I want him to do is go missionaries, because that would be fun. Glocken, hello Glocken. Oh yeah, also a 20-vil lead for Andy. He's been booming behind this. So that's the difference in trying to go immediately for the university and ballistics. You don't have the wood to add in TCs, which Andy did. Andy did. And monk plus boom plus conk is winning against war wagon. And Landman12, thank you for the follow. And did I say thank you for Femorim earlier? Thank you both for the follows. Oh, monks want more conversions. And that's where the guard towers come in. They kind of zone the monks away from the war wagons. And Lamiloff, thank you for the follow. I don't need ballistics when they miss anyway. That's a good point. That is a very good point. Right, because Andy was still dodging ballistics in low numbers. I think ballistics is, I mean, these days more of a high numbers tech. And also you don't have the monks, which the Spanish player does, so you're not healing the war wagons over time. And yet you have more base HP. Well, with Kingstone sending 3 vills to the lions to try to build outposts. And this vill will be munched on, but ultimately succeed in constructing the outpost. That's true. You can't dodge monks even if the player has ballistics or doesn't have it. Whatever, a monk is a monk. Ooh, that's a lot of monks now compared to the war wagons. Bombard towers and supremacy vills. Well, we'll see if we get there. If you can do that along with some missionaries. Oh gosh, the pathing with the gate. Oh, he's gonna build a gate there, but then he needs to chop the tree behind the gate. As the gate wouldn't actually provide access if the side of the gate's there. Maybe you could do it a tile forward. Yeah, still no Inquisition, but scary monks nevertheless. Oh, and there they are. There they are. He's doing the missionaries. Let's go. This is extra important then that your towers guard each other. Otherwise, the missionaries just convert them. They do redemption. And devotion. Oh, you could use devotion earlier too. But, you know, even if the war wagons scale better, the early Castle Age advantage of the Conquistadors for picking up the relics helps Andy get a 4-to-1 relic lead. And this is a player who was investing into war wagons, investing into ballistics, and doing everything he could to get his numbers up early on, and still the Spanish could boom behind this, and has now 81 to 44 vills. Looks like, that's true, it is regicide. He could go for a snipe, but the king is in the castle, so that might be kind of hard to pull off. Especially on a map like this where Andy can wall the sides, and is walling this side. will be fully walled there. Outpost for Kingstone. And I don't think you're going to go through the middle to pull off a snipe. This does not feel like a sniping map, as long as you're aware of it. And with all the sudden disaster Andy played, I'm sure he will be aware of that possibility. The War Wagon's not running far enough away. Oh, the game is paused. Alright, someone's got to check the tech tree, maybe. Kingstone needs a second. He needs to check what the Koreans have available, I'm sure.
Yes.
Maybe Fire Lancers, honestly. That doesn't sound too crazy, because they do have a ranged attack, and they should have a bonus against Conks. I think they'd still lose to the Conks, though, but maybe. And Dodojo14, thank you for the follow, and Rodney OSRS, thank you for the follow. That might mean old school RuneScape. One day we gotta stream that. It's like, I don't think I even have an account there. But I'll need to make one and we'll stream it. Yeah, risky checking the tech tree nowadays. Danny the escape artist? Oh yeah, I saw you were doing some escape thing. Yeah, Danny's a variety streamer now. Yeah, I saw it, just released Sailing. I never, like, Sailing was never a part of RuneScape when I played RuneScape. I played RuneScape before the save state of old school RuneScape. like the Grand Exchange is still new to me. So towers go down. Oh, not even the towers can help the Koreans here. Everything being rammed. The War Wagons here. Are the War Wagons gonna live? They're all going down. There's a GG from Kingstone. He can't win this fight. Andy's imp, he is amazingly boomed. And with a 4-3 victory, Andy wins. And I feel like the opportunity for Kingstone that he missed was that home map with the Khitans against the Inca. That Cav Archer switch, instead of going full steppies, felt like it put him... And it's not like he instantly died there, but he had a huge lead that then he had to watch crumble. So GG. You learned to sell things at the Grand Exchange. I learned to sell things by going on the forums before that they existed. Before the Grand Exchange existed. Alright, so let me just give FreakinAndy the win on the scoreboard, and that'll be it for today. So we are going to raid Happy the Andy, who hosted this event. So go give Happy the Andy some love. And I'm going to end the stream now. So goodbye on YouTube, and we'll raid Happy the Andy on Twitch. So thank you all for watching. Remember to double check your tech trees and check that your units actually exist, because the tech tree might be lying now. And I'll see you later.